There we go. Go on here. Put that post up. Oh, I almost forgot to post that. That's not good. I gotta post that real quick, chat. But you understand, I just realized I forgot to post my predictions for this game on Twitter and the other one. Chip, 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 chip. Not square, not odds. Chip pick. There it is. My picks for the 2025 UFL Championship. Put that up. Get that posted. Just gotta go to Instagram over here. Is this the right one? It is. Yes, sir. Okay, so Control C, go back over here to Instagram. All right, chat, I'll be there in a second. I just realized I forgot to post my pick, so I gotta post that. Okay, so chip picks, just saw it again. There we go. Ooh, it's lagging a bit, not good. There we go. Renegades aren't in this, Showboats aren't in this, so we'll get rid of both those teams. DC's in it. All the other teams are not. There we go. My championship picks for the 2025 UFL Championship. UFL Championship. And share. Boom. All right, that should be good. Hopefully. Yes, it is. Massive. All right, chat. I am here now. Currently at the game. Massive W. Like I said, I did not go to the game. If it was literally in any other city but St. Louis, I would have been there. But because it was in St. Louis, I decided to not go. It wasn't worth it in my book to go there. So I didn't. I think I have the wrong thing on here. Is this the right thing? No, I think this is the right thing. Schedule. Championship. So we're just not clicking on anything. There we go. Ooh, it's not what I clicked on. This is not the right site, so yeah, live scoreboard. I guess that was the right thing, so my bad. There we go, that's why it was looking odd. I was wondering why it looked weird. I've been using OBS for other stuff, so there we go. Yeah, let me advance audio. There we go. I don't know what's loud, but there we go. So got that set up. Go over here. Just trying to make sure this whole thing is fully set up. Click that. There we go. Alright, there we go. Don't know if that had anything to do with it, but let's just change that just in case. I still don't know fully how this whole thing works, but is what it is. Went to the St. Louis game, we lost, got tons of signatures, massive W, nice. Let's go spring football. Hate that it's over for this season, but it is what it is. Bittersweet to see the end of the season, feels like just yesterday. Curtis Johnson. Hopefully he's done this year. Hopefully that it is over, that we're not going to see Curtis Johnson again next season, but never say never with spring football. So, you know, hopefully not, but we'll see. Now, the game I think is expected to start. I think it's like 8:02 is technically kickoff. I know it says 8, but I think it's 8:02. Still wild that this is the end for the season. It really is wild that we're at this point already. I mean, it is like you said. It felt like just yesterday we were at like mid-season. Like when mid-season came around, it came like just super fast. Seeing as anything posted, just finished watching day 3 of the... Oh, yeah, good call. Forgot to do that. Just was watching the U.S. Open, so who wins? Question mark. Let's put Michigan or D.C. Michigan, D.C. There we go. So there is the poll for who do you think is going to get the W today between Michigan and DC. Of course, this is a big deal. Let me just see for the sake of seeing what the odds are. The current odds are still +3, -3. Over under moved to 50.5. Wow, that's an insane spread. That is that's like I said, that's an insane spread. But you know, not super shocked, but I am a bit shocked. You know what I mean? Like I'm not totally like, oh my god, I can't believe it. But at the same time, it's like, wow, it's pretty wild. So, we got that, of course, the game should be starting, you know, like I said, in like 10-ish minutes. It should be, let me rephrase it. There's no way it's worse than last year's. If you saw last year's championship game, you know there's no way this game's going to be worse than that one. That was a bad game. There's no way this one's that bad. So, that's at least a good sign there. Now, in terms of just some FYIs in regards to content coming out in next week. Obviously, we'll have the Friday Night Football game tier list is supposed to be coming out this week, as well as a power rankings and week review. So we got at least 3 videos coming out this week, and the week after that will probably be my playoff power rank, or my not power rankings, my playoff tier list, and then at some point I'll have my top 10 players. There's a lot that are gonna be good. So it'll be fun, but yeah. Don't think it'll be as good as the 2022 one. Yeah, I mean, the 2022 championship was just insane. The Stars Stallions was an absolutely bonkers game. It's definitely tough to top that one, but I do think this has a really good shot at being solid. I know a lot of people were disappointed that DC won, but at the same token, it was a massive upset in a way that was very cool to see that we got a big upset like that, as we really hadn't seen one to that extent since the Renegades win back in 2023. So in that aspect, it was cool to see him get the W. Excuse me, for that reason. That was a very shocking win that, it kept a lot of people on their toes. They did not expect them to get the W in that game. They did. Max Duggan played like trash, and St. Louis defense also played pretty poorly. DC got the W. Now, in terms of some big notes, let me pull this up on X. Live look at attendance between not ideal so far, said Larson, not shocked at all. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if it's not just people for the championship game, but people like me. Like, I was not going to go to St. Louis for as much money as it would cost to be in St. Louis again. I'm trying to find the inactives. I know I remembered a couple of them. So for the Panthers, the big question marks were, of course, at the defense. But Matt Colburn also ended up being out. So Matt Colburn is out. Kenny H. Lovely is out. There's a couple of injuries to the O-line and Kenny Willekes. But overall, the biggest one was Matt Colburn and Kenny H. Lovely being out. As for the DC defenders, I don't remember exactly who was out. Let me check to be 100% sure so I don't say anything wrong. For them, Davin Bellamy's out, but again, he was brought back to potentially be a replacement. Darius Higgins is out. Ben Bresnahan is going to hurt them at tight end, and Brian Abraham. So a couple injuries. In terms of injuries, of course, the bigger impact definitely is the Panthers. Mainly Kenny H. Lovely and Matt Colburn being out are both really bad for them. But it is what it is. Sup, G-Man? Last stream of the year, not like the year, but the years in the season, so will be this one. It'll be something else. It'll be a fun one. Hopefully we get a really good game today. DC defender all wearing all red on Panthers white and gold for the championship game. The Panthers are trying to do something because that's like what they wore for the Stallions game, that kind of idea. Appreciate the stream. I'm about to start my shift, so chat will be off. Thanks for all the work this season. Really was great. Stay safe, have fun. Thank you. This was a fun year. I mean, aside from the 1 week with the issue with the stream where we had the 30-minute stream because of the issues, I mean, this is the 23rd stream this season, I believe. 2 for every week, plus 2 with playoffs. Yeah, this is the 23rd live stream for the season. That's a lot. Last year we did 1 a week for most weeks of the season, but not every week. So we, I think, nearly tripled what we had last year. We might have actually tripled it because it might have only been 7 last year. It was 7 or 8. Either way, we got almost triple the amount. So pretty wild in that aspect. Again, just it was a wild season. But of course, the off season is going to be coming. We'll see what happens in terms of announcements at halftime. It at least sounds like we're not going to get any sort of expansion now. It seems that if we get an announcement for expansion, it's going to be during the offseason. That's what a lot of the chat was. Unless they were just, pulling a swerve, like a WWE swerve, and they're just trying to hide it. That's what the interviews and all that kind of gave that impression, is what it is. But yeah, go spring football, go Panthers. We'll see if Michigan can get it done. Ooh, I almost forgot to turn my fan on. It's going to get way too hot in here if I don't turn it on. Let's put it on number 2. Don't want it to be too loud, but I don't. No, I didn't. Massive W. So we got that one. I got Michigan in this one. Hope they win, too. I will say if they win, I don't know if I'm going to buy both a shirt and a hat just because I have a ton of shirts. I definitely will get a hat. Like I said, I'm always getting all the hats, but we'll see. I don't want to pay $45 for, a shirt because especially other ones, but it is what it is. I guess they announced they will be back next year. We'll see because I know there was initial reports there were going to be some sort of announcement during halftime. We'll see what it ends up being. But yeah, I mean, I was keeping up decently with a lot of the media stuff, so I heard a basic gist of it all. This one's for the UFL. I'm picking the Spring Kitties to take it all. Got 71% for Michigan, and then we got 29% for DC. Again, as I mentioned, I think that the loss of Colburn, because when I made my game picks video, that was before that ended up happening. That was a big blow for them. Losing Matt Colburn is a huge issue for them because you have somebody who is just a really good receiving threat that pairs really well with Toa Taua. So that definitely hurts, but I think they still have a shot because their DBs aren't as banged up as expected. Like, yes, you still lost Kenny H. Lovely, but I think it's going to be better than expected. Just got off work. Nothing is better than watching football and eating food. And we get some football right before Father's Day tomorrow. You know, literally, U.S. Open Day 3 ended, and right when it ends, you know, bam, UFL action. Then right after UFL action, if you're a UFC fan, you got the Terrell Buckley. I think it's Terrell Buckley, right? Versus Kamaru Usman fight night. So you've got, like, just this really nice triple header of stuff to watch, pretty much. It's actually pretty wild, so love to see that massive, massive W. Hopefully we get a good game. I mean, it can't be worse than last year, so it just can't be. Yeah, I mean, DC's defense, they admittedly played better last week than I expected. Now, granted, how much of that was them actually playing well, how much of that was DC's or St. Louis's offense being bad, debatable. Now, in terms of the awards, of course, I made that video, and I still stand by it. I can't believe they gave Bryce Perkins Offensive Player of the Year and MVP for a worse season than Magoo or Martinez, who both didn't get OPOY for their seasons. Definitely not happy with that one. Still can't believe he got both awards. Still can't believe Deion Kane didn't get any awards. That's what's crazy. I mean, the fact that Kane didn't get a single award is insane. He was one of, if not the best overall kick returner. You know, just purely kick return, not field goal return, not punt return, or kick return. He's arguably the best in the league. And he was the best receiver, so wild. U.S. Open has been great. Next challenge at the NFL draft. Man, the U.S. Open has been wild. I mean, you got, I think it's 4 players under par. I kind of forgot. I think, yeah, Hovland, Scott. Yeah, 4 players under par after Saturday is insane. I mean, if you shoot a -4 for the tournament, you're probably going to win it, which is crazy. Let's go Panthers, says NFL Pro Edits. Got a decent amount of Panthers fans in here. Again, we'll see if they can get the W. It'll be interesting for sure, but we'll see. I'm fine with Steins players getting nothing. So we hate on Birmingham. I mean, hey, I get it, but like Deion Kane, man, he was crazy. Just kind of shocked he didn't get any sort of award for what he did this season. Having 5 QBs throw him the football, being a great kick returner, just kind of shocked. Now, for those of you at the game, I know a decent amount of other UFL community members are there. I know XFL Jim is there. I know Diego from Springing Into Football, and I've interviewed a BM Stanley Nation is there. Larson's obviously there. I know Mike Bell's there. I think there's a couple other guys I'm just kind of spacing. I know Tisdale's there. There's like a decent amount of people there that are in the community. So if you are there and want to meet some guys from the community, I think Ref and the other guy from the podcast are there. You got a decent amount of people there, so that's a big one. This is it, the big one. We get to see a new champion. We get to see the 3rd champion in the UFL's history if you count the USFL and XFL. We're going to see a new champion. Is it going to be Michigan or is it going to be DC? Remember, if DC loses, they will become the first team to lose multiple championship games. And if Michigan loses, then it's, just a loss for them. But we'll see. Deion Kane at least deserves OPOY for sure. I think it is wild that he didn't do too much. I just can't believe it. Won't be around too much this time. Definitely playing for DC's downfall. Hey, we'll see how it goes. This game's going to be good. I hope this is a fun one. It's going to be fun. I will say just random life updates. I did get a tattoo literally a week and a half ago. So that's been an experience, having that thing heal. That was something else, but, it's been a wild past couple of weeks, honestly. Your commentary for ESPN tonight, Joe Tester for WWE and Rogers. Good old Joe Test, man. Bro does everything. I mean, like, guys like him and Tarico, you'll literally just turn on a random game from random league A or B, and then it's like, why am I hearing that voice? Like, I'm watching golf on Peacock, I'm hearing Mike Tirico, I'm like, why am I hearing the guy from football? But, it is what it is. It's always a fun thing. So we got the intro cutscene over here between the Defenders and the Panthers. Of course, Michigan does have the OPOY in Bryce Perkins as well. Zomb got a Michigan Panthers. No, I did not get a Michigan Panthers tattoo, but I did get a tattoo over the past week and a half. So you have Whitehead, who was the Special Teams Player of the Year award winner for the Panthers, as well as Bryce Perkins winning Offensive Player of the Year and MVP. As for the Defenders, for a case, as well as Shannon Harris got Assistant Coach of the Year and Head Coach of the Year. So they almost swept the awards. PETA got DPOY. But, aside from that, they pretty much swept the awards, those two teams, which is a pretty big deal. But, yeah. Gotta listen to Tarico on Madden 25, too. And as long as it's not the same combo we've had the last, 5 years. I forgot who it's like, Charles Davis and the other guy, I hated listening to that combo every single year for, a decade straight. Michigan versus DC. This will be a game. It's going to depend a lot on which DC team shows up. If we get the DC team that showed up last week where their ground game was actually being effective, this is going to be a really good one. Brandon Godden, okay. That's I did not. This is I did not. This is what I got the last week and a half. If you see the scabbing, it's just because of the fact that it's still healing. It takes a while to heal, but yeah. Got that I think it was Friday, not yesterday Friday, but last week Friday. That's why I was kind of fidgeting in my arm during the streams last week because of that, but yeah. Yes, my favorite of all time, Del Fox. So, who coincidentally, for those of you who don't know, is how the Fox part of the name is from. It's from Del Fox because it's, spelled Phox. Fun fact. So, in a way, I guess you could say part of the channel's on me forever. Next time, hold it in Audi, not St. Louis, even though I expected it to be bad. Yeah, I mean, it definitely hurts that this game was in St. Louis again just because of the fact that, I understand why they do it. If St. Louis is in the game, it's going to be a massive crowd. But as I mentioned before, and this is a big deal with even WWE going back to Vegas, people bring it up for WWE. A big reason why you go to WrestleMania every year isn't because of WrestleMania. It's because of what you do around WrestleMania, which is why going back to Vegas is such a bad idea. It's the same thing with St. Louis. The biggest reason I didn't go back to St. Louis is because I'm not going to spend the money to go on that kind of trip to go to St. Louis for the third time in my life. If it's DC, that's fine. DC is a place you can almost justify going every year, same with Canton. But if you're in Birmingham, I've never been to Birmingham before, I can justify doing a trip there. San Antonio, you can justify a trip there. Detroit, justify a trip there. You might get shot, but you could. But when it comes to St. Louis, not the same, so yeah. Favorite Pokemon is Swampert. Use the Swampert in my Pokemon Emerald team. Spam Rayquaza. I will admit that. I did cheese it, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I gotta be locked in on this game. Look at those end zones, fully painted and beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see it. I know that's a big thing people are talking about. For those of you who don't know, St. Louis, of course, their whole turf got fully done before this season. So when you compare this championship's field to last year's, it's going to look so much better, which is a massive W. I saw on Ticketmaster, the one side of the stadium was almost sold out. I believe there's more Michigan Panthers than DC fans. Well, no, a big thing with that rookie is that they actually changed it for this game, where once St. Louis got eliminated, that they were only selling tickets on one side of the stadium. Basically, if you know AEW famously tries to do the hard side of the camera, which is where the camera's mainly going towards. That's where they sold most of the tickets, so it's kind of not fully real, but yeah. Sceptile, Rayquaza, and Arbok, that's definitely a random choice. I love that, because I think the random Pokemon are always the ones that are really cool to have as a favorite. I don't have a really random one. Evolution, 3 starters, and 2 legendaries isn't exactly random, so I know mine's pretty basic. Kind of crazy, despite DC being 9-1 in the 20-year XFL, they didn't win the championship. Hey, they might win it being 6-4 or 7-4 if you count the playoff win, so we'll see if they can get the W here. It'll be interesting. Yeah, Michigan is favored by field goal, and the over-under, or the spread, or not the spread, but yeah, the over-under went all the way up to 53.5, which is insane, so crazy. Having a chip in St. Louis is such a risk, because if St. Louis makes it one of the most tennis rankings ever, if not many will attend. Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be great. I know its announced number is going to be about 22,000, I believe. It's going to be a lot less than last year's. A lot of less people bought initially. I already know that. I'm already expecting it, and I'm also expecting some really bad takes to come from it on Twitter, mainly from a certain person, which you all probably know who I'm talking about. But that'll be for a few hours. Doing a bit of interviewings right here. Gonna have DC. Of course, DC is technically the away team for this game. Michigan is the home team. They swapped it from last year. Last year, the XFL team was the home team. This time, it's the other way around. So, we'll see how this ends going. What about the attendance? Gang is not good enough. We got people there. Hey, again, I wish it was somewhere else. I just couldn't justify going there. But, hey, we get to do this live stream. We get to have a fun time here. So, at least we have this. But, yeah, I know it is really sad how the 2 years I went to the championship game, Michigan was in the playoffs, and they lost both times. And the 1 year I don't go in there in the playoffs is when they make it. So, if Michigan wins their championship, maybe it's because your boy wasn't at the championship game. Because I only went to 2. I went to the 2023 and 2024 championships, USFL. And both years, I had tickets before the playoffs, and both years Michigan got bounced in the first round. This year, when I'm not going, they got there. So, who knows? Maybe I'm like the anti-jinx. We know who basically did. The stadium looks a bit dark. Maybe they're trying to show. I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing that. It is a smart call to do that. I wouldn't be shocked. Hey, Adrian, there's no way it's worse than 25-0. There's no way it could be worse. Let's get our guesses in now before the expansion announcement halftime minus Seattle. Well, I was talking about that earlier. So if you've been following with the people talking, the higher-ups talking, it sounds like expansion won't be announced till the off-season if it's happening. Basically, they've all but confirmed, barring that it's a swerve and they're going to shock us at halftime, the plan is to announce during the off-season if they expand, but there's not going to be one now. That's what they kind of talk about, saying they don't want to speed run anything. Like, there's a bunch of clips of Russ Brandon, Danny Garcia, and Moose, the big three, talking about it, so yeah. Ford Field would have been sick for this game. I would have loved to go to Ford Field for it. I think the defenders are going to be very tough to beat tonight. I think that the big question, like I said, is the run game. Because if that run game is what it was against St. Louis, that's going to be huge if they're able to pull that off. That'd be great. I believe it's a swerve based on Danny Garcia. I mean, hey, it could be, and it will be a massive, massive W. Because, I mean, I have not heard anything regarding expansion, so if they're just hiding it from everybody, that would be a really cool thing to do. I do like them having the DC shields and the Panthers flag. They should keep that. Definitely love these intros. Seeing him get in right now. I don't think Schobitz will relocate due to the agreement with FedEx. Of course, the whole Fred Smith, right? Fred Smith, the father of Arthur Smith, the greatest offensive mind of all time. But yeah. Michigan, of course, coming out with their white unis, mainly because they wanted to, that's what they wore against Stallions and want to keep it, so yeah. I'm generally curious about the attendance if the game was hosted in San Antonio, man. San Antonio would have been good. I honestly believe San Antonio, even without the Brahmas, would have been really solid. As for the Memphis, I think it would be pretty bad. They should give these teams a week to prepare for the championship like Super Bowl. The main reason you can't is just because of the NFL. So I know some people hate the idea of, the NFL shouldn't be able to get these, blah, blah, blah. Technically speaking, it makes sense. So because of that, you can't really have an extra week, especially because in the future, like let's say the league expands to 16 teams. As I said before, I think 13 weeks is the max you can have for a season. Whether or not you start earlier and later, I think that 13 is the max amount of weeks you can have, and I just can't see them giving a week like that. No, they are not selling UFL titles at the moment. I wouldn't be shocked if, give it a few years, they might. I mean, WWE is just trying to milk all the money they can, but wouldn't be shocked. Panthers once one of the worst teams. Hey, coaching can be a big difference. You got rid of Jeff Fisher, you brought in Mike Nolan, and the team, I mean, even when their record gets worse, they do better in the playoffs, so technically speaking, every single year they've improved. They went from 2-8 to, 4-6 and in the playoffs, then they went to 7-3, I believe, and made the playoffs and lost. This year they went 6-4, but they won a playoff game, which is huge. Would have been good because the stadium's kind of small, no one shows regardless. Okay. If we can get the Breakers, put the chip in the cassette down, that would be cool. Doing the guitar Star Spangled Banner right now. So do we have a game today? I believe there is one game today so the NHL Stanley Cup game is tonight. That normally would be really bad. It's still not, ideal, but for those of you who don't know, that game is on TNT, so it's literally not even on, regular network, which is really solid. So, yeah, meant Caesar. I got 3 years straight of the Stallions rooting for the Panthers in this one. Hey, the Stallions got their 3 chips. It was insanely impressive what they pulled off, especially last year was a major, we are that team. So we'll see what they can do this year. Of course, without Birmingham in the championship game, we're getting a new champion, right? Arlington won in the XFL. Birmingham won every single year they were in it. We get a new champion. DC could become the first team in this league. If you obviously they count the USFL and XFL, they will become the first team to lose multiple championship games if they do in fact lose this one. So we'll see. Just like other Michigan professional teams. Yeah, Michigan's been on the rise. I mean, the Tigers are the best record in baseball. The Lions, we obviously know what they are. The Detroit Pistons made the playoffs for the first time in a while. I mean, the Red Wings are getting better, though, like normal, it's really slow build. We've been saying they're going to be better for 5 years now, it feels like. But it is what it is. Yeah, it is nice to have the guitar performances. Cause, I mean, dude, I know it's going to piss Hurricanes fans off when I say this, but, Adam Lee Decker, or whatever his name is, I dislike his Star Spangled Banner performances for the Carolina Hurricanes. And, when you hear it, it's such a tough song to sing that there's so many times where you just hear a bad version of it. So it is cool to have a guitar version of it where you don't have to deal with that and you can still tell exactly what song it is. I do like that. But of course, the game will be starting soon. Don't know exactly when because I know the game kickoff time is a bit different, but we should be kicking off once we get back into it. We'll see who can get the W. In theory, right? In theory, it should be DC getting the ball first because Michigan is the home team, meaning they should be deciding to obviously defer the ball. But we will see if that ends up happening. Of course, for those of you who weren't here initially, big injuries for the teams. Kenny H. Lovely and Matt Colburn are out for Michigan, and Ben Bresnahan is out for DC. Those are pretty much your 3 biggest injuries, I would argue. I know someone would say the other one, but those are 3 big injuries right now, so we'll see. The first is, remember how all the Philadelphia teams made it to the playoffs and championship? Remember, first it was the Stars. Yeah, the Stars made it, lost. The Sixers got to like the second round and then lost. The Phillies made it and lost. And then the, who else made it? The MLS team made it and lost. It was pretty funny. I'm in chorus, so I understand the desire to show off your vocals, but some singers stretch the song out way too long. Yeah, they stretch it out way too long, or like they completely botched like the high notes, and it's just really bad. I mean, like, we all know that Fergie's is the greatest national anthem performance of all time. If you know, you know. So, you know, it's tough to beat that one, but it's a tough song. So, yeah, Stars need to come back. The OG great team made it to all 3 original championship games, won 2 of them. Pretty damn impressive what they did. Yeah, if this was in Michigan, it legitimately would have hit over 20K. I mean, we saw what the playoff, or not the playoff game, we saw what the last regular season game did, and a lot of those tickets sold the last week heading into that game would be huge. The classic over under 2.5 minutes on the national anthem. Dude, there's nothing better than betting on the Super Bowl, bro. Betting on like the coin toss, betting on everything. Like, the Super Bowl is so bad. You can bet on anything. I mean, it is wild how many isn't one of the bets every year like, is there a proposal? Like, oh my goodness. I will say, I can't believe I got stuck watching Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce on my hockey game the other night. The fact that I'm watching the Stanley Cup Final and I'm seeing Taylor and Travis, I thought I wouldn't have to see that till the fall. But you know what? It is what it is. We're here for some football. We're here for some UFL Championship game. The Gatorade color. The last game of the 2025 season. It's been a really weird season. The beginning, like, 3.5 weeks of the season were rough. They were awful football. And then just, like, the flip of the switch after that terrible Friday Night Football game, we had so many banger games that we had a ton of weeks that just had 3 or 4 absolutely peak football games. And in the playoffs, different. We had an incredible game between Michigan and Birmingham, and we had a pretty poor game between St. Louis and D.C. So we'll see how this one is. It'll be interesting. I think my Stallions issue this year was losing the coaches, while teams like the Panthers got better. I mean, a lot of people I talked to said the Panthers actually got worse or stayed the same from last year to this year, and a lot of it was just it was just them not changing. Like, I think that a lot of people see changes like getting Anthony Brown a quarterback as being a good thing, but sometimes it's just guys don't mesh well, right? Andy Isabella, Denzel Mims didn't really mesh well with the Battlehawks, and they ended up being non-factors and got cut at different points in the season, right? I mean, Mims didn't even make the team, I believe. So sometimes it's just a matter of having a good team, which is what Michigan had. They kept what they had. They added a couple guys. Toa Taua came in, made some big plays, became a legit starter for them. So, yeah. I agree. Canton would be such a good place to have it. We even bet on whether Eli Manning made it. Colburn is injured while he was injured a good portion of the season, and he was an impact player for the injury. He should be league MVP. True. I mean, hey, if Perkins gets it for what he did, he should. They need to have the chip. Yeah, I said that one, and I do agree. Kind of wish this game would have been on Sunday because we had a 5 straight days championship game between the Stanley Cup Finals. I do get why not, because of course it's Father's Day, and you don't really want to have these games on like a massive holiday. I know that was a big issue with last year's game. I don't think it was on Father's Day. It might have been, but yeah. Tom Brady, yes. Consistently, yeah. Love it when people hate on the Chiefs or Taylor Swift. She hasn't even done anything but show up to the games. Guessing Panthers went with the white jersey champagne beans. I'm pretty sure they said the main reason they did it is because that's how they beat the Stallions with that uniform. But I have seen some people say that it might be because of that, so we'll see. Aaron Dolan, ain't nobody wanted. Oh, okay, chat. I'm pulling it up. Uh-oh. I lost the image. Oh, no. Where's my Aaron Dolan meme thing? There it is. There we go. Alright, she's off my TV. There we go. Great image. So 8:16, game still isn't fully kicked off, but of course going to get this game started soon. Interviewing Shannon Harris, your 2025 UFL Head Coach of the Year. Easily the most deserved award. Like I said, I think that aside from Chris Odom's DPOY in 2022, this was the single most deserving award in this UFL's history. He took over this team like a week before the season started. They should have been the worst team in the conference. They ended up making the playoffs and, of course, the championship game. Absolutely incredible. Massive W for him. Probably same attendance as last year, maybe slightly less. Actual attendance, I bet, is less. And announced attendance, I bet, is less as well. I'm predicting 22,000 is the announced attendance, 5K difference. That's my guess, but we'll see. Obviously, we got to wait for a few hours for that one. Now we're going to interview Mike Nolan, last year's head coach of the year. So you do have this being a pretty cool game in the sense that you have the two coaches of the years for the UFL going against each other. 2024 is Mike Nolan and 2025 is Shannon Harris. Even with the quarterback issues Mike Nolan had with, constantly benching Perkins for Danny Etling, he still ended up ending as a top 3 coach in the league. A lot of that is because other guys were definitely questionable, right? Interim's not being great, minus Shannon Harris. Other head coaches not being all that. It is what it is. What a Stanley Cup we've had this year. First year I've really paid attention to it, and I've been spoiled. I mean, hey, the double overtime game, Draisaitl having 2 OT goals. I mean, it's been a crazy one. The 3-goal comeback. The fact that the Florida Panthers blew a 3-0 lead, then scored with less than a minute left to send it to OT just to lose in overtime, peak. This is the first time XFL and UFL where I can't defend the ESPN ABC broadcast bets lady. Gives you numbers and why can give you the numbers and why that is. Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody's saying, dude, Stormy was so much better. We didn't realize what we had. We took Stormy for granted. Now we have Aaron Dolan. Like, the whole point of being a bet analyst is supposed to give some sort of insight. Instead, it's like, oh, the spread is X amount of points. The season's had this amount of games that cover and don't. And it's like, I have watched maybe a quarter of the NBA Finals. I just do not care. Like, those two teams, I just do not care. And I really don't know why I don't, but I just don't. Go away, Moneyline, Miss Storm BP. Mike Nolan shouting on the sideline. So they are going to be... So Michigan is kicking off, right? Nope, DC's kicking off. So Michigan's going to get the ball first. We will see what Michigan can do here on their opening drive. Of course, last year's championship game was 25-0. I will have the poll up. You can vote on who you think is going to win this game. I'll keep the poll up for about 5 minutes or until this first drive is over. The returns to the 25, the 30, cuts to the right, gets tackled at about the 33-yard line. Of course, Michigan has the Special Teams Player of the Year award winner, though a lot of people did not believe he deserved the award. There was a couple other players that played similar position that were arguably better than him, as well as the fact that, of course, Hot Rod, Rodrigo Blankenship was really, really good this year. But it is what it is. I like Perkins. Let's go. Nice gold score bug. 2025 UFL season MVP. Again, very debatable, considering that he also won OPOY despite not having as good a season as Adrian Martinez in 2024, Alex McGough in 2023. But it is what it is. So let's see what Perkins can do here. The former Super Bowl champion with the Michigan Panthers. And let's see the score bug. I didn't see the score bug. Ooh, nice score bug. I do see what you mean. Nice gold score bug. Love to see it. They are in shotgun. Perkins has one man to his right in the backfield with him. 3 receivers to his right, motioning one of them to the left, and he's cutting back to the right. Ball snap, fake the handoff to throw to Malik Turner. He makes a cut and keeps going. He makes a spin move, and he goes down. He's going to get in about 4 yards on the reception right there. Again, big injury for Michigan's offense. Matt Colburn is not in this game, meaning that instead of seeing him and Toa, we're going to be seeing Toa and Nate McCreary as your 1-2 punch. Right, last week we saw a lot of Matt Colburn, did really solid, but he is not here this time. So let's see what they can do here. In shotgun, Toa is to the right of Perkins. Turner is to the right, as well as another receiver. Got about 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff. Quick throw over the middle is a first down to Malik Turner. Once again, he's still on his feet. He ends up getting about 5 extra yards, almost a 10-yard reception from Malik Turner. Malik Turner's been a very, very underappreciated player this year. We all know a lot about CLC Mariner, how he was the #1 PFF receiver last year, was the league leader in receiving yards this year. But in a lot of big games, Turner has been that guy that gets multiple receptions. He had a big game last week, really solid. I stand by that he should potentially go back to the Rams. I think that'd be a good fit. I know a lot of people say the Pittsburgh Steelers for the memes because of Aaron Rodgers. Honestly, though, a team with a dual-threat quarterback like the Ravens wouldn't be a bad fit, like the Commanders wouldn't be a bad fit. But again, he was with Sean McVay before, or Sean McVay. Wouldn't be against that. Perkins is in shotgun, 3 receivers to his left, 2 to his right, and 5 wide. Ball is snapped. Looks over the right side of the field. Looks over the middle. Throws. It is caught to Malik Turner for a 3rd straight time. He makes a spin move. And he's going to get the first down possibly. He's either going to be half a yard short or it's going to be a first down. Malik Turner's just having a great game so far. 3 pass plays, 3 receptions for him. Having Underdog on the field, despite the fact that Underdog didn't even let you bet on UFL games a lot during this season. Really weird, but is what it is. Again, incredible plays by Malik Turner so far. They're going to call him short. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to Toa, who gets the first down. And then another 5.5 yards. Incredible run right there. Massive. So another first down. The cute blonde bet analyst. Oh, bro. We simp. Okay. Black scoreboard is so much more like ESPN. 1st and 10 for the Michigan Panthers here. Love showing all the gold everywhere, making this seem like a bigger deal than it even is, which is already a massive deal. When you have the gold around, it makes it look like an even bigger deal. It's what you want to see. Love it. Perkins is in shotgun once again. Toa is to his left. And you're basically a play ahead of me. I would honestly go back about 5 seconds. The ball is snapped. They hand it off to the right. And it's going to be a 3-yard gain. I would also just go back by like 5 or 10 seconds to where like I'm talking when you have the play going on at the same token. That way you're still able to hear it, but be like the same thing. I know I've seen some people do it. You know, just hit like, I think it's, the left in the D-pad. I say D-pad like I'm on a controller. The left key, and you'll be able to be like 5-10 seconds behind, and then it probably will work fine. Rate the black scoreboard. Honestly, this scoreboard right here is pretty solid. I don't know if it's perfect, but it looks like a solid 8 out of 10. Really solid one. Yeah, the Skip Holtz Bowl honestly wouldn't be against that. First champion coach, won it 3 times total with USFL. They hand off to Nate McCreary, who breaks away for the first down, gets to the 20, the 15, the 10. It's going to be a touchdown. The Panthers are first to draw blood right there. TD, Michigan, Nate McCreary with the first touchdown. It is 6-0. Michigan over DC with 11 minutes and 44 seconds left. We will close the poll now right after that touchdown. You don't want to keep that one up. Massive, massive, massive. Because I'm watching on my TV without cable. I'm watching on TV on my antenna right now. So I'm getting that fast one too, but obviously not as fast. Massive. Absolutely great play for Michigan getting that early lead. Again, in this kind of game, like I said, I feel like if it's a shootout, DC is definitely the better team in a shootout. I know Michigan can score, but when it comes to just being in a shootout, if you have an offense that's based on just throwing deep, like DC is, it's going to be huge for you. But we'll see. They're going to go for one here. Again, Michigan's gone for one almost every single time this season because they're really solid at it. Can they get it here? Ball is snapped. They hand it off to Toa, who runs up the middle. Ooh, this is going to be a tough one. This is probably going to be whatever they call it. I would assume this is going to be short, though. Yep, they're going to call it short on the field. It's going to be 6-0. This game is also on ESPN+. I don't believe it's on ESPN. I think that Fight Night's on it. So it's on ABC and ESPN+. But it doesn't have ABC. You have to watch on ESPN+. And you're faster on ESPN+. Wow, that's shocking. Defenders, defense objective, survive. TD Panthers. I'm a little ahead TD. This game, yeah, Panthers, let's go. Massive touchdown from Nate McCreary right there. Again, it was a great run. I mean, he broke a tackle, kept going, got the touchdown. Huge. Love to see it. Again, that was a very solid drive for Michigan. They almost, at no point, not even almost, at no point did it look like they were having a bad drive. Their worst play was a 1-point conversion. Every single play was a bang, bang, boom, solid reception by Malik Turner or really solid rushes. That's definitely not good for DC. That is not good. I'm behind you in ESPN+. It's weird that ESPN+ is the way it is. But yeah, if you just cut back by like 5-10 seconds, it'll probably help out a decent amount, at least on like my end to your end kind of thing. But it's really weird that some people are ahead on ESPN Plus and some aren't. I kind of figured it was just if you're on ESPN Plus, it's the same, but yeah. DC's run defense, what's going to lose in this game, said James Larson. Really glad they... Bro, State of the Stallions is throwing shade at the game being in St. Louis. That's hilarious. So yeah, let's look at the stats overall, even though I already know the stats. I mean, Perkins is 3 of 3 for 23 yards. All of it to Malik Turner. Toa may only have 9 yards, but both rushes were for what they needed. Nate McCreary was a 35-yard run. Just an absolutely great start for them right there. You think DC would have lost the battle if started Brandon Silvers the entire game to stay healthy? Excuse me. I think there's a good shot they would. Who got the ball first? Michigan got the ball first, and they scored immediately. Not immediately, but they made every single play count aside from the 1-point conversion. So DC will get the ball at half. But I do think that St. Louis would have had a very, very solid chance at winning if Silvers played the whole game. The one thing that concerns me is that DC's ground game was really good against St. Louis' defense, and that was before the defense got tired. But we saw from the couple of drives Silvers was in, he was controlling that offense much better than Max Duggan was. I wouldn't say it was a guaranteed they were going to win, but it would have been a much closer game. Outdoor games where you can see the sunset and night sky. And, of course, it's just Canton is a very solid place because you're, literally at the Hall of Fame. You're an hour, not even an hour away from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's just a great place to go. Really love that trip there. Definitely much better than the good trip to St. Louis. Still want a great game by both. Close competitive for sure. Definitely want to see a really solid game here. Ratings prediction. That's a good question. Let me pull up what last year's was while we were in commercial break to make sure I'm not going to say something utterly stupid, like some stupid number that wasn't even close to last year. So 2024's game had media viewership. Championship game at a 1.6 rating. I don't remember what it was going head-to-head with, but because this game's on TNT, I think there's a solid chance it hits 1.6 again. I wouldn't be shocked if it stays about the same. We saw the champion or the other one. Well, without St. Louis in it, it's going to hurt, but Michigan's going to help it. No, I think it's probably hit 1.6, maybe even 1.7, which would be huge. As long as it's above 1.5, it'd be a really solid rating, and I'll say that on Tuesday when I do my week review, or I guess championship review, but that'll be another day. DC is one of the worst defenses against the run. Pretty bad, yeah. It certainly would have been closer. Yeah, Canton would be great or good for at least 12-15K. The biggest thing I'm talking about with Canton and neutral site stadiums is that if you buy tickets for the game, you're pretty much saying you're going to go no matter who makes it. You're not planning on buying tickets and then booking like a plane ticket. If you're going to the championship game, you're going to go, whereas a big issue with it being in St. Louis, and this would be the same thing if it's anywhere else, so this is not like a St. Louis issue, I'm not saying, but wherever you have the championship game, if there's a team there, you're going to have people of that team buying tickets for their team if they're in the playoffs. Then if they miss it, they're not going to, still go because they're like 15 to an hour away, which is a non-issue. So it's just they're not going to go, which hurts them. I think the Beer Snake would have filled the stadium in DC. Definitely could have. I think Manny Wilkins led the Battlehawks. Honestly, not much different. I think that Manny, a lot of people are viewing him higher than he was. His first 2 games are really solid, but then in his first game we played against a real team, he looked like last year's Manny Wilkins. I think with Manny Wilkins, there's an issue. That's why I said that I think the team should only bring back Brandon Silvers if they're going to bring back a quarterback. Yeah, they definitely should have kept McCarron. Hindsight's 2020 didn't work out. DC returns to the 10, gets caught immediately. Great coverage by the Panthers. Again, this is a big question mark. Michigan the last few weeks has been getting a lot of credit for special teams, whereas initially in the first half of the season they were terrible. That right there is a massive play for him. DC's going to start at a pretty poor field position, so it's a huge play for Michigan right there. Then you know damn well they're buying just to go. Yeah, I mean, if you put it in Canton, I mean, if you're going anyway. And even worst case scenario, you say you're going to the Hall of Fame and you're seeing a football game as an extra bonus. You know what I mean? That's a big thing with Canton, because the Hall of Fame itself is not that expensive to go to. When it was a really fun time. So definitely massive W. 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line because of the great coverage by Michigan. DC is in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back to the left of Teamu. It's a handoff on 1st down. It's going to be about a 2-yard gain. This is the biggest question mark of the day, is can DC's ground game match what they did last week? Last week they were able to destroy St. Louis on the ground. Normally they haven't been able to do that. If Michigan can stop them on the run, it's going to be making a much easier game for Michigan, especially because they are injured on the back end. So if they're able to make it harder on Teamu to throw, it's going to be huge for them. Yeah, Memphis, it wouldn't have done well. Memphis would have been, yeah, I mean, it's like Gary said, it wouldn't have been good. Kick return for DC, took his time trying to corral the ball, definitely not great for them. Potter kicks the ball at an interesting angle. They do a little quick pass to Roland, who gets about 7 yards on the play, goes out of bounds. So it's going to be about 3rd and 3 for DC. Let's see if Michigan can stop and get the 3 and out. It'll be interesting, but we'll see. Well, 10 times out of 10 would go to the UFL Championship game, Canton, the NFL Hall of Fame preseason game. True. I mean, if you're going to go to one of them, I mean, I'd rather go to the championship game. I fully agree. I would have loved it if it was there. It's such a solid drive. Even though it's still long for me, it's a really fun one. In shotgun, 3rd and 4. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, and 5 wide. This is what Teamu loves to do a lot. Looks to the right, quick throw. It's going to be caught for a wide open man who gets the 1st down, about 2 extra yards. Excuse me. When it comes to the Battlehawks coach, Anthony Beck, coming back, it ultimately comes down to what you think about Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys. Do you think that it was the right decision for the Cowboys to get rid of Mike McCarthy? If you think it was the right decision, then you believe Anthony Beck should be gone. If you believe it was the wrong decision for the Cowboys to let go of Mike McCarthy, then it is the wrong decision to let Beck go. And it is the same. I'll get to that in a second. Ball snapped. They hand it off to the right. He's going to be tackled. Again, a sub 2-yard rush. Another poor rush for DC. Huge play for Michigan. The reason I say that, Beck has one advantage over McCarthy. He's better with his players and is overall a more charismatic kind of guy and is good for the league in that sense. The other side, though, is that Mike McCarthy was a Super Bowl champion head coach. Those cancel out. So at the end of the day, you got 2 coaches who both took rosters that arguably are properly rated, arguably overrated, who got them to the playoffs with a huge record and then lost every year. So it's a tough one. 3 receivers to the left. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. It's another screen to Chris Rowland. He's going to get the 1st down. He keeps going to the 40. Makes a cut. Gets to the 45. He gets to the 50 before being tackled at about the 49. Massive play for Chris Rowland right there. Great play by him. Incredible player right there. I know some people didn't think he had an incredible year. He's always been a very solid player, especially because he's somebody who can be great at both the return game and the receiving game, as well as being like kind of that weird running one, and that was really solid. Going to Brian Schottenheimer was hilarious. I do agree with that. You do not get rid of somebody like McCarthy or Beck if you're getting somebody like Marty Schottenheimer. Or not Marty, was what was his name? Brian Schottenheimer. That was bad. Get rid of Beck. I don't think they make the playoffs. I think that if you had Nolan as a coach, I think they still would. Because I think they would have honestly gone to Silvers earlier. But they hand the ball off to the left. Cuts to the middle. Gets to the 45, and he gets tackled at about the 44-yard line. Really solid play right there. That's what they need to see. If DC can get more runs like that from Deion Jackson, it's going to be huge. A 6-yard run, it might not be too much more than 2 yards, but 4 yards is still 4 yards. Friends arrived for a watch party. I have to leave you here. Bye. See you, G-Man. Hope you enjoyed this one. Maybe you'll be back at the end of the stream, but again, I hope you enjoyed this one so far. Again, been in a lot of streams this year, so love to see it. Have a good night, G-Man, if this is the end for you in the stream tonight. 2nd and 4. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to the left, or it's a fake. Te'amu runs, and he's going to be tackled for about a 1-yard gain. Not great right there. Cool play design that just didn't work out for them. Te'amu got caught and wasn't a big play. I bet on DC to win it all in April. Been waiting for this. That's huge. I bet in April their odds were something pretty low. Like, well, no, DC was always kind of high. I still bet it was like, what, plus 450 probably? I would assume that would be it. If the Battlehawks had Perez, they'd win. I think there's a solid chance they could have. I mean, as long as you don't get the Perez that threw, a fake spike. But, yeah. 3rd and 4 for DC. They're on kind of in no man's land. They might go for it in 4th down. I wouldn't be against running the ball here if I'm DC. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. It's a fake pitch and a run. I like that play call. And he slides and gets hit. No flag. Honestly, that was a great play call right there. That's what I mean. In that area of no man's land, you definitely needed to just get a couple of yards and go for it in 4th down. Very solid play design. Do a quick little fake or do a quick little option fake kind of toss. I love that play. That was so far probably the single best designed play of the night for either team. Really good play. It's not the plays that get you 40 yards that are the best design sometimes. Something as simple as that is a great play call. Massive for DC to get the 1st down. Deion Jackson is to the left of Te'amu. Ball is snapped. Looks to the right side of the field. Looks to the left. Quick little dump off on the screen pass once again. Gets to 35 to 30. Gets the 1st down. Gets to the 25. Going to be down about the 24-yard line right there. Going to need a shootout. It would be sick to see a shootout, especially considering the last championship game was 25-0. It would be huge if we get a good one. Good luck, Rooster. Hey, if DC gets the W, I mean, that's definitely a huge for a bet right there that made in April. It's either the Dragons, Ohio Breakers, Louisville expansion. I know some people are saying that New Orleans wouldn't be till 2027 if it happens, but, who knows. Still, looking like a much better draft for DC than it was starting off. Again, you can't get those 2-yard 1st down plays. You need to gain more than that, and so far, the last couple of plays, they've been doing that. Let's see what they do here in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right. Ball is snapped. Te'amu looks to the right. He's going to throw a deep corner pass. That's a bad throw, incomplete. It looks like there might have been some miscommunication that could have been intercepted if a Panthers defender got there. Definitely a weak throw right there. Yeah, Seattle coming back because the World Cup is definitely the biggest issue. It's just with how the FIFA is with their, playing surfaces, it's just going to be too hard for them to go back there. I know they could go to another stadium, but as you saw the issue with San Antonio, they'd rather not do that, so probably won't see it. 2nd and 10 for the for the DC defenders. 6 minutes left in the 1st quarter. Currently 6-0 Michigan over DC. Only the 2nd drive of the game, getting a couple of really solid offensive drives by both teams so far, which you do love to see. In shotgun, 2 receivers to the right. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. Te'amu throws to the right. It is almost intercepted. That was another poor throw by Te'amu. DJ Miller almost got the interception. If he got that, that would have been a pick 6. Definitely not a solid one right there. If I win the Powerball, I'll buy a franchise in the UFL. That would be a massive W right there. Maybe even a rough next move to the XFL Conference. We'll see. But yeah, that was definitely a poor throw by Te'amu right there. Again, DJ Miller got one hand on it, was able to block that one. If he was about a step earlier, he could have housed that as a pick 6. So if you're DC, you got to be happy that you didn't get an interception there, or didn't throw one there, so you'll gladly take that. If you get a field goal, you're fine with that now. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, or 1 to the left. Ball is snapped, looks to the middle of the field, throws to the right. It's an end zone shot. It is caught for the touchdown. DC has tied the game 6-6. Massive, massive play right there. Just caught him lacking in the middle of the field. Again, the DB's injuries is a huge issue. Jaden Mickens gets the touchdown. Like mentioned earlier, Kenny H. Lovely is out for the game. Adonis Alexander has been banged up. So you have a couple of injury concerns on the defensive side in the back end for Michigan. That is a big way DC can win it. I do think Joe Testore is really solid. He's pretty much the one thing that makes the ESPN broadcast worth watching, because he's at least somebody who brings a lot of energy to it, and a lot of that is from his time in WWE. He brings energy to a broadcast, which in a lot of ways is a really good thing, especially when you're in those more boring-ish games or games with less people in attendance. He can get extra energy, so definitely solid. That's the one thing that makes it not a huge issue. This game is on ESPN, well, ABC, but ESPN, and not Fox. Already a better championship than last year? Facts. As a fun fact, this means that both teams in 10 minutes have scored more points than the Brahmas did, because the Brahmas scored 0 points, which is huge. Great first quarter so far. This is the makings of an A or an S tier game. It's only one quarter, but we'll see. Doing a bit of trickery here is DC. They're doing a pretty weird trick play here for 2-point conversion. They got 3 guys lined up at the line of scrimmage on the left. And Roland's moving back. This is definitely a weird play call. Teamu's going to roll to his right. He's going to try and throw it here. Throws it, and it is going to be incomplete. Looked kind of like that Pat McAfee, fake punt that happened a long time ago. Not a great play design right there. Try to do something too cute. Incomplete, so it is 6-6 with 5 minutes and 12 seconds left in the first quarter. Again, looking like a great first quarter so far. Last year's championship game was a rough. Birmingham won 25-0. So far in one quarter, both teams have already scored a touchdown on their opening drives. And aside from the first couple of first down rushes that DC had, it's been almost just purely good plays. Really solid game so far, which you love to see. Let's see, just trying to look and see what's going on the world of Twitter. ESPN posting that Panthers strike first the championship game. Love seeing ESPN post this. Let's see, go back over here. Love to see that. Last year's championship, I believe I had that as an F tier game. Let me confirm, because I can pull up the tier list that I had. Playoff game tier list. Make sure this is muted. It is muted. It'll be about 5 seconds. I can pull up exactly what my tier list was last year. I believe I had it as a nice, juicy F tier game. In fact, I did. I had it as the second ever F tier game on the playoffs and was easily the worst. That was such a poor game. Definitely deserved that. So that was what last year's was. This year so far, as though, is looking like a really solid one, which you do love to see. But we'll see if it keeps on going like this. But yeah, last year's game was rough. I was there, and it was definitely rough. Already the most entertaining UFL Championship game, true. Oh, a 3? I'd give it like a 2. Honestly, yeah, it's tough. Look, you got to understand, I was at the 50-yard line watching Garbers fail to go for the first down marker twice. That hurt my soul to watch somebody play like that. At best, I'd give it a 2, but probably a 1.5 or a 1. It was a rough. It was one of the worst games in UFL, USFL, XFL history. Agreed. It definitely felt like they were trying to market this one more. It definitely did feel like that on ESPN's side. I do agree with that one. Sup, Marvin? I agree. I'd like the training camp to be a bit longer, have some sort of preseason game. Even if it's just one, I'd like it. Especially because if you're going to have the hub in Arlington, at least have more things to do about it. Again, we saw this year, like mentioned earlier. No, that is not including the 2001. That's only including what I view the UFL is, which is the 2023 XFL alone, and then the USFL, 2022 and 2023 alone. I get it, the other things are legacy, but I do not count 2020 XFL, 2001 XFL, or the 80s USFL in terms of this league's history. But yeah, I think that they need to have at least one preseason game. As mentioned earlier, the first 3 weeks of the season were rough to watch. A lot of bad football. Having a preseason game would help that out a lot. Yeah, Indiana, OKC. I mean, hey, it's not that they're small market teams. I just don't care about them, honestly. That's why I just haven't watched any game. I was hoping the Knicks would make it, and even if it was Minnesota, that would be at least fun to see Minnesota in there. OKC is one of those teams I feel like is kind of overrated. And it's weird because, I knew the team was going to be good. I knew it was going to be great. And the reason I knew they were going to be great was because Sam Presti is the best GM in the NBA, and I don't even think it's close. No offense to other GMs, but he is easily the best GM in the league. Every time he makes a trade, I know it's going to work. When he picked Chet Holmgren, I knew it was a good pick. I thought it was a better pick than the Spurs picking Victor because there's a chance the Spurs could mess it up. If Sam Presti's picking you and you're a question mark, you're going to work. Returners to 25. Gets tackled at 25. I know one of the games is the lowest rated game since the Miami Heat finals. I don't know if it was the Heat-Lakers finals or even earlier than that with the Heat-Spurs. Something like that, though. Winner of tonight's game gets to host the first Friday Night Football game the next season. I wouldn't be against that. Honestly, I would like it if every year, instead of just that, it would be they host it against the other team they played. So, for instance, next year would be Michigan, whoever wins this game hosting against the other team. I wouldn't be against it. That'd be a really fun one. The LA Extreme. Showing Jordan Teamu over there. Again, let's see what can happen here on this play. Michigan gets their second drive of the game. 1st and 10 in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They hand it off to the left, makes a spin move, ends up getting about a yard and a half. Not a great play. Yes, he would have potentially lost a yard and ended up getting about a yard and a half. But again, just like DC, first down rushes that get you less than 3 yards are really rough. Even 3 yards isn't great, but it's doable. You can do a lot with it. Less than 3 hurts. No, I would not want to have a Thursday game. I'd like it to just be Friday Night Football. I think it's a really solid one, honestly. Because when you have Thursday, it just creates a lot of issues with scheduling, especially if you have it just one random one. That would be I say. In shotgun, 3 receivers are bunched up to the right. One is by himself to the left, and the running back is to the left of Perkins. It is Nate McCreary in at running back. Throws it over the middle, and it is going to be incomplete. That could have been a really solid play. COC Mariner almost got it. If he had caught that, he could have been on for the races, but wasn't able to. Tommy Maddox. The most games that a team can play is 12 in the UFL. Don't see much harm in adding preseason week. Yeah, I think that you add 1 preseason week at least, and then, you add maybe a couple weeks to the season. I think it can work. I think it'll be a solid one. I definitely do hope we get a preseason at some point, because whatever they're doing now is not enough to get a lot of the rust off. We'll see. 3rd and 9. This is the first really massive defensive play for the defenders. Can they get a stop here? 3rd and 9. In shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, motioning the running back to the left as well. Perkins looks to his left. He's going to throw it over the middle. It's going to be caught for the first down, and he gets another 7-ish yards. COC Mariner makes up for the last play getting the first down there. Bad break for DC, letting him get that first down. That hurts right there. So again, another good solid drive at the very beginning, at least for Michigan, getting that play. Almost the exact same type of play. Over the middle, throw basically at the first down marker to COC Mariner, but this time he burned his man a bit more, caught it, and kept going. Really solid play for the Panthers, getting that first down. Less than 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Let's see what happens here. Perkins is in shotgun. Nate McCreary is right behind him. He's moving to his left. Malik Turner is to the right. Look for him to get another reception here. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. McCreary cuts to the left. Ooh, great ankle tackle by the defender right there. Hines, I believe that was, just made a really nice ankle tackle. Was able to stop McCreary from breaking it for a first down. Instead, it was only about a 5-yard gain. A really solid play right there. Could have been a massive one, but instead, a great play by the defender was able to stop him just shy. Those ankle tackles, if you can bring somebody down with them, it's going to be huge for you. And we just saw that right there. Instead of it being like a 7 to a first down kind of gain, it was only a 4-yard gain. In shotgun, McCreary is to the right of Perkins. Looks like we got 2 or 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. Perkins throws to the right. It is caught. Gets up to the 45-yard line. Going to be tackled at about the 44-yard line. Or about the 46-yard line. My apologies. Still a very solid play right there. Close to a first down. Might give it the first down again. ESPN is using their terrible camera angles that nobody really likes. Did get the first down. Huge for them. Yeah, it would be cool to see a week 0 like that. Have it on local networks for each of the markets. That honestly would be pretty cool to do. Or at least in the Arlington market would be cool. 1st and 10 for the Michigan Panthers. Having 2 receivers on the left, 2 on the right. Running back to the right as well. Ball is snapped. Under 2 minutes left. It's a handoff once again. Makes a nice truck. Gets to the 40 and gets to the 38-yard line. Huge truck by Toa Tower right there. Massive play. Love to see that for the Michigan Panthers right there. Going to be about 2nd and 4 here. I will say, just as a random FY, if you have seen those commercials for Domino's stuffed crust pizza, it is actually really good. I've had it a couple times in the last month and a half. It is really solid. It's easily the best pizza I've had from a Papa John's pizza kind of place. Really solid. Though I wouldn't pay $16 for it. Get the deal with it. 2nd and 3. Ball is snapped. Perkins fakes the handoff, throws a deep pass to the right. It's a wide open COC Mariner. Absolutely nobody is even within 15 yards of him. Touchdown. DC was caught sleeping. They just let Mariner get wide open. They thought it was a run for sure. They all bit. Mariner was by himself. 38-yard receiving touchdown. It is 12-6. Michigan over DC. Absolutely insane. Which game would have helped more? Well, for this game, it would have been better for the Battlehawks to make it. Obviously, that would have been a lot better for attendance for this game, for sure. With the preseason, we could have gotten Andy Isabella or Denzel Mims. True. Tutty, whoopsie-doody, TD Michigan. Absolutely crazy right there. I mean, look at that. The DC defenders all thought it was either going to be the screen or it was going to be a run, and instead Mariner is just fully by himself. Great play right there. I hate to say it, but that's more so just bad play by DC right there. The fact that they had nobody covering Mariner at the back end is insane. Great for Michigan. It is 12-6, a minute and 13 seconds left in the first quarter. They are in shotgun, 1 man to his right, in the backfield with him. Looks like they have 1 receiver to the right, 3 to the left. Ball is snapped. It's a fake handoff. He throws, and it's going to be caught for the 1-point conversion by Siosi Mariner, who once again is wide open in the end zone. It is now 14-6 Michigan over DC. Oh, his eyes got huge. He saw Mariner. He's like, ain't no way this guy's that open. Even if Ohio team is on Columbus, they should put Canton as the permanent UFL location. I would love it. I would fully agree. DC defense try not to fold. Difficulty impossible. I think the two best teams in the league are on the field tonight. I don't know if I could fully agree with that, but I wouldn't fully I'm not gonna argue that. I just don't know if I'd agree. I might. Yeah, with how they stomped St. Louis, yeah, I probably would. We'll see. Again, Birmingham was able to keep it close for a lot of the game. We'll see if DC can do the same as well. Again, so far that is 3 consecutive drives, 3 consecutive touchdowns for both teams. DC needs to keep this up. Again, absolutely great first quarter. This is literally the makings of an S-tier game. Remember, we only have had 2 S-tier playoff games. The North Division Championship in the USFL in 2023 between the Panthers and the Maulers, and the 2022 USFL Championship game between the Stallions and the Stars have been the 2 best playoff games and arguably the 2 best games in spring football history in the ultra-modern era. This game has only been almost a full quarter, but it's been really great so far. Again, your award winners almost fully swept by Michigan and DC. The coaching staff went to DC. Perkins won 2 awards, and then obviously Whitehead won 1 award. Again, a couple of debatable ones, but is what it is. And there's your Assistant Coach of the Year winner right there. Was just on screen. Good old Fred. So let's see what DC can do on this drive. Michigan's going to kick it off. Goes to the left, gets returned. Ooh, it bounces. And it bounces into the end zone. So it's going to be about like a touchback. So not huge, but is what it is. Acho is interviewing Perkins, who is currently 6 of 7 for 84 yards. Really solid right there. And his one incompletion was, over the middle to Sios Mariner. Really solid. Mm-hmm. Week by week, the week 1 DC defenders' last pairings looks worse and worse. Hey, it is what it is. I thought they were going to suck this year. And you know what? I was the first to call out that bad defense when it comes to a lot of the people on here. I was keeping them at 4. Granted, they, stabbed me in the back when they beat St. Louis, but is what it is. We'll take it. Birmingham's down clearly. St. Louis always overrated. Arlington had some tough breaks. I wouldn't know. At some point, Arlington, it's just a matter of the team just isn't able to win close games. When it's 2 straight years, it isn't tough breaks anymore. It's your team ain't good. Yeah, Fred is just OC for DC, just great. It's wild to see it like that. 1-0 Florida game, 5 state. Wow, already? Sup, Steven? Not going to mention attendance, fools. I'll say no more. Yeah, definitely a shame. And it's going to be out of bounds over there. They're going to say, are they going to give him the first down there? Or wait, they might give it an interception for Michigan. Let's see. I honestly wouldn't fully agree with that, honestly. I honestly think that if Arlington and Houston played again, Houston would win. Remember, Houston almost beat them with Anthony Brown at quarterback. I honestly think Houston was better than Arlington. Calling it a fumble out of bounds, so it's DC's ball. This is probably going to get reviewed by, I assume, Dean Blandino, but we'll see. Let's see the replay here. Obviously a fumble. Still not got... I don't think he had it. I think he only had 1 foot down. Is DC's defense being bad on the roster of Blake versus Greg? I mean, even when they had Greg, the defense wasn't super great early season. I think it's just a matter of... It's just kind of the system. I mean, it's what people had issues with last year. Is they're kind of like a big blitz defense. They get you the big sets out of it. Massive play. They just cut randomly to Powell having a massive play. He's going for the end zone. It's a touchdown, DC. There is a flag. I'd assume this is probably on DC, like a false start or something. Wild camera play by ESPN. They didn't even show the play at the beginning. It just was a touchdown randomly. But I assume this is a flag on DC. Let's see. Look, sounds like it's going to be a flag on DC. Ineligible player downfield, DC. Yeah, that would be pretty wild. They just scored a touchdown like that, but it is what it is. So it's going to hurt DC a bit. They're going to lose some yardage there. Not great, obviously. Ineligible man downfield. But it's not like it's the worst thing. He did gain a decent amount of yards on first down. Show the replay again. It was a nice play-action pass right over the middle. Again, Powell just beat his man, and nobody was covering the back end. Would have been a great touchdown if it had stood. I mean, absolutely crazy play, but it is not going to stand, obviously. So it is still 13-6 Michigan over DC with 47 seconds left in the quarter. And Dean is talking about the fumble a couple plays ago, which I thought it was pretty clear on the replay. That was definitely not inbounds in terms of the recovery, so correct call there. In shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Running back is to the left, Teamu as well. Ball is snapped, looks in the middle of the field. Gonna throw a deep bomb. He's throwing it. It's a wide open man. He caught him. He's at the 25, the 20, makes a cut, gets to the 15, goes to the left, cuts again, tries to do a spin move. He's still on his feet, gets tackled at about the 7-yard line. Huge play by DC. They just lost a touchdown, and the very next play, Teamu throws a deep bomb right over the middle. A purely accurate pass, something that has been very questionable early in the season. Right there, almost as perfect a throw as you can get. Huge play and great yak right there. Massive. They're going to get the ball in the red zone. They're going to be a 1st and goal from about the 7-yard line. Huge for DC. They can try and tie this game up. See Luis Perez, Falcon, and Tyler Vaughns get absolutely wasted by Arlington outside 23. Yeah, I definitely don't think they're going to win another one. I think they need a new coach for sure. They run it up the middle to the left, and it's going to be about a 4-yard gain. They gave a pretty bad spot on that reception, but, you know, last play of the quarter, DC is going to get the ball about 2nd and goal at the 5-yard line. Yeah, you know, maybe the over-under being 50.5 wasn't so bad after all. You know, maybe it wasn't that insane, honestly. My goodness, 13-6 after the first quarter. Absolutely wild start to this game. 30 new posts, making the massive play. This game's already way better than last year's championship game. True, Royce, true. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. Are we trending? You'd hope so, but I know there's been a lot of random stuff going on today. At least not yet. That's an L, but is what it is. And back there. There we go. Go over there. Put that there, and we're back. It's gonna. Yeah, I feared Panthers can't get pressure. Again, this is where some of the earlier injuries hurt as well. Again, Frank Ginn may not be a great pressure guy, but he's somebody that over the middle of the field is such a huge presence there. Him missing this game obviously hurts, though he's been out for a few weeks. It's definitely something else. Hey, sup, Jason? I see you here. Crazy to see this is already bad in 2024, even if nothing else would happen outside of the court. Yeah, last year's game was rough, but this one's been really solid so far. Full action, love to see it. I agree. Absolutely massive that we're seeing actual action. I mean, the whole game last year was 25-0. We already have 19 points scored. Both teams have scored, and it's been 1 quarter. And DC's about to probably score another touchdown, which is huge. I don't know if you've seen it, Jace, but at least barring a swerve from what was discussed by Brandon, Danny, and Moose, it sounds like they're not going to announce any sort of expansion tonight. Again, it might just be a swerve, but at least from what they have said, so at face value, it looks like expansion won't be announced till the earliest would probably be like August, is what it sounded like, if it's going to happen. So we'll see at halftime. You know, you never say never. It could just be them trying to shock everybody and trying to hold this information as a secret as possible. We'll see. Again, halftime is obviously 15 minutes of game time away, but we'll see. I also imagine they're going to announce Sportsman of the Year. I don't think they've announced it, so we'll see when they announce that. I assume that might be announced as well. I'll see who wins that one, but we'll see. Still in commercial breaks for the quarter. Excited to see what they announce, though. True. If they are still going to do something, it will be cool to see. Hopefully something actually special, not just like a order your tickets for next year kind of thing. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, the Hilton for this day. NBA Finals Game 4. Yeah, I did not watch. I just know OKC ended up winning. I mean, like, no offense, but like if you're watching the NBA Finals over the Stanley Cup Finals, like if you can only watch one and you're not picking the Stanley Cup Finals, like something's not going right. I mean, the Stanley Cup Finals this year has been like insane, whereas the NBA Finals just been kind of okay. But yeah, I would like to see Seattle, Oklahoma be announced. My least likely will be the return of Tampa Bay Vipers. Definitely will be pretty random to see that one. Expansion teams don't get announced tonight, but I think they'll get announced during the offseason instead. I wouldn't be too shocked, especially with how they talked about it, making it sound like it's just going to take a while for it, but yeah. Bro, is that supposed to be like a Mr. Incredible getup right there at the DC Defenders? Really wild. Again, they're at the 5-yard line. This is 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. Let's see if DC can score a touchdown and go for 1 or 2 to either tie or get the lead. We'll see. Motioning, rolling from the right to the left, cutting back to the right now. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to the middle. and it's going to be tackled almost immediately. It's going to be like a 0-yard gain. They might get about half a yard right there. Again, that's another type of run that you can't afford if you're DC. That's the kind of thing they need to avoid this game. DC, above every other team, it was just like their kryptonite was they kept doing these rush plays that would get them less than 2 yards during the regular season. They kind of avoided it a lot last week against St. Louis, and tonight it's been kind of a mixed bag. They've gotten a few really solid runs, but they've got a lot of those really bad 2-yard or less runs. Yes, it goes to one player overall. They announced 8 players that are... It's just like the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. The Walter Payton Man of the Year award, they announced, like, a nominee for all teams, and only one guy gets it. Ball is snapped, looks to the right, looks to the middle of the field, rolls to the left, Tailman's rolling. He throws it to the corner of the end zone. It is too high, incomplete. Now, does DC go for it here? This is 4th and 4-ish, so you might kick it here, you might go for it. Again, this is a matter of, do you trust your defense? If you trust your defense, you go for the touchdown here. If you've been a bit skeptical of how your defense is played, you say, F it, we're going to just get the field goal. But at the same token, if you were going to go for it on 4th down, you should have ran it on 3rd down. Even though they've been having a lot of issues in the ground game, at the end of the day, you got to play smart football. Going for a true end zone shot and then going for it on 4th down is not really a great play call. So in that essence, I'm actually fine with you kicking it here. The reason I'm fine with you kicking it here is because of the fact that that 3rd down play call said they weren't going to go for it. Kick is up. It is good. It is 13-9 Michigan over DC. That is 4 consecutive scoring drives in this game. Again, the reason I think it's fine for them to kick the field goal there is because of 3rd down. If you were going to go for it on 4th down, you would have done a very quick little screen pass or a mini curl route to gain about 3 yards and potentially a touchdown, or you would have done some sort of run to try and get at least 2 yards. Because you did a throw into the end zone to try and get a touchdown, you basically said you're not going to go for the touchdown on 4th down, so I'm fine with the decision to kick it there. It is 13-6. Michigan is up by 4 points with a little under 14 minutes left in the half. The Vegas Vipers. We love the Vegas Vipers. Cashman Field was a great field. Totally not being ironic when I say that. But yeah. Points valuable in a game like this. Take any you can. I would go for it to pin them back. I mean, I will say that I do get... if this game ends up being a very high-scoring game, not getting the touchdown could hurt, but we'll see. Again, there's still a lot of football to be played. Again, Michigan's... You almost stopped them last drive, right? That bad COC Mariner... Really, those 2 bad COC Mariner plays really hurt. Again, that's what really hurts VDC right now. Both COC Mariner and Malik Turner have cooked you at 2 separate drives where they essentially were the main character of their drives. I know Nate McCree had the great touchdown, but all things considered, the 2 main characters were Malik Turner in drive 1 and COC Mariner in drive 2. That's not good that both of them have been able to do that to you, but we'll see what they can do here. Excuse me. Return is up to the 5. The 10 cuts to the middle of the field. The 15 cuts again. Tackle that out the 15-yard line. A really solid coverage and kickoff by DC. Great play by them. Pinning them within the 20. Massive play. Would be good if they played Sam Boyd Stadium. I like Tampa Bay Vipers franchise over the Vegas Vipers franchise, and they're 2 separate, not the same franchise history. Though if we're going to go Tampa Bay, I would have rather had the Bandits, but that's just me. Relocate St. Louis to Vegas, and bring Cashman Field. St. Louis tennis fan bases per game is going to be absolute barn burner. Vipers are my team, close to me, alas, no more. Yeah, this game is looking like a really good game. This definitely has a shot to join the other 2 games in S tier. This has been an incredible game so far. I mean, it's still just a little over 1 quarter, but through 1 quarter and, almost a minute and a half, you've got 21 points. You almost, if Michigan scores a touchdown here, you have more points scored in the first potentially 25-ish minutes of this game than you did all of last year's championship game. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back to the right as well. In shotgun. Motioning Turner to the right, ball is snapped. They hand it off up the middle, and he's going to gain about 2 yards. It's a very DC-like first down play. Only gain about 2 yards in the ground. Not a solid play for Michigan. Going to have to gain some yards here on 2nd down. Interviewing everybody's favorite quarterback of the Panthers, Danny Etling. They need to access XFL kickoff. I really do hope they go back. I know they're not going to, but I would have wished they went back to the USFL kickoff, but it is what it is. 2nd and 9. Wow, 2nd and 9. So even worse of a spot than initially thought. So instead of it being 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9, really rough. Wouldn't be shocked if some sort of screen, or not a screen, but some sort of quick slant type of route. Let's see. In shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Yep, it's a little quick slant. It is caught for about a 4.5-yard gain to Malik Turner. With the Vipers, then the Bandits for Tampa Bay. Oh, we bring back the Breakers back so they can play the Superdome. They definitely won't play the Superdome. It's too big a stadium and probably costs too much money. I know they are in other ones, but they probably won't. Though there is a couple other places, Yeoman Field, I know there's the Shrine, I know there's another stadium. There's a lot of options for New Orleans. The Vipers, the 2020 Tampa Bay Vipers, the green team before they ended up changing their color scheme. Still interviewing Danny Etling, who's talking about what plays are coming out here. 3rd and 4, let's see what they do here in shotgun. Talking about how it's probably a zone defense sounds like. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back is to the right as well. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Gonna roll up in the pocket. He gets pressured. He's gonna be sacked. It's a bad sack to take right there for Bryce. Pressure got to him really fast. Not great play by the Michigan offensive line. Gonna force the punt here. This is the first punt of the game, the first drive that does not result in points. That makes the DC decision to go for the field goal a really solid play right there, as they got their 3 points and are now getting the ball back anyway. I like that Danny kid. I say let's give him some more reps over the MVP. Mike Nolan in the first few weeks of the season probably. Why wouldn't I be? He might even start the season next year. Let's see. Does Michigan do the all-insane fake punt? I would say it'd be really funny and would be on brand if they do it here. DC just called a timeout. Weird decision, but, is what it is. Seeing Rocky Lombardi right there on the sideline. Of course, legendary Rocky Lombardi played really well for about a drive, and then that was about it in Week 10. He had 1 good drive. Aluri is not on a roster. The Panthers haven't had him on a roster in a while. Basically, it's just been mainly those 3. I know they had somebody for a little bit, but it's pretty much just been those 3 mainly. AJ Smith. Bro, AJ Smith needs to stop complaining on Twitter. I mean, this guy just loves complaining everywhere. I mean, AJ, I think we've all kind of realized that you just said a lot that wasn't really true. Come on, bro. Let's see. Just seeing what other stuff's coming out right now. Travis Feeney. So, Travis Feeney was named Sportsman of the Year. I don't know why they announced it 7 minutes ago, but the press release just came out, so congrats to Feeney. I guess that's part of the reason why he was in attendance for this game. So he is your 2025 UFL Sportsman Player of the Year. Congrats to Travis Feeney. Love that. I'm pretty sure I pulled an autograph card of his from one of my blaster boxes from the AAF set. Love to see it for him. Congrats to Travis Feeney. Another Jurassic World movie. Always got to have him coming out every once in a while. Can never go too long without it. Battlehawks come home with 2 awards. So only 3 teams get awards. That is pretty funny, not going to lie. I just got a notification and swiped right off it. Let's go. If the Breakers was to come back, they'll play at the Shrine or Yulman Stadium, not the Superdome. Fully agree on that one. Yeah, I guess the league just hates giving Special Teams Player of the Year awards to the kickers. It's really sad, but... My boy Spiney's finally making his triumphant return. I love to see it. Move Roughnecks to the Exo side, bring back the Breakers and Generals or Stars. Definitely a hope, but it is a shame that neither of those 2 teams and the Generals or Stars are back. I think my dream would be bringing back the Breakers, calling them the Breakers, and putting them in all 3 markets they used to play in. Hell, do 4 with Birmingham, just for the sake of having the Breakers division or conference, right? Have the Birmingham Breakers, the New Orleans Breakers, the Portland Breakers, and the Boston Breakers. Have them all be the same color scheme, same logo, just absolutely crazy. That would be hilarious. If it gets announced tonight, I have a feeling that it would be Seattle and Ohio somewhere. Even though I know there's issues with the field, and if it's going to be announced tonight, it's a market they've already talked to. That's why I think it would be Seattle. So if it gets announced tonight, which odds are it isn't, I think it would be there. I know there's issues with the World Cup. I know it's an issue. Look, they didn't care about San Antonio, but yeah. Kyle Sloter. I think Sloter is done. I think he's basically said that he's done with spring football. I think that he had a lot of issues the last time he was here, so he definitely wouldn't be coming back. Jay Adams, I could see that. Marlon Williams, he's going to stick with the Stallions for sure. Jay's definitely going to stick there too, unless they do some sort of thing. We're going to get the Maulers and give them the Steelers while being used. Nah, they got to go back to the purple and orange. That was a classic. Miss New Orleans, I do. I really hate they got rid of that. That was such a fun team to watch. Those Breakers teams. The John D. Filippo, Sage Surratt, MBT, West Hills. That was such a fun team. Jay Adams, awesome team. The punt is up. They are punting it. First punt of the night. It is going to be returned at about... It's going to be bounced to the 40. Keeps bouncing. It's taking a decent Michigan bounce. Going to be down at about the 37-yard line. Talking to Mike DeLillo on the sideline now, doing the same thing. Of course, Mike DeLillo ended up playing in a couple of games this year, so yeah, was an absolute legend. MBT probably ain't returning too with him being in the CFL, which is a shame. MBT was one of the more underrated quarterbacks in this era of spring football. He was really good in his 1 year in the USFL. So we got 11 and a half minutes left in the first half. Remember, DC gets the ball in the second half. That's a huge deal to remember, that if DC scores here and continue to hold Michigan, they could be huge for them. No, I really like the purple and orange for the Maulers. I liked how unique it was. I think that sometimes being unique is a good thing. I don't like the decision to change their colors to the black and gold. I wasn't a fan of that. It still was a solid uniform. It still was one of the better ones in all of spring football, but I like the purple and orange better. Te'amu is in shotgun. 3 receivers bunched up to the left, 1 to the right. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Looks to the left. He throws it to the left. It's going to be caught for about a 6-yard gain. Solid first down play for DC right there. Shows need to pick up the purple and orange. They need to change their jerseys. The fact that them and Houston have actually the same jerseys, just with different colors, is diabolical. 2nd and 4. It's a very solid first down play for DC. Again, at some point, I would say that potentially just kind of keep throwing it on first down and then eventually run it probably like your next drive. So far, your first down rushes haven't been all that great, but if you can get some nice first down passes, it'll be huge. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Fake the handoff. Deep throw to the right. It is going to be caught. Huge play. Again, Te'amu with another pure, accurate pass right there. Dropped it right where it needed to go. This is something that he didn't show again. Last week, the ground game was better than we saw it all year. So far, the deep passes from Te'amu are better than they've been all year. That's the second beautiful throw by Te'amu on the day right there. Put it right where his man could get it. Got the catch, went out of bounds. Huge gain on DJ Miller. Massive play for DC right there. Another copy of the roughneck shoulder. Yeah, I hope it's not. So DC's getting the ball just behind the 20-yard line. They're going to be getting it at about the 23-yard line. Oh, pushing it back a decent amount. So it's going to be about the 27-yard line. Still really solid play, but we'll see. And the game, Memphis, that's bold, predicting Memphis is going to get there. And St. Louis, that's a bold prediction. I don't think it'll be in San Antonio. I think that if it's going to be somewhere else, it's probably going to be Audi Field or Protective, but we'll see. I know some people rumored that St. Louis is going to host the next few championship games. I hope that's not true, but we'll see. 1st and 10 for DC. In shotgun, 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Te'amu has his running back to his left. Let's see if they can get the first down here. Ball is snapped. Looks in the middle of the field. Throws it. Quick pass to the left. Is going to be caught at about the 20-yard line. He's going to be tackled at about the 19-yard line. Going to be about 2 yards shy of a first down here. Panthers secondary is going to be the downfall here. The injuries, man, it's what really hurt him. Kenny H. Lovely, of course, getting hurt in Week 10 really hurt. And then, some of these guys trying to play through injuries last week hurt as well, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely like that they decided to do the guitar anthem and not somebody singing it, because singing the national anthem is just such a tough one and usually ends up being a pretty poor song. Like, whoever sang it badly. Really did love that decision. I thought it was a good one as well. 2nd and 2 for the DC defenders. 3 receivers to the right. 2 of them are bunched together. 1 of them by himself. 1 receiver to the left. Ball is snapped. Looks to the right. And he's going to throw it deep to the corner again. It is caught again. Te'amu doing what he wasn't doing all season. Accurate throws. Absolutely crazy that he did that. That's a 3rd beautiful pass for Te'amu. Touchdown DC. They have their first lead of the day. Love to see it. Te'amu's doing what he hasn't done all season. Throwing deep balls accurately, consistently. Not good for Michigan if he keeps it up. There we go. Got to tweet once in a while when there's something like that, and I have to here because it's true. All season, Te'amu's been a very inconsistent deep ball thrower. So far, he's made 3 of 3 beautiful passes. They're in shotgun here. 2 receivers to the right. No, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Going for 2 here. Ball is snapped. Looks to the right. Looks to the middle of the field. Rolling. Going to throw it in the deep end, and it's going to be incomplete. So it's a 2-point lead for DC. Really don't fully get the decision there. You should have just gone for one to make it a field goal game. Again, I get it. If you get it, it's, 4-point game. It's still not a huge fan of that. TC takes the lead. It's either a bad rendition of the anthem or whoever's singing it does way too much. True. This championship game is fire. True. This statement out filled with fans, but this is way better than last championship. 100%. I thought St. Louis was hosting this year because it was the third option, first being DC, second being a field of expansion team. Expansion team was definitely not in the case. Like, I have never heard a single real, like, credible rumor. The only one that was true was Audi Field felt like it was where it was going to be hosted or protective, and there were issues with scheduling for both those. But expansion, I never heard that was a real option. That was just people, like, saying it'd be cool, but definitely not really heard. Taylor definitely locked in over the last few weeks of the season. I mean, even today he's been a lot better than normally. I mean, it's absolutely insane what he's been doing. I mean, this is scary good how he's been playing. We'll see if he can keep this up, but if he can, it's going to be very scary for Michigan. Because this is the kind of play that makes it to where no matter what the lead is, they're always in the game. It's going to be a shootout instead of a shutout, true. Because again, as mentioned earlier, we officially have scored more points in this game than the entirety of last year's championship. Last year's championship had 25 total points scored. We are already at 28, and we're not even at halftime. That's crazy. I would say that's definitely them or the Breakers, because the Breakers had a very loud and proud fan base despite the team never being there. Seattle, though, is unarguably top two. I would still probably say they're number one, but New Orleans gets a good argument for it, too, considering they had, great TV ratings despite the team never even being there, which was really huge for them. Again, really great championship game so far. Much better than last year's. Again, still has the makings of an S-tier game so far, which is saying a lot because the other two S-tier games are truly great games. The only thing that could hurt it from being as good as 2022 is big defensive plays, because a big reason why the 2022 championship game is so iconic is because you have that iconic Scooby Wright pick six in it, which is one of the most, if not the most famous play in this era of spring football. And then the 2023 game was what this one could easily be, which is just like a pure shootout. So we'll see how this one ends up being, which is weird because both final scores are pretty similar, but they were different games. But yeah, so far though, incredible game. Michigan has to answer here because of the fact that DC does get the ball at halftime. Now remember, both teams still have their super challenge. DC is down to 2 timeouts for the half. Michigan still has all 3 for them. So that's big for Michigan right there. Still in commercial break right now. We forgot to check. Is there a chance we are not streaming, we're trending? Let's see. UFC Atlanta's number 1, Inter Miami. Bruh, how? Adam Scott trending, not shocked. He had a great end of the tournament. So, no. Still no. Hate to see it, but is what it is. Aaron Dolan. Oh, no. Wow, other being plus 2,700 is pretty wild. As somebody who watched the XFL and not the USFL before the merge, why are the fans more excited for the New Orleans Breakers, not the New Jersey Generals? Well, the main reason is because, look, historically the Generals, they dominate every other team but the Stars. The 2 most important teams in spring football history are the Stars and the Generals. But the main reason is because the Breakers' fan base was so loud and proud online, and the TV viewership was really solid. Like, for the UFL last year, I believe, New Orleans was, the 3rd or 4th most, highest rated market in the whole league. And for the USFL, they were always really good. And the fact that the team itself was really fun both years. New Jersey fell off a lot in the second year, whereas New Orleans actually got better the year 2. Returned to about the 15-yard line. It's a fumble. It's going to be returned by DC or recovered by DC. If this stands, this is DC's ball in the red zone. Oh my goodness. The call on the field is a fumble by the Panthers. This is what I was talking about earlier in the game. And it looked like it was by his own guy. I got to see the replay again, but it looks like his own guy stripped him. That is a fumble, and that is a recovery by DC. DC can get a huge lead here. Showing the replay again. His own teammate looks like he stripped it out of him. Gunnar Oaks got his own man to lose the ball, and it's a fumble. DC gets it in the red zone. DC can get a huge lead here if they get a touchdown. That is a terrible play right there for Michigan. Very reminiscent of the Birmingham Stallions game back in week 2, where the special teams was just playing so poorly, and it had a huge impact. That's awful. A lot of pressure on the Panthers' offense. This is the case of defense. Well, but Zomb Phox getting a stop. That's bad right there. 15-13. Michigan has to hold them to a field goal. They hold them to a field goal. That'll be really huge, making only a 5-point game. If you allow a touchdown, it's not the end of the world as long as you stop them in the extra point, because then it's an 8-point game. This hurts. They're going to get the ball at the 7-yard line. Michigan called a timeout. I would imagine they're not looking for a challenge. They're just doing this. I don't think there's really anything you could challenge. That was a pretty clear fumble by your own guy, which is absolutely insane. I mean, that's literally as bad as Stoops icing his own kicker earlier in the season. Terrible play right there for Michigan. There's a huge break for DC getting the ball right there. They got to score it here. They got to get their points. Again, you got to just take the points here. If you're DC, this is one of those drives you have to view that you did not earn this drive. So you have to be under the mindset that at worst case, even if you're at the 1 yard line, you kick the field goal. You take your 3 points. You extend that lead from a drive you didn't even truly deserve. That's how you have to view these games. Again, Arlington, huge reason they lost the rematch against St. Louis. They got extra drives they didn't fully earn, and instead of cashing in the points, they went for it on 4th down and they failed. If you're DC, get the points. If you score a touchdown, that's huge. Go for it, but on 4th down, you kick it no matter where you are. Unless you're in the half-yard line. Then I'm fine going for it. Ball is snapped. Teama looks to the right. It might be a touchdown immediately. It is not. It is incomplete. Looks like it was a bit too far. Incomplete pass on 1st down. From the team, it was wild. Panthers, what happened? True. There's some players that want to turn on breakers, and breakers should get new players when they return. I mean, they'll definitely do some sort of expansion draft whenever they do it. I think DC has this. You almost got that. So, I mean, whenever they do add teams, they are going to obviously have an expansion draft. It'll be interesting to see how that's formatted, but obviously that's for another day in the future. But let's see what Michigan can do here on defense. Again, DC right now, it's 2nd and goal. They're still at the 7-yard line. I wouldn't be against doing a run, honestly, a Teamu run here to try and get at least like 3 yards. Ball is snapped. They do hand it off to Roland, and they end up getting almost 3 yards. They actually gained 4 yards. Really like that play call. Now you create a lot of confusion on this 3rd down play. Like I said, unless you get stopped at the half-yard line, you kick the field goal. But now that you're at basically 3rd and goal from the 3, you can run the ball and go for that touchdown and try to gain at least 2 yards to justify going for it on 4th down. So I really did like that play call. It may not have been an end zone shot, and you're not going to score a touchdown on that play. Like 9 out of 10 times, you're not scoring a touchdown. But you're gaining enough yards to make this a very scary 3rd down. Because now Michigan has to really think that it could be any kind of play. So honestly, I wouldn't be against running it again. And maybe even the same way. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. It's to the left again. He runs, and does he get the touchdown? They're calling him just shy. They're calling him half-yard shy, but it's just like I said. That was the correct play call right there. Do the exact same type of play, but change how you run it to the left. That was a very solid play. Ended up getting 1.5 yards. Like I said, if they call this down the half-yard line, go for it. If this is a full yard or more, kick the field goal. Let's see. Let's see. They're showing the replay again. Yeah, it looks like he's probably down about the half-yard line. I'd go for this. Like I said, if you're within half a yard, go for it. If you're not, kick the field goal. They're calling him short, not shocked. They're going to go for it. I like this call. It's the right call for DC. They fake the handoff. Teamu's going to run it. He makes a move, and he gets the touchdown. Great move by Teamu. Bad move by the Panthers defense. They should have been able to stop him, but Teamu just kept moving and got in the end zone. Touchdown, DC. It is 21-13. DC over Michigan. Great play by Teamu. Again, even though I've said there's a lot of problems in the run game, sometimes just doing the correct play call is huge. What DC did in that drive is something that St. Louis didn't do in their first game against Arlington. It's what a lot of Arlington games didn't do. It's doing the smart play call. Sometimes it's not about getting the end zone shot. Sometimes it's not even about getting a 1st down. It's just getting about a certain amount of yards. The decision to run it on 2nd down was a terrific decision. The decision to run it again on 3rd down was a great call because either you get the touchdown, you don't lose the ball because of a fumble. If you use it on a fumble, you deserve to lose it. Or you get, stopped the 1 yard line. They got stopped. They went for it. Great play calls by Fred Kess in the offense. And the 2-point conversion is good over the middle. It is 23-10 or 13. 10-point lead for DC with 7 minutes and 13 seconds left. DC gets the ball at half, and the most amount of points you can score in one possession is a 9. So this is officially a 2-score game. I say every team can protect about 30 players or so, and then every other player's available pick. Wouldn't be against that. Yeah, that's kind of the point of a play-by-play. I mean, especially when it's something like this. I mean, sometimes it's just about smart play calls. Because a lot during this season, we've seen a lot of teams make incorrect play calls where they're trying to essentially big brain themselves or the opponent, and they end up just screwing themselves over. What DC did right there was perfect play calling back to back to back. Great decision making by DC. They scored the touchdown and the 2-point conversion, 10-point lead over Michigan. 7 minutes and 13 seconds left. Wow, that's a great stat. 11 of 14 scores this postseason. And a lot of that is the ground game being a lot better than it was before. The ground game during the regular season was a awful unit. Yes, Deion Jackson had really solid counting stats, but the more you looked into it, they weren't great. In the playoffs, he's been really solid, and the decision to use Tama more on the ground has been great too. Kickoff is up. Michigan's going to get the ball all the way back at the 5-yard line. Return to the 15, the 20, cuts to the middle, and he gets tackled about the 25-yard line. And he's going to be tackled back, but obviously forward progress is going to be at the 25-yard line. Michigan has to score some points here, at least a field goal. With DC getting the ball at half, it's going to be pretty rough right here. You have no idea what I'm talking about. I kind of do because, not to be Captain Obvious, but I correctly predicted back-to-back calls and correctly predicted that was the correct decision, and it led to a touchdown. So, I don't know what you're talking about, mate, especially because you're in the stream. And again, I called everything right there correctly. I said that they should run it on second down to gain at least 3 yards. They did it, gained 4 yards. I said they should have done it again, and it worked. So, I do know what I'm saying. You, let's just say, are just like a lot of people on Twitter. Don't know what they're talking about. So, flag on Michigan right there. Too many men in the field. Hurts right there. Hey, it's not as bad as the rage bait of the Jalen Hurts tweet. If you saw that Jalen Hurts tweet where they said that he would have been the best quarterback all time in the Vikings or Giants, that was elite level rage bait. The fact that somebody could say that and even believe that is hilarious. Jalen Hurts is still probably not even the best quarterback in Eagles history. I mean, he's, I would say top 3 for sure, but definitely not higher. That's what I would say right there. So let's see. 1st and 15 for Michigan. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Motioning Nate McCree to the right side of the field. Let's see what they do here. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff. Perkins rolls out to his left. He gets pressured. Evades a couple of sacks, but then he gets hit by another one. Tries to throw it. That might be intentional grounding. Depends on what exactly they call him. Overall, though, not a great play right there for Michigan. Got stuck with a lot of pressure, and at best, it's still an incomplete pass. 2nd and 15. Yep, flag. I think this is probably going to be called intentional grounding. He never really escaped the pocket, threw it pretty much to nobody. Depends if they're going to call 80 near there, but we'll see. Talking to Bryce Perkins' family, of course, some great moments. Last week, they were talking to his family during the game. It was great. They said leaning towards yes to the Steelers, who had Big Ben and Bradshaw. Yeah, and using the argument that Big Ben was never an All-Pro is so stupid. Because, like, the 2000s to 2010s was the greatest era of quarterbacks ever in terms of, like, pure quarterbacks. I know the 80s was really good, too. But, like, not being an All-Pro is not a big deal. I mean, Brady was not an All-Pro every single year. So using that as an argument is insane. 2nd and 15 for Perkins in the offense. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the right, 3 to the left. Motion the running back to the right. Let's see what they can do here on 5 wide. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Throws it. It is going to be incomplete. Almost a really solid play. It would have been 1st down, but it is incomplete. Going to force 3rd and 15. Not great for Michigan right there. But again, we did see earlier in the drive they did a play over the middle to Yossi Mariner. It failed. They did almost the exact same play the very next time, and it worked for 1st down. Could we see something similar here? You never know. 3rd and 15, you still definitely go for it. Don't do one of those weak screen passes that we see a lot in the NFL. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left in the half. 10 seconds left in the play clock. In shotgun, Nate McCree is to the right of Bryce Perkins. 3 receivers to the left. 1 to the right. Ball is snapped. Looks to the left side of the field. He's rolling out to his right. He's rolling back. He throws it over the middle. Bad throw by Perkins, trying to throw on the run, and is incomplete. Going to force the punt again. Again, as Carr was mentioning earlier, this is not looking good in terms of the pressure. DC is getting a lot of pressure here. Again, DC, even though it's not Greg Williams, Blake Williams still calls a lot of blitzes, still sends guys down, and it's doing a lot of damage so far the last couple of drives. Again, all Michigan has to do is get one nice stop on defense and get one long drive. Afterwards, they can be back in the game. This DC drive is going to be very important for them because they get the ball at half. We'll see. Will be insane having a team's 8th in the Power Rankings Week 1 winning a championship game. Punt is up. I mean, hey, literally back-to-back seasons. It's, I mean, like, if you watch your urinating tree, you know his jinx curse. Return is to the right. Gets tackled down about the 45-yard line. I mean, it's like the urinating tree curse, but the opposite. That would be back-to-back seasons. One of my teams in the championship game finished, like, last in their conference, and then a team I had 8th, because remember, I had the Brahmas at, no, I had the Panthers at 8. I had the Brahmas or Panthers at 8 last year, and they made it to the championship game. So it'd just be the curse, right? So, yeah. I think early on the betting odds are actually better for DC, not going to lie. I think DC was initially 5th best betting odds to win the championship game, but that was a lot because of the fan base. But yeah, I mean, it's like last year. I mean, last year I had the Brahmas being a weak team, same with the Panthers. They both ended up being really solid. This year, right, I mean, obviously we all knew Birmingham was still going to be really solid. They ended up finishing, I think I actually may have predicted their record correctly. I think I may have called them going 7-3, and I think that's exactly what they finished. I might have predicted them going 6-4, but I know for sure. But it is what it is. 1st and 10 for the DC defenders. Ball is snapped. Throws it to the left. It's going to be caught for a first down. Going to be a spin move. Gets about 3 extra yards. Still on his feet. He gets another 6 yards. That's not great right there. Again, that's back to the issues we talked about earlier before the game even started. The injuries to the Panthers secondary. It may not be as bad as we thought it was going to be, but some of these guys are playing banged up, and obviously losing somebody like Kenny H. Lovely really hurt them. Just not a great play right there for them. But again, it's still early in the drive. Michigan can get one big stop, and that's all they really need. Get a big stop, get a pick six, something like that would be huge for them. As for DC, if they can keep this ground game working, that would be huge for them. Right, make these correct calls on the ground. 1st and 10, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Teamu is in shotgun, obviously. Ball is snapped, looks to the middle of the field, trying to run it, and he's going to be tackled for a loss. It's going to be about, he gets pushed forward. That's a great play by the offensive lineman right there, pushing him forward. Instead of it being about a 2.5-yard loss, it's only about a half-yard loss. Really solid play with the O-lineman. Either way, though, still a loss of yardage on the first down play for DC, so that's solid for Michigan. 2nd and 10 with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left. If Michigan can force them here to go 3 and out at this point, would be huge. Again, they're kind of in no man's land, but if they're at like 4th and 10, they're obviously going to punt it here. Ooh, no, here they might kick it, though. Matt McCrane's been a bit questionable this season. Still will be interesting to see if they kick it. Either way, you just can't let them score a touchdown here. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, ball is snapped, looks to the middle of the field, looks to the right, throws it to the right, caught for a 5-yard gain, keeps going for about a 1.5-yard line extra, and it's going to be 3rd and about 4. They might call him 3rd and 3. We'll see exactly where they spot him. So this is a big play for Michigan. If Michigan can hold him here, they'll kick the field goal. It'll still be more points for DC, but then Michigan will get the ball back. We'll be able to try and end this half scoring a touchdown or at least a field goal to make it back to a 10-point game, and they have to stop DC at the second half. Teamu time. It's been, I mean, he's been looking real. This is the best Teamu's looked all season. Ball is snapped. It's a QB draw. He gets the first down. If they even if they call him short, it's by literally an inch. Now, one big thing that we didn't talk about, the first quarter. Yes, the Michigan-DC game earlier in the season, the final score in the overall game, Michigan killed DC. The important thing to remember is the first quarter of that game was Teamu's single best quarter he had played up until then in the season, and still was one of the best quarters. So it is possible that what he used in that first quarter, he's been using a lot here, that knowledge, to help him out a lot more. Because as mentioned, those 3 deep throws were better than almost any other throw he's made all season. Now, rush play would have been worse, but the O-line pushed him forward. Instead of about a 1.5-yard gain, it's about a 3-yard gain. Solid first down play for DC's standards when it comes to running the ball. Colin Bauer, the DC of the Michigan Panthers right here. Next to Acho. It doesn't hit the same as Jaron Horton in the booth. That was a classic all season. 2nd and 6, 2 minutes and 27 seconds left. Again, Michigan with 2 timeouts. They still definitely will have time to score something, but we'll see. Sean Breland speaks right there. In shotgun, ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Rolls to the left. Throws it. It is cut for the first down. Powell falls down, so it's going to be only a 2-yard gain at the end, but yeah. No, the name used to be USFL, Zomb Phox USFL, because that was the league I mainly covered since I started that back in 2022, and then I also covered some of the XFL, then obviously the UFL. Where the US Open is, it just started pouring here. Oakmon's going to be a bloodbath tomorrow. This has been your golf update. It's gonna be wild. There's a very real shot that if you finish at -2, you might win that tournament outright. Because I believe the lead is -4. I turned it off right before Spawn and Burns ended up doing their final putts, but I believe -4 is the lead. There's a good shot they both shoot +3 or something tomorrow, and -2 wins the tournament. Perkins League MVP, Teamu looking like championship MVP. It could be for sure. I mean, the way it's looking like right now, I would say if you're DC, or if you're a fan of DC, he would be the one right now. What is the score? I came to a massive score. DC, if they score anything that's not a pick 1, they will have put up as many points as Birmingham put up all game last year. In fact, both teams put up last year. That was a bad game, but this one's looking a lot better. Yeah, DC's up by 10. Main reason is that Gunnar Oaks stripped his own returner causing a fumble that DC got. DC made a great drive right after that and scored a touchdown, and they're leading now. DC hasn't punted once yet. Just been incredible for them so far. I'm hoping if Michigan scores in their first drive in the second half, we need a good showing of Panthers. Remember, DC gets the ball first, so really Michigan needs to get the ball back here and score, and then prevent DC from scoring. Because if not, it could definitely start, becoming a spiral for DC to win this one. Again, as I mentioned during my championship game picks video, the one big factor that DC had going for them, that unknown, was the fact they have been in a championship game before. There are members of this staff who were in that game. Obviously, there are players, Abram Smith and Jordan Ta'amu, who were in the 2023 UFL Championship game. So you have that extra experience on this roster that Michigan does not have. And that could be another big deal into why DC is playing so much better so far in this game. That is a huge deal that needs to be brought up. Some of these ads are so bad. They really are. The winning move, okay. Yeah, 23-13, DC over Michigan. Again, remember, for those of you who are not familiar with the UFL, it's like college rules. So in the 2-minute drill, first downs will stop the clock until the chains are moved, right? The ball's set and all that. So you get a lot of extra time that you don't get in the NFL. So that is, of course, a big deal and why Michigan has a very real shot of scoring something. Looking at the drive summaries, yeah, they've been a good one so far. The first quarter was incredible. I mean, it was like perfect drive after perfect drive. I mean, dude, the first championship game was rough. I mean, hell, if this game ended like 3-0, it would be a better game because at least it was a field goal game and not a 25-0 like shutout. And I know San Antonio could have hit the field goal, but blah, blah, blah. History remembers it as a shutout. That was rough. Chase Garbers was rough in that game. I mean, that was a awful quarterback performance, but we'll see how this one keeps going. All access, head coach Mike Nolan right there. Yeah, and this Michigan defense definitely needs to step it up so far. The offense, I mean, it hasn't been perfect, but the offense, I mean, hell, they lost one of their drives because of the fumble. The offense has so far been solid enough. The defense needs to step it up. There's no excuse to allow 23 points already. Even with the fumble, that one, I do understand it's a bad one to get, but you could have stopped them. The DC plays were pretty obvious to call them running it, and you couldn't get the stops. There's still a lot of football left. Again, largest comeback in UFL history is a 19-point comeback. So, in theory, if it's a 19-point lead with about half of the game left, it is still possible for Michigan to get the comeback. That was a deep bomb, right? That was a beautiful throw right there. Again, Ta'amu, it's hard to beat a quarterback who's making these perfect throws like he's been making tonight. That's what he couldn't do all of the regular season, aside from a couple of big plays. But so far tonight, he has been basically perfect. So let's see what they do here. 23-13, DC's ball. They're at the 19-yard line at 1st and 10. Or no, the 14-yard line, my apologies. Two running backs, one to his left, one to his right. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to Abram Smith, who cuts to the left, gets it to the 10, keeps going, gets tackled about the 5-yard line right there. So it's going to force 2nd and 1. Honestly, in that scenario, it's debatable that if you could have, you would have wanted them to get the first down just so it could stop. Just so it could force them to essentially have only 4 plays. Instead, they now still can get a first down. They can fully eat this clock out, which is bad for Michigan. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. They cannot get the stop. It is a touchdown, DC. It is 29-13 DC over Michigan. Michigan has a minute and a half. They have 2 timeouts. They can easily score a touchdown or at least a field goal. Essentially, it's not never say never, but for all intents and purposes, if Michigan does not score here, it's arguably over. Again, it's not fully over because even a 16-point lead saying that they stopped DC's extra point attempt is still 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions, which is still very doable. Granted, Michigan does not go for 2, they go for 1, so yeah. You think the defenders' playoff experience helped? I mentioned that a little bit earlier. The fact that there are players in this team who were in the championship game before is huge, because technically when it comes to playoff experience, Michigan is actually like just as experienced. They do a fake, and they're going to throw it. It is caught for the 2-point conversion. It is 31-13. Ta'amu with the 2-point conversion reception. He is easily your championship game MVP right now and favorite for sure. But yeah, the big thing is that they were in a championship game before. The fact that Ta'amu, some of these receivers, I believe with one of the Titans, mainly Ta'amu and some of the coaching staff, being in that championship game, definitely is proving to be a factor in this team doing as well as they are tonight. That is definitely a huge thing. But you were right. The system is set up so well for Ta'amu, but that might be how they get the win. I will say, even though the system is super set up to be QB friendly, what he's doing is impressive. These are throws that the reason why the systems work so well for him is usually he only makes 1 or 2 out of 3 of these throws, but because he makes them, he's getting 40-yard touchdowns, and even though he misses 2 of them, the one that hits helps his stats out so much. What's different tonight, he's hitting all of the throws. So he's hitting multiple 30-plus yard deep bombs, which are huge for this DC offense. So it's just helping them out a ton. I mean, he's been playing great. Yes, the system is great for him, but he's doing insane. Score is now 31-13, DC over Michigan with a minute and a half left. Michigan has 2 timeouts and the Super Challenge, so they still can score before the half, and they desperately need to because DC gets the ball at the half. Return is up to the 20, tackled at about the 25, might call him just short of the 24-yard line. Teamu upset that Perkins got MVP over him. True, honestly. TD defenders. Sup, Caleb? 31-13 is wild. It really is. And it's still wild that this is closer than last year's game. Teamu, the rushing attack for DC, couldn't have picked a better time to finally show up. True. I mean, the rushing attack has had a couple bad plays, but it's been really solid so far. Showing Shannon Harris get his Coach of the Year award. Fully deserved. Incredible award. Definitely deserved it. First and 10 for Michigan. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. Nice first down rush. Gained about 5.5 yards there. Gotta go quick here. I understand you don't want DC to get the ball back with like 30 seconds left, but you need to score here more than stopping them, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. Oh, don't say that. Don't say they're going to talk about the beer snake at halftime. Surely not. Ball is snapped. Looks to the left. Perkins going to run to the left. He's going to throw it to the wide open man who catches it at the 40, the 30, the 45, the 50. Malik Turner gets to the 40, cuts right, gets to the 35, the 30, the 25, the 20, the 15, makes another cut, gets to the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Malik Turner with the single best play of the day, Malik Turner. I mentioned it earlier, that first drive. He was incredible last week. Absolutely insane play by Malik Turner right there. If Michigan wins, that's the play. There is a flag. This could be an offensive lineman downfield. Hold up and wait. This could be an offensive lineman downfield. Could be a block in the back. There's a lot this could be. Let's see if this stands. If this stands, this is an absolutely crazy touchdown, but it has to stand. Let's see what the flag is. DC better not Falcon it. Oh, no. Again, with the way that play was, it's very possible this could be holding some sort of offensive penalty, but we'll see right here. This is huge. Let's see. After the play. Wow, it was on the defense after the play. So the touchdown is going to stand, it looks like. So 31-19. Shannon Harris might try to find something to throw a challenge here, though. So just be on the lookout for that. But that is insane. Absolutely crazy play by Malik Turner right there. My goodness. Malik Turner. Absolutely incredible play by Malik Turner right there. I mean, seriously, absolutely insane. It is 31-19. They are going for 3 here because of the penalty. So for those of you who don't know, if you have a penalty after the play, it lets you go for 3 at the 2-yard line. So this is a 3-point attempt for Michigan at the 2-yard line. Timeout looks to be called probably by DC. This is huge. If they get this... Oh, yep, there's the challenge. I knew it. They had to call a challenge. This is one of those plays that if you can get this to work in your favor, it's huge. If it doesn't, of course, it hurts, but this is kind of one of those now or never challenges. That was a 71-yard touchdown, by the way. Absolutely crazy touchdown by Malik Turner. So he looks for holding on 71, I believe is what he just said. Let's see. I can't even tell who he's calling it on, honestly. I see that. There was a hold, but it depends what they're going to call it. Let's see. That's a tough one. Because I've said it before. I think if it doesn't actually affect the play, it shouldn't be called. That's what I've always stood by. So it looks like this is going to be a failed challenge. So DC is out of challenges for the rest of the game and lose a timeout. So look, it's still important to note, with 49 seconds left, even losing that timeout, DC still has enough time to get a field goal. They still do. They can still try to double up, but now they only have 1 timeout instead of 2, which really hurts them here. Now, I know some people might say it was definitely a bad call to challenge it. The reason that was a good challenge is because if that works, you also prevent Michigan from going for 3 at the 2-yard line. So if that was just a touchdown, I honestly would say it was a bad call to challenge it because of the timing. But because if you succeed, you also eliminate them being able to go for 3 from the 2, that would have been a huge benefit for them. Because if Michigan gets this, that would have been a 9-point swing. So it really does hurt that you lose the challenge and your timeout. But the benefit, if it worked, would have been massive. So let's see. 3-point. Do they get this to make it a much closer game? In shotgun, ball is snapped. They hand it off to Toa, who gets stopped. Great play by the defense on the defenders right there. Huge stop by them preventing that, so it is 31-19. It is still a 12-point game, so it is still a 2-score game. I don't think it would have affected play. I definitely agree, because that's been my thing. Like, I know there was one call in the Arlington, D.C. game. I don't remember who they screwed over, but they screwed over one of them because they said it was pretty clear holding. And it's like, yeah, but the holding was on, like, the hash mark on the left when the play was in the middle of the right hash mark to the right out of bounds marker. Like, bro, that doesn't affect the play. But yeah, I know. Normally, I would say that was a bad challenge, but like I said, the benefit, because yes, hindsight's 20/20. You stop 3-point conversion. When you throw that flag, you are viewing it as you are preventing a chance for them to get 3 on the 2-yard line, and you're taking off a touchdown. So if that worked, it would have been massive. Now, yes, if they lose, it could really hurt with that, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it's like Digital Blitz is fully right. For those of you who aren't fully aware with the rules, of course, I think pretty much everybody here is. This is college rules. So if you get a first down, the clock will stop for a few seconds. So 49 seconds at a timeout is more than enough time to get in field goal range, especially with this deep offense they have. The ball gets muffed at the end. It's going to be down about the 15-yard line, really rough there. Even then, they still can get this here. Yeah, right now, the 2 favorites for the MVP should definitely be Malik Turner and Te'amu for sure. Only reason it wouldn't is the USFL had it on NBC, but NBC had a lot of things that they basically said they just kind of didn't want it. Like, there were other excuses they made. They just didn't really want spring football fully, even though NBC had the best coverage by far, and that's of either league. I mean, NBC was beautiful for the USFL, but is what it is. Again, if you're a DC here, you got to go for this field goal. You got 46 seconds left. You got a timeout. More than enough time to get about 60 yards to get in field goal range. So let's see if they do it. Like I said, you got to go for it. You got to go for the field goal. Get it to be a 15-point game. That'd be huge. Ball is snapped. They're going to throw it. Throw it quick to the right. It is caught. Goes out of bounds for a 5-yard gain. Solid first down play. You use about 3 seconds. Gain 5 yards. If you keep that up, that's a really solid drive right there. So like that play call, just get some yards and make it easier to get the first down. Keep this drive going. Again, you can't go 3 now because now that you're here, you need to gain yards to get the first down because Michigan, in theory, could call back-to-back timeouts and get the ball back with like 30 seconds left. And if they have a good return, they could get a field goal. So you got to get a first down if you're DC here. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff. They throw to the right. It's a first down. Great play by DC. Gets tackled inbounds, but still got the first down, which is huge. With the NBA going on to NBC, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, especially with that, I forgot about that, but that's a big deal as well because the NBC's getting the NBA back. Forgot about that one. Good call. Just a field goal away from the over. Yeah, so my call was definitely wrong. I mean, I'm already wrong on mine, so getting one of those 3 picks wrong, I thought it was going to be a lower scoring game, but hey, DC's offense came to play. I can't say anything else. And on TV and streaming at the same time. I mean, ESPN has it on ESPN Plus, and so does Fox technically, but like, who has Fox Sports? But yeah. 1st and 10, 38 seconds left. Again, solid first couple of plays for DC. This is what they need to do. Just keep churning this, ball forward. Gain like 5 yards every 3 seconds. That's all you really need to do. Ball is snapped, looks to the left. Throws it deep. It's a deep bomb, and it's another perfect pass to the 30, the 20, the 15, the 10, 5. Touchdown, Jordan Te'amu. Another deep bomb. Absolutely crazy. That is the 4th perfect pass Te'amu has made all night. Like, you just can't be that. And that's Ty Scott, the man who's been out for most of the season. He was able to come back off IR, and of course, it's a massive thing to have him back. He just beat Malik Turner's 71-yard touchdown with a 73-yard touchdown. Absolutely insane. 73-yard TD by Scott. Absolutely crazy. I mean, seriously, what a game. That is a massive answer. Like I said, with this offense, the ability to throw this deep ball is so huge. And it is true what Brandon's saying. The injuries to this defensive back core for Michigan are clearly having an impact. I know some people who truly believe that Whitehead shouldn't have been an all UFL player. And then you have other things. It's bad. 2-point conversion here for DC. Ball is snapped. Throws to the left. It is going to be incomplete, so it's going to be 37-19. Like common sense to cover the deep ball. I mean, yeah, how is Talman on the NFL? Mainly just because he's been around so long. It's kind of like Luis Perez, but it is kind of wild. I mean, it is wild about the deep ball thing. Like, Teamu is playing borderline perfect football tonight. Like, there's just, when a quarterback's playing this good, it's like when a goalie's just out of his mind in hockey. It's just so hard to beat. I mean, Teamu doing this is incredible. I mean, those are 4 beautiful deep balls. Those are passes that during the beginning and mid part of the year, he would legitimately over or underthrow him by 10 yards. But tonight, he's been perfect. There's nothing I can say. I may be the #1 Teamu hater. There's nothing that I can say that's just not respect. Because this is perfect quarterback play. I mean, yes, the system's great. Yes, Michigan's defense is banged up. Yes, there's some very questionable decision-making on where the defenders are. But these throws to the receivers, he missed routinely during the regular season. Tonight, perfect. 37-19, 27 seconds left. Again, Michigan still could score again. There's enough time for them to score again. They get to the 20. They're down. They got 24 seconds left, 23 seconds left. They could still score again. I mean, if Michigan gets 1 or 2 decent deep passes, they could kick a field goal. We could have another score by the end of the half, which is crazy. I'm not believing what I'm seeing. I mean, seriously, DC playing this perfect is insane. I mean, dude, they're on pace for over 70 points. Like what Gary just said. There could be 100 points. This is insane. We are already at over 50. I mean, I thought the 50.5 over-under was crazy, then it moved to 52.5, and now look at it. This is wild. The live over-under might be like 75. Perkins in shotgun, I'd go for it. You have nothing to lose right now. I'd just go for a deep bomb. Try to get like 30 yards or 20 yards here at least. Try to get a field goal in the next play. Like, 2 plays later, ball snap. Perkins rolls up in the pocket. He gets hit as he throws, but the throw is incomplete. 18 seconds left. (37-19), 2nd and 10. Still got to go for it. Again, with 18 seconds left, you get 1 decent deep ball. It takes about 7 seconds, gain about 20 to 30 yards. You can get to around the 45 or the 50-yard line, do another play, get to the 35-ish yard line. You may have BT Potter kicker, but you still could. Tampa Bay Bandits, you mean? Yes, the Bandits. How funny would it be if we had the Bandits back and not the show us? That would be hilarious, just because of the ironic. They're going to kneel it. I don't like that call. I understand it's been rough, but I'm not a fan of that one right there. Could confirm he's a stat wizard. I mean, this is insane. 37-19 is insane. Last year's championship game was 25-0. He is. I will say it's looking a lot likely that he's going to get that championship game MVP because he's just playing perfect football right now. Has never looked this good. And go tweet that one out. 7 notifications. Okay, let's see. Horrible defense in Michigan. And then Ty Scott strikes. Just trying to reply to people on Twitter. Got like so many notifications from this. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. What a game. Panthers have no answer for Teamu. Honestly, true. They've saved this best for last. This is the closest blowout ever. This game's not over. It is no getting or hurts. Him being out for this game again, like we knew he was gonna be out, but the fact that he's out still hurts. Obviously, it's just rough, but. What are you gonna do, kind of thing. Let's get our 3rd drink now. Yeah, that is important. If DC scores a touchdown at the half, I'd say it's over. I'd say it's over. If they kick a field goal, it's still within reach. But if they get a touchdown, even without the extra point, that'll put it at 43-19. That's a 24-point game. The largest comeback is 19. And with how the defense for Michigan has been playing versus the offense for DC, I just don't see Michigan pulling it off. So I think that DC, they score a touchdown, it's over. Again, it's like I said in my game picks video, DC in a high-scoring game have the advantage because their offense is just built to score. When it works, it works. And when Teamu's playing this well, it doesn't matter who's on defense, you're screwed. So, I mean, all the credit in the world to Jordan Teamu. I mean, the offense has been playing great in total. I mean, he only had some bad runs early on. It's been great play overall. Hard to fault really anybody on DC's offense at all. That's how perfect they've been, all things considered. But Teamu currently has a perfect passer rating. He's 16-20 for 320 and 3 touchdowns. That is a 80 completion percentage for a perfect 158.3. And Bryce is almost perfect too. He's 8 of 13 for 162 touchdowns. He's at a 144.2. Obviously, the biggest difference is the fumble on the kickoff. That's the biggest one. That was a massive swing in DC's favor. The fact that they were able to get that fumble because of Gunnar Oaks and them really hurt Michigan. And so, it's a big reason why the game is where it is. We need to hang out for a playoff game or something next season. Would be dope to see y'all in person. And hopefully the championship game's somewhere else. Because then it's a maybe. Or at least the playoff game's in DC. Worst case, if the playoff game's in DC, I'll probably go to that one. But we'll see. Don't see an announcement forthcoming. Amazing first half. This is the arena football-like type of score. Honestly true. Let's go New Jersey General. He probably meant arena. Look at the massive crowd in the stands. I will say this is not an S tier game at the moment, but this is still a really good game. I mean, this is still great. If this game becomes closer, oh my goodness, it'll definitely move up to S tier. At the half, did we leave our defense in Arlington? Bruh, W comment. Not great. Bro, all the comments are just like, did you forget to practice defense? Oh my goodness. I mean, hey, it's true. St. Louis, been there twice. Don't really plan on going again, at least for a while. Not gonna lie with y'all, chat. We gonna get some sort of announcement? The U.S. Army, we haven't seen that in a while. Devin Ross's great grandfather. They need to have the UFL Championship game in Canton. I agree. I would love to go back to Canton. That was such a fun time last year. One of the best trips I've ever been on. Championship being held in DC or Ford Field next year. Ford Field would be sick. That would be really solid. That would be great atmosphere. Because the one thing I will say about St. Louis and dome stadiums, it feels so good being in a dome stadium. It always feels like when you're almost cold in a jersey, you know that you have some good AC going on. So that would be cool to see for sure. Mike Nolan's son-in-law, Nate McCreary's cousin. Showing some of these people. I missed the USFL ticket prices too. Don't bring that up. Bro, getting the USFL Championship game tickets for like less than $100 at the sideline front row was crazy. Bro, sitting next to Cavazzino's family and Olive Sagapalo's family was crazy. That was a great experience. In the Panthers locker room right now, again, it's just not looking great for Michigan. Again, they need to make a stop. DC gets the ball at half. That's important to remember. So if they get the ball and score a touchdown, they will break that 19-point number, which is, of course, the largest comeback so far. Hell, even a field goal technically breaks that number. So if they score any sort of points, Michigan will have to break an all-time UFL record to win this game, which is, of course, a big deal. Doing a little halftime show. I forgot they're having a halftime show, like an actual one. And I say actual one as in not Marquette King rapping, which that was an experience. That was last year's halftime for sure. But yeah. They're just performing one song? Surely it's not just one. Cavazzino would want to go back to Mars. I honestly think he probably would. I mean, if he got a championship, so yeah. Let's see, whole lot of in the first half. Yeah, I mean, 37-19 is insane. Dominant first half. Let's see. Is Teamu trending? If something is, I would assume it's him. No, not yet. Or at least no, so that hurts. But, I mean, what he's doing is crazy so far. Other post up there, Bryce Perkins tweets, this game is so good. There we go. I shall return for the second half. We'll see you in a few minutes. Again, first half, big talking points is really just Teamu is just playing insane football. Like, it's hard to say anything else. The fact that he has like 4 30-plus yard not touchdowns, but 4 30-yard plus throws. Oh, I didn't see that, really? Which is just insane. I'm not seeing it on the trending. It might be trending in the sports section, but at least in the top 30 trending, I'm not seeing it there. Yeah, no Svengoolie, Hunter Dobbins, some soccer, not soccer, yeah, some soccer stuff. Caitlin Clark, that was so long ago. That was like hours ago what Caitlin Clark was doing, hitting like those threes back to back to back, whatever. Cool that we get a halftime show. Yeah, it's definitely better than Marquette Kings last year. Cool to see the Panthers get good wishes from Shame on the Lions. Marlon Williams would want to play for the Generals. I get we don't have a huge budget for halftime. Can we at least get something with stadium lights? At least it's not Marquette King rapping. That was a performance last year. No offense, Marquette, but it was a performance. But yeah, I mean, overall, when you look at this game so far, it's the fumble was a huge thing, but that's not everything, obviously. The big difference is that DC is touchdown, field goal, touchdown, 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 touchdown. That is their drive list. Michigan, touchdown, touchdown, punt, fumble, punt, touchdown. And then at the end of half. So in terms of their main 6 drives, Michigan had 3 straight bad drives where they had almost legit 3, I think they basically were 3 and outs, and then the fumble and the kickoff. Whereas DC, they just haven't been stopped because they just keep getting super deep plays, which is just, I mean, it's just insane for them. And that's been the big difference. I mean, DC has 379 total yards. They have 320 passing yards versus Michigan's 219. Michigan has more rushing yards, but it doesn't really matter. 4 of 6 on third down versus 1 of 3 on third down. Big deal. Even with the deep bombs, DC is winning time possession, which isn't shocking because of the fumble. It's rough. So, yeah, I mean, DC, man, Teamu playing his ass off. At the moment, easily the championship game MVP. One hit wonder to play one song. Yeah, lights have definitely helped. The league is just not doing it, bro. Ain't no way. Okay, what's about to look up? Yeah, DraftKings. I'm seeing if they have the odds for the championship game MVP. I think they might. Game props. No, they do not. I thought they might have something. I mean, wow, the spread right now is minus 13.5 for DC. Over under live line is 83.5. Michigan is plus 750 right now. That is diabolical. That is wild. Never give up hope, Panthers fans. We have another half. Who knows? Again, it comes down to the first drive. If they stop DC on the first drive, they have a real shot of coming back. If they don't, that's screwed. Like, that's bad. Players warming up in the back of the halftime show. Hey, it's an upgrade from last year. It's the little things. We got a slight upgrade from last year's halftime show. 19. Let me check this out. I'm still not. Are you on X? Cause there it is. I see it, number 21. Nice. Hashtag UFL Championship. Love to see it. We'll gladly take that. Massive W right there. Get ready to learn UFL, buddy. Is that they have a tendency to give big splash plays, and that's what they've been doing for sure. Jordan Teamu's stat line at halftime is diabolical. It really is. Yeah, we're trending. That's a massive W. We've only been trending, I think this is the 3rd time all season. Maybe 4th. I think Hakeem trended once, Bryce twice, and then this once. That's huge. Yeah, I saw it at 21, but still, I mean, it changes a lot because if you refresh it, it's really weird. Panthers have made a comeback. It's not over until it's over. True. It's not fully over. You never say never. Right, I know, they were 0-7 against Birmingham. They ended up, winning their first ever game to get to 1-7, which is a massive W, so we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Halftime show's still going on. So yeah, definitely no announcement during the halftime. Hate to see it, but it is what it is again. Kind of expected it when we saw the, I guess the pre-game, the media event yesterday, so yeah. But it is what it is. Another notification. UFL Championship's up to 20 for me right now. Love to see it. This place would be packed. Weird seeing a band actually play halftime performance. Bruh. At halftime. What's new on the Twitter space? Absolutely okay, bro. It's just a wild one right there. What would you say was this season's Jake Bates moment? Ooh, that's a good question. The Jake Bates moment of the season. It's tough to think one off the top of my head that was that level of crazy, because that was such a huge play when that happened. When he kicked the 60, because it wasn't just he kicked it once. He kicked it, made it, then it was a timeout because he got iced, and then he made it again. It's a tough one, honestly, to call. I don't know if I could say there was one, really. I can't think of one off the top of my head that was that level of crazy. Because, I mean, even the 2023 USFL season, I wouldn't even say had that kind of play. Because to have one of those truly standout plays, I mean, 2022 had the Scooby Wright pick six in the chip. Last season had Jake Bates. And I don't remember there being one in the other 3 seasons, honestly. Because I can't think of one that big and impactful. The closest would be the Bryce Perkins, rushing touchdown that, made him go to super trending. But even then, that one isn't as memorable as, Jamar Smith's rushing touchdown week 1 of 2022. So, yeah. I would say that one, but the only thing is that the shows have done that before, which is just because of how wild it is, how they are, but yeah. It would be cool to do that, but again, with these players wanting to go some of them wanting to go to the NFL, most of them can't exactly have another game after the championship game, because you already have a lot of these guys working out for teams, but so you definitely can't have a game like that, because some of these guys will already be signed to NFL teams, and it's you can't go back for it and all that kind of thing. I believe Martinez is still in the Jets. He's currently QB3, because for those of you who don't know, Jordan Travis ended up retiring because of his injury. So I believe he's still QB3. He might be QB4. New York Jets depth chart. Their depth chart right now is, currently Adrian Martinez is listed as QB3 and Brady Cook as QB4. So he is there. And with Tyrod and Justin Fields above him, hell, he could easily become QB2 or 1. Pending on some injuries. Jordan is trending. There we go. That's what we should see, because he's just been insane, so I wouldn't be shocked about that. UFL Championship is up to 7 right now, and Jordan is... I don't see Jordan. I might pop up in a bit, but I've got the UFL Championship game trending at number 17, which is massive, especially when you consider what's going on right now. That's obviously huge, so we'd love to see that. Let's see. Any new posts from there? No. Let's see. What's going on in the Discord world? Got beat by the poor losers. Number 16, 20. Yeah. The fact that we're going up against the NHL Finals and we're trending is definitely huge. Love to see it. The saddest championship halftime show. People showing about how it's just 3 little stage. I mean, hey. It's better than last year's. Martinez is on the Jets and feels like they started, however, their play styles are very similar. Dude, Tyrod Taylor is such a sad quarterback in a sense that, okay, I don't know about that. Tyrod Taylor is always, whenever he comes in, he always plays solid football. It's just that he gets hurt in the dumbest ways possible, like his own guy puncturing his lung, or getting benched for no reason with the Browns, which, again, Baker was great, but he got benched for no reason. Wow, like that. I think the NFL will be a little less than friendly if the UFL guys start making practice squad salaries $11K a week. I mean, the UFL, I don't see that happening for a while to get legit practice squad salary. And even then, because you got to remember practice squad salary, if you're on the practice squad, it means you have a really good shot at making the active roster where you get paid. So honestly, they only would care if UFL guys were making like league minimum salaries on like active roster. Because it's just that's kind of the truth. Because if you let's just say the UFL made 11K a week, right? Season ends, you go be a practice squad guy. Somebody above you gets hurt. Now you're an active roster guy. You not only made that money from practice squad, but you got extra money as well. So yeah. So definitely, I would say no. That's what I would say. Michigan defense sucks, bro. You don't gotta say that, Jim. I know it's true, but you don't gotta say it. UFL Championship number is 16. I mean, that's above the Yankees, who I know are playing right now. The Stanley Cup Final is on right now. I know Prize Picks is trending, but I'm not even seeing like anything really aside from that trending. So that's huge. We take those. Game's about to kick off for the halftime again. Bryce is playing really solid, but Teamu's playing almost perfect football, so it's huge for them. DC gets the ball first. We'll see if they can stop it. Yeah, I mean, it's a practice squad. I mean, if somebody gets hurt, you get a shot, and then somebody else above you gets hurt, you get in a game, you end up playing well. I mean, hell, we've seen it before. Josh Butler got his shot and was incredible in that game, and even though he got hurt, he's definitely going to have another shot. Got the CFL, for those of you who are fans of the CFL, arena football, I think, is over, but there might be some arena football still going on. Of course, the NFL preseason is just like a couple months away. So, yeah, it's a shame the season's already over. Again, it feels like yesterday we were at mid-season. Feels like yesterday we were watching that awful Friday night game between the Renegades and the Stallions. So let's see. Michigan needs to stop DC here. It's 37-19. DC did use their super challenge and failed. Michigan still has it. Both teams have 3 timeouts. Kickoff is up. It is going to be returned at... Ooh, it bounces. It did not hit the landing zone, so that's going to be a penalty on Michigan right there. Not great right there. Last normal football weekend. Yeah, I mean, Perkins is at like a 144 passer rating right now. I mean, he's not perfect, but he's almost perfect. It's just that Teamu's throwing deep balls that are perfectly thrown. It's just hard to beat that. Like, how do you beat what he's doing? Even if he had better coverage on the back end, they would still catch these balls. That's what's crazy, that the throws Teamu's making are just perfect throws. Hard to beat it. Even with better coverage, at least half of those would have still been caught. And that's what hurts the most, is knowing that it's not just injuries to the Panthers defense. Yes, the yak is what's being impacted the most, but the actual catches are almost just hard to beat. Cheated out of MVP is strong. MVP should have gone to Deion Kane. It's a regular season award. Deion Kane was the most valuable player to his team. I would say even more than Bryce Perkins. I know it's going to piss Panthers fans off, but Kane was incredible in kick return. They were one of the best teams in kick returning. It was incredible. Teamu throws to the left is going to be incomplete. Just trying to throw it away and got it out. But Deion Kane was the best receiver in the league this year, despite having 5 quarterbacks throwing him the football. Was arguably the best kick returner in the league, so he was great in 2 different positions. He was, every single time the Stallions won, it was basically because of him. Think about the Michigan game in Week 9 that secured him the number 1 seed technically. He made the touchdown. I would have given MVP to Deion Kane. I've said that before, and I'll keep saying it. I think that he deserved it. I think he had a Kavontae Turpin-esque season and deserved it, but is what it is. 2nd and 10. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. Or they fake the handoff. Teamu gets the first down running up the middle. They're looking for a flag. They want some sort of flag head-to-head or helmet-to-helmet, but they're not going to get it. Again, if that was Patrick Mahomes, that would have been a 4-game suspension, but is what it is. When you see it trending, that's really good. There's a good shot. This could have some good TV ratings because it's trending, high-scoring game. Even though the Stanley Cup Final's on, it's on TNT, so that helps. Run to the right by Abram Smith, who gets tackled. Ooh, he breaks tackle and gains about an extra 2 yards, so he's getting about a 4-yard gain right there. Yeah, so if you were keeping up with a lot of stuff, Bruce, online, which they didn't really post any articles on it, but the point is, they were taught, like, all the guys, James Larson, Mike Bell, were interviewing, obviously, Ross, Danny, and Moose. They made it pretty clear they're not announcing expansion anytime soon, as in, like, this month. If there is going to be expansion for next season, it'll be announced during the offseason, like, true offseason, or it might not be till 2027. Ball is snapped, they hand it off, and it's going to be a first down up to the 35 as well. Really solid play, about a 10-yard rush. A little bit less, but about a 10-yard rush right there for Abram Smith. So it definitely sucks that that's the case, but it is what it is. You know, we'll see what happens in the offseason. But 13 minutes and 20 seconds left. So far looking like a really, really good drive for DC right now. Again, still early, but they're already in field goal range. They fake the handoff to Smith, throw the little screen pass to Chris Rowland, who gets about 3 yards shy of the first down marker. I wouldn't have expected any announcement. Honestly, though, I will say, if you expand, it technically would help viewership in a lot of ways, because if you add a team, let's say in Seattle or Ohio, you're adding another market that has extra incentive to watch not only their team's games, but other teams' games. So if you add other teams, it helps your TV ratings fully because that area now cares more about their team and the league. 3 receivers right. It's going to be, let's see. They blew the play dead, so this might be false start in DC. Nope, they're calling it encroachment. So encroachment on Michigan, 5-yard penalty. 24 first downs is crazy. Same old teams that she's stuck at 8 teams forever. Don't say that. It might be true, but don't say that. That hurts whenever you hear it, but it's true. 37-19. Again, very high scoring game for both teams. Again, the over-under heading into this half was literally 83.5, which is insane. Yeah, I fully agree. The league definitely needs to expand. I said it before. They need to expand this year. We'll see during the offseason. They fake the handoff. They throw it to the right to roll, and this might be called a pitch. It's going to be a 2-yard gain either way for DC. But yeah, it definitely hurts they didn't expand this year. It would have helped TV ratings out. If you add a team to the West Coast, you have more people in the West Coast who are going to watch overall games. Definitely sucks, but again, we'll see. There could be some sort of announcement during the offseason. Again, the offseason is a long time. Even if they move the season up by a couple weeks, March is not for over half a year. So there's a lot of time for announcements to come out. We'll see. Ball snap. They run up the middle for about a 2-yard gain. That's the ground game that Michigan wants to see and DC doesn't want to see. Back-to-back plays that only gain about 4 yards. Michigan needs to stop them here and force the field goal. $11 minutes and 40 seconds left in the third quarter. 3rd and 6. Already hit the over. It's absolutely wild. That if it was 52.5, it already hit it. 3rd and 6. Motioning receiver from the left to the right. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back to the left as well. Ball snapped. Looks to the right side of the field. Throws it. It is going to be incomplete. That last 3 plays are not great right there. Those are looking like regular season, early season DC Defenders-esque plays. Still going to get the field goal here, which is huge. Again, this will mean that if Michigan does end up winning this game, it will break the record. Saying he makes this kick, it'll break the record for the longest comeback in UFL history. The longest comeback, or largest, was 19, Birmingham against Houston earlier in the regular season. So if McCrane makes this kick, that means that the Panthers are going to have to break the all-time record to win this one. But he's got to make the field goal. Kick is up, and it is a perfect kick down the middle. 40-19. So Michigan, it'll be a 21-point comeback if they win. It'll be the largest ever. Excuse me. I agree. 8 teams, again, would be really rough, especially at this point, since this is going to be year 3 of the UFL. Again, though, we'll see during the offseason. There's still a lot of time to add a team, so we could. Yeah, I know international stuff is a lot of question marks about, travel and all that. But it would be really cool to see that for sure if they could end up pulling that off. Yeah, like I said, we still got the whole offseason to see announcements. With how the UFL is, it pretty much, they'd have to announce it before June. So they'd literally have, July till, or not say June, January. So they'll basically have, literally July till, December to announce some sort of expansion or something. So they definitely have time to do it. It's still a while. 21 points in a dream. This is obviously must score for Michigan. They need to score something here. In theory, they need a touchdown at least. They need to get a touchdown. Yes, a field goal still is big, but then you're back to what you were heading into this half. You want a touchdown. You want to gain more points in DC every single drive, obviously. Score a touchdown, make it 40-25, and then decide what you want to do in the extra point, because then it's a 15-point game. You're going to have to do something. In theory, you could go for 1 and then make it a 14-point game. So that's the one benefit, because you're down 21 and you're Michigan and you go for 1 normally. This is basically 3 touchdowns, right? They're just going to go for 1 every time unless you get a penalty. And as long as they can do what they do in the regular season and the postseason last week, which is get about 70%, in theory, they'll then make all 3 of them and keep their average the way it is because they already missed 1. So we'll see. I think there is. People like to say 2023's season was super weak for both leagues. I don't fully buy that. I think it's pretty clear with how certain teams played. We saw Birmingham continue to be Birmingham in 2024's UFL, and they only added so many players to their team. We saw other rosters actually get kind of worse when they added better players, like Memphis. So I think there's definitely enough room to have, like I said, I think 16 is the max. That is the absolute max you can have. Especially as you got to remember, as long as they're continuing this slight pay increase every once in a while, every couple years, you're going to get those other fringe players who are thinking about the CFL or UFL, and they're going to be convinced to go to the UFL. So I think that when you consider that as well, the league's sticking around. I think 16 teams is the max you can have. Want to see them add kicking extra points back into your majors, maybe. I want to see kicking extra points be back if they're like 45-yard field goals. Then I'd be fine having it because then it would really showcase which teams have a good kicker, makes the kicker an even more important position. That I would be totally fine with. I don't want it to be like the NFL, which is still harder than like college, but I want it to be a hard kick. Not like a 55-yarder, but still hard. It'd be nice to give more players a chance to make the roster. True. That'd obviously be a huge benefit as well. Showing some of those Bryce Perkins highlights from this season. Notifications. Just more likes. Let's see. Are we still trending? UFL Championship is still number 17 trending for me. Not seeing Jordan, but I'm still seeing that, which is huge. Obviously, we'll gladly take that 10 new post. Kamara Usman. Travis Feeney, your sportsman of the year. Love to see that. Congrats to him. Matty Fresh. Okay. Is the top coming about Jordan catch? Okay. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's see what Michigan can do here. Again, Michigan needs a touchdown. Touchdown and a 1-point conversion. That's what you need. 7 points makes it a 14-point game. That's what you really want here. Field goal doesn't do enough for you here. Up to the 15, the 20, cuts to the right, the 25. Only way I would see going for a field goal is if you are literally at like a 4th and 14 in bad field position. Obviously, because it's 4th and 14. That's the only place. Aside from that, you got to go for it 4th down. Plus a bye. So basically, you'd want it to be essentially saying, and 2 teams of the bye. So yeah, the way I viewed it would be great is keep 50%. You have the 2 and 3 seeds in the conferences play each other, and then they face the 1 seed, and then they have the championship game. That's what I've always wanted to do. Keep the conferences. Don't do divisions. Just keep 2 conferences of 6 teams if you do a 12-team league. Top 3 teams make it. Number 1 seed gets a bye, and then I would love that. 1st and 10 for the Michigan Panthers at the 23-yard line. Ball is snapped. They hand it off up the middle. They get about 4.5, 5-ish yards. Solid first down play for Michigan. Interviewing Danny Etling on the sideline right now. Talking to him right now. Again, everybody's favorite quarterback in the league. Danny Etling right there. If you know, you know. Maybe he gets some time in this one. Yeah, I would love that playoff format. Keep the conferences, make it unique instead of being like the NFL's divisions. Reward the 1 seed even more. I'd love to see it. 2nd and 7 for the Michigan Panthers. 3 receivers to the right. Ball is snapped. Quick throw to the right. It's going to be caught. Ooh, and he slips and falls. That's rough right there. They're going to lose like a yard there. It's going to be like 3rd and 8. Bad play right there. Kind of stuck in QB carousel with fewer new faces. I think a lot of that is just the league itself. Just trying to keep guys and thinking it works. Like Memphis, it was really clear that them keeping that quarterback room was not going to work. That was pretty obvious. Keeping Jared Garantano, pretty obvious that wasn't going to work. There's definitely a lot of other quarterbacks they could have gone after. Definitely just, I think that's more on the GMs. 3rd and 7, they gave him a good spot. 2 receivers on both sides of the ball, running back to the left. Ball is snapped, looks to the left, looks to the middle of the field. Rolling to his left now. He might run for it. Nope, he's going to try and throw it. He's cutting back to the right. He's going to throw it. It's going to be intercepted at the 50, to the 40, the 35, the 30. Oh, he gets tackled just shy of 30. I understand the decision to, but you did not need to throw out there. That was a bad play by Bryce right there. He may have just ended the Panthers' season with that throw right there. It may be Jover, ladies and gentlemen. That throw was basically an inexcusable throw. Throwing it on the run, off body. Not technically cross the field, but basically cross the field kind of throw. You couldn't do that. Again, that's honestly, that's a lot on Bryce. I don't know how much of that's on Mike Nolan. Again, at some point, you have to know this is 4-down territory. Even though it's early, you could have just ran it, try to get like 6 yards, and you're in a 4th and 2 scenario. Instead, he threw it over his body like that. That was a poor decision by Bryce. Again, just like I mentioned earlier, the Stallions Week 2 game, we saw a very similar scenario. It was like 2nd and 8, and instead of running for the first down, he tried to throw the deep ball. It failed, and they got screwed. Right there again, he should have ran it to try and gain at least 6 yards and go for it in 4th down. DC fakes the handoff, throws it to the right. It is incomplete, and it was almost intercepted. That would have been insane. As my ulterior motive makes season larger, true. There are still pretty solid QBs that can be starters. Yeah, Brandon Silvers definitely could. Nolan Henderson for sure. Danny Etlick. Okay. Pretty much Beham's entire QB room. Maybe. Cookus at this point, I hate to say it, but that's a maybe. Corral could, yeah. Jamar could. Yeah, there's a couple that could. Live by hero ball, die by hero ball. True. 2nd and 10, ball a snap for Teamu. Throws it to the left. It is a screen pass to Roland. Or no, to the tight end, Bradley Moore, I believe. Gets the first down and gets to the 15-yard line. Huge play for DC right there. Again, they are getting close to putting a 50-burger up. If they score a touchdown here, I mean, basically a touchdown here, I mean, it's already pretty much over, but at this point, if they score a touchdown, it's like mega over. So we'll see. They got Deion Jackson to his right in the backfield with him. 3 receivers to the right, ball snapped. They hand it off to the left. It gets to the 10, the 5, and it's a touchdown, 46-19. DC is, barring a colossal Atlanta Falcons-esque collapse, they are your 2025 UFL champions. They got revenge for the 2023 loss in the UFL Championship game. I mean, surely they don't blow this lead, right? Surely they don't blow a 27-point lead in the championship game, right? Like, there's no way. This game was once 13-6 Michigan Pro. Hey, momentum is one hell of a drug. All it takes is your tight end causing a fumble on your returner, and that's it. From an explosive offense, I think at this point, this is the touchdown that's going to hurt viewership. The first half is definitely really solid, but this is the touchdown that's going to get a lot of people turning off this game. Now, the one thing that's good is that the Panthers game is also 3-0 with 10 minutes left, so that helps, but definitely doesn't help having this game be a blowout like this, but yeah. Hand up the middle, it is no good. Just got off work, sup T-Dog, what the F is happening? First 3 drives were perfect drives. Michigan had the lead, and then Michigan punted, DC scored. Michigan got the ball in the kickoff. Gunnar Oaks, their own tight end, accidentally ripped his own returner's ball out of his hands, giving a fumble to DC, who then scored again. DC in the first 6 drives scored 5 touchdowns and a field goal. That's what happened. Jordan Teamu is playing his best game of his career. He is playing perfect football. The defensive back injuries to Michigan clearly have been taking an effect here, and it's screwing him over. Okay, I got to take the jersey off. It's too hot. It is too hot in here. But you know what, chat? I've got the Michigan Panthers shirt on, so we're still fine in that aspect. So we'll put this over there. And we got the 2024 UFL schedule t-shirt on. A lot of it is just honestly, it's just the defensive backs are too hurt. Like, the Panthers offense, the interception Perkins just throw was bad. But the offense has been solid. It was solid until the fumble. It's just that one fumble really hurt. I mean, normally, if you're at this point in a game and you have 19 points, you're easily in it. Like, this is mainly the defense screwing up. Because, I mean, before that bad interception that Perkins just threw, he was having almost a perfect passer rating game like Teamu was. So a lot of this is the defense. The defensive backs are just way too hurt and all that. When you beat the Stallions, that was another fear I had. The fact that to them, that was their Super Bowl in a lot of ways. The fact that they, finally got over that hump, sometimes it's the worst thing for you. Look at Rory McIlroy, right? He won the Masters. It was the most iconic win in golf since Tiger won the Masters. He finally got his Grand Slam. We were like, man, he's got the monkey off his back. He's going to dominate. Since then, it's been cut, getting curb stomped, making the cut, but still getting curb stomped at the U.S. Open, right? Sometimes when you get over that hump, you get the monkey off your back, you just kind of, like, instead of getting up without it, you just fall down because you're so glad it's off your back. That's kind of what's happening to Michigan. They got that W over Birmingham, and that was about it, and now they're kind of screwed in a lot of ways. Talmadge should throw an interception for tradition. No, he's got to get his perfect passer rating. That's what he's got to do. Yeah, Steven, it's just, I mean, it's insane that it's this score. I mean, it's like Digital Blitz is saying, Te'amu during the regular season, these throws, he would have made 1 or 2 of them. In terms of true deep balls, he's like 4 of 4. And they're not like good throws his receivers made a good move for. They're perfect throws. During the season, one of those would have been perfect, and one of them maybe would have been good enough to be caught. I mean, it's fully what Blitz is saying. He is playing perfect football through the deep ball. You just can't beat that. When your defensive back room is so hurt, when you're not able to get enough pressure, it hurts, but, like, it is what it is. So, it hurts. Are we looking at a 70-plus blow? DC could definitely score something huge. I mean, we still could see a 100-point score total, honestly, if Michigan gets a touchdown, which would be insane, but who knows? That would be fire if that happened. Tony Romo and Shannon Harris, legendary Tennessee State quarterback Shannon Harris right there. Oh, he went to Tennessee State? Okay, that's not good. He might go to Tennessee State as a coach. Because if he gets the championship this year, I don't know if he'll come back, though. He might want to get the back-to-back. We'll see. Will be interesting. If he wins it this year, right? Well, when he wins it. Who knows? He might come back next year to try and win it back-to-back. Hopefully, but we'll see. Still, absolutely perfect play by Te'amu. Yeah, Lions fans are watching this team definitely hurt. Nobody attended this game. Hey, it's the St. Louis issue. You banked on St. Louis making it again, and it didn't work again, and now you're screwed. Big return for the Panthers. They get almost to the 50-yard line, though. It probably is a little too late. Too little, too late, but still, big play for them right there. I mean, insane. Jamar Smith, bro, I know he's sad. He might be happy, but sad, because it's like you got beat by this Panthers team's getting their ass handed to him, bro, belt to ass. This is an impressive DC playoff run. I mean, Arlington's was insanely impressive because they won their 2 playoff games relatively easily. It wasn't like DC. This is an insanely impressive playoff run by DC. Ball is snapped. Fake the handoff, throw to the right. It is too high a pass. Bad throw by Perkins. He's definitely leaving. Yeah, maybe. If they win, he might want to come back, get that back-to-back title. He might go to Reggie Barlow and say, hey, Reggie, I'm going to need a 3x raise, whatever you're going to pay me. And Reggie's going to say, hell no, and he's going to stay back. Who knows? 2nd and 10 for Michigan. 8 minutes left. I mean, it's basically over, but never say never. They need a touchdown. They got to go for it. Let's see if they can get a touchdown. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, running back to the right as well. Ball is snapped. Perkins throws a little screen pass, and it's just another bad play, incomplete. Another rough one. It's going to be 3rd and 10. This is 4 down territory if you're Michigan. If you're even trying to win this game, you have to get a first down here. You can't punt it here, or else it's like full. Like it's over, but you know what I mean when I say it's like fully over. And I will say another big issue right here is that you don't have Matt Colburn. The past few drives especially, Colburn is such a dynamic threat on the receiving side of the running back position. Like, McCreary is solid, but Colburn's just better, and not having him here really hurts. 5 wide, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Ball is snapped. Perkins is going to run it. Tries to make a cut, goes to the right. He gets past the man with a spin, and it's going to be about 4 yards shy of the first down marker. He has to go for it here. Got to get this first down here. Going to be about 4th and 4, maybe 4th and 5, depending on exactly where they spot him, but you have to go for it. You can't really do anything else. 4th and 4. So they got a decent spot. Yep, they're going to call a play. They have to. You have to get a first down here. No, they're punting it. So you're throwing it. The player's body language, yeah, it's definitely, yeah, we're not going to see 100 points. That was probably the end of our dream of having 100, unless they fake this punt. Let's see. 8 seconds left. And if you fake it, it's a pretty obvious fake. So yeah. No, it is half. It's the 3rd quarter right now. And they punt it. Weak decision. Return at the 10, cuts to the right. And he gets down at 12. Michigan just threw in the towel. Why are you punting on 4th and 4? So yeah, massive L by Nolan. Again, not even like the first time he's done that all year, where he's done something really stupid in terms of punting it. Sucks, but is what it is. Trending. Marchand is number 2. Of course he is. Probably did something insane again. UFL Championship game has fallen off trending. Not super shocked because of how it's been. Conn Smythe is ending. Wait, is the series over? No, it's not over. So why is Conn Smythe trending? Run up the middle. It's a first down for DC. Oh, Marchand. Okay, that's why. Because he got another goal. Bruh. At the 10, though. I still can't believe he punted that there. Why are you punting it there? Showing these deep passes that Teamu threw. Like, when you look at these, this isn't just like coverage got beat. This is just like perfect throws. Just saw the 25 season tickets are on sale now. Yeah, they've been on sale for a couple weeks now, which is a really solid decision. The league starting them off really early. Love to see that one. No, he is not at the championship game. He is not. If this was a UFC main fight, he would be here, but no, he is not at the game. Chiefs Defenders fans are eating right now. 2nd and 5 for DC. Instead of good field position, what? This is why you're not a head coach. No, like that's just objectively wrong. You're down over 3 touchdowns. They get the first down and they get tackled at about the 36-yard line. I mean, you're down 27 points right now. That is 3 touchdowns and 3 3-point conversions. You cannot justify saying that's a 3-score game. It may technically be, but it's not. That is essentially throwing in the white flag, because at best, you get the ball back about 2 minutes after you punt it, meaning that you're going to have less than 20 minutes to try and get 3 full touchdowns and stop DC the rest of the game. So even if you get the ball back, you're going to get it back at, like, what, the 30? And then you have to go 70 yards for a touchdown. It's just, you had to go for there. You gained 6 yards, 4th and 4. It's not like it was 4th and 12. You had to go for it there. Run up the middle, 3.5-yard gain. Especially because you got to remember, so far this game, the defense has been playing poorly, and a lot of that is because of how long they've been on the field. The longer a defense is on the field, the more it hurts them. So deciding to punt it there is no reason to do it. You got a great punt, but there was a chance you could have even gotten a touchback and hurt yourself. Instead, it worked, but it still was the wrong call. Like, you're pinning them, but all that's really doing them is giving them an extra chance to milk more clock because your defense is tired and has been tired, and now you're putting them on the field again instead of going for it. They run it to the 50, and yep, tackled at the 50, so another first down. Is a flag, if it's on DC, it's going to help Michigan, but yeah. Hey, it's like I said it in the last Power Rankings video. If DC's ground game is just not super ass, they have a chance. It was really good last week, and tonight it's been perfect play from Teamu. That ground game being as good as it's been the past 2 weeks, it's the biggest reason why they're still in it. Credit to Deion Jackson, credit to the OC, credit to, excuse me, Abram Smith. They've been playing their asses off. Love to see it. Yeah, that's the one thing they've been really weak at during the season, but they've been really solid. Teams are 5-3 after beating the Stallions in the modern era if Michigan loses this game. Not super shocked at that, because obviously Houston won a couple of times and they kept on losing afterwards, but yeah. Yeah, 46-19 is insane. I mean, this is the most impressive playoff run in this spring football era, easily. I mean, they just blew out both teams. It's incredible. Passes thrown deep to the left. It's another beautiful throw. That was actually his worst deep pass of the night, and that was still a great throw. It is caught. First down, again, goes back to it. Why are you punting it when you're down 27 and you're at 4th and 4? You're not even that deep in your own territory. That was a bad decision, and it's totally backfiring right now. I mean, incredible play again. I mean, that was the worst throw Teamu's made of his big deep throws, and that was still a great pass. That's just to show how good he's been tonight. I mean, I want to give a lot of credit to the ground game, but Teamu's been perfect. He deserves championship game MVP easily for this one. 1st and 10, 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter, ball snapped. Handed off to Abram Smith, who gets tackled. He might get the first down. Nope, they're going to call him about a yard shy. Even when it's his worst throw, Teamu still managed to get it complete. I mean, hey, he's trying to get that perfect passer rating, which, I mean, respect. And he's not even, like, trying it by, like, Aaron Rodgers playing it safe. He's, like, legit going for it. Because, I mean, let's see. He is at Okay, do they have that recent catch? I think they do. If he's at 20 of 27, wow, he's not perfect anymore. But if he gets another touchdown here, he's going to get right back to perfect passer rating. Which, I mean, easily deserved. Second and 1 for the DC defenders. Ball is snapped. They hand it off. It's going to be a first down rush, and then about another 4 yards. Nope, 6 yards. Great play by the DC O-line, pushing Amon Smith forward. And Amon Smith, of course, just keeps going. Massive play right there for him. McDavid just joined Gretzky and Lemieux for the third fastest player to get 150 playoff points. Huge right there. It is an impressive one, but I mean, Arlington's playoff, even though Birmingham arguably beat the best two teams in terms of a playoff back-to-back, arguably, I would say Arlington's 2023 was the most impressive playoff run because they were the underdogs and easily won against both Houston and DC. This is even more impressive because they're not just like easily winning, they're dominating. I mean, yes, the first quarter was close, but what they've been doing is just utter domination. Impressive for DC. The best playoff run we've seen of the 5 spring football seasons in this era. They shouldn't have lost that in 2023. Te'amu really is cooking, must really want to avenge the 2023 championship loss. That was a big thing. Te'amu has championship game experience. That's a huge deal. I mean, he has it. Michigan team doesn't. It looks like they're going to get it. I mean, if they lose this is like if you lose, you contract the franchise kind of game. Ball is snapped. They hand it off, and it is... Looks like it's going to be just shy of a touchdown. What QBs we're getting in 2026? Hopefully not Anthony Brown and Jared Garantano. Hopefully those guys are nowhere near our roster next year. But we'll see. So end of the third quarter, it is 46-19. Yeah, this game right now, probably C or D tier. Incredible first quarter. That's why it can't be F. Like, yes, this is a total blowout, but this is not an F tier game by any stretch of the word. There's too many scores, too good of a first quarter to be that low in tier list. Like, when I compare it to the first Birmingham-New Orleans game. Is this better than that one? Easily. Not even close. So, definitely a much higher tier game than that one. 400 pass yards, 122 turnovers, forced a big block. Oh, I mean, Te'amu, he hasn't been great. He's been perfect. I mean, if this was the regular season Te'amu, of those 5 now big throws, the one that he just hit that was a good throw, not a perfect throw, he would have thrown one of those, one great throw, and 3 bad ones. What he's doing tonight is unbeatable. You can blame injuries to the Michigan secondary. You can blame bad defensive design. At the end of the day, when you're throwing the ball 30-plus yards downfield, the quarterback has to throw a perfect pass. And he's been throwing perfect passes. I mean, it's incredible. What he's doing is incredible. Huge props to Te'amu. Incredible game. He's going to easily deserve championship game MVP. If somebody else gets it, then they might hate him more than the league hates Deion Kane. But Te'amu should easily get that award. DC needs a championship after the Commanders been through. True. Anthony Brown could play Pop Warner. Brandon Silver's return to Seattle. Basically the most recent Super Bowl reincarnate. Hell no, Silver staying in St. Louis. DC is upset, man, for the 23 Super Bowl. They're coming back for vengeance. That was a big thing. The fact that DC got beat in 2023, that was one of the big things in my game picks video. I said that if they're going to win, that's a big reason why. It's because they have guys who have that experience in this kind of scenario, with the most important being your quarterback. Te'amu was the quarterback of that championship game. He knows what not to do, right? He may not have been horrible in that game, but his play was part of the reason they lost, right? Because they did get easily beat by Arlington. He now knows what not to do, and guess what he's doing? He's throwing basically a perfect game. I mean, let's see. He may not be throwing a perfect pass rating game at this point, but if he throws a touchdown, he's going to be back to a perfect one. At the end of the day, I mean, he's 20 of 27 for 389 and 3 touchdowns. And he has the receiving 2-point conversion, and 25 yards on the ground, and a touchdown on the ground. Like, I mean, seriously, that's one of the best performances I've ever seen. I mean, when you're hitting 2023 playoff Magoo levels of performance, that means that you're having an insane game, because that's the measuring stick, right? 2023 playoff Magoo was the peak we've seen of a playoff quarterback. Right below him was Perez. This is the kind of game that's better than what Magoo was doing. That's insane. Like, that's crazy. Crazy loss to my team that year. Yeah, I'm glad my team beat DC. At least this game had big plays and was fun to watch. Last year was just rough. Oh, man. Last year was bad. Especially Chase Garber's sliding multiple times because he was trying to protect himself. Like, stop. He's never had the best deep ball, but if he can do this every week, DC would be unstoppable every season. I mean, on God. If they can do what they're doing, if he can do what he's doing tonight, there's no beating him. Like, I know I've said it before during the stream. I said in my game picks video, if it was a high-scoring game, I think I said 35 points, which again, Michigan ain't going to hit it, but I think I said 35 points is a guaranteed DC win. And I said they could easily hit it because they've got a great deep ball game. It's just a matter of them hitting it, and I mean, what Te'ama's doing today is impeccable. I mean, this is up there for the greatest QB performance in spring football in this era. I would say, this, considering the circumstances, this is the best. The Cookus game in like 2022 in a single game may technically be better, but that was a regular season game. This is the championship. This is the best game a quarterback's had in this era of spring football easily. Again, like I said, Magoo was incredible in 23. Perez was incredible. What Te'ama's doing is insane. Insane credit to him. So a late fourth quarter expansion announcement. Okay, we ain't okay. We reaching down the barrel for that one. Battle Oxford trade for Matt Corral. Imagine Corral St. Louis weapon would be really solid. How about the Florida Panthers about to win the second cup in a row? Nobody can beat them. Well, I mean, isn't it going to be 3-2 with Florida winning tonight? So, right, it's going to be 3-2 now because Edmonton tied the series up 2 days ago. They're still probably going to end up winning it, which is crazy that Florida, as in the state Florida, has been to 6 straight and would win 4 out of 6, which is insane. But yeah, the Guardians. I so consider this a B tier game. I'm probably leaning towards C tier. Like, I think it's better than either New Orleans Birmingham game, and those were 2 games that were very close to this. There's the touchdown for Te'ama. Rolled out to his right, wide open Briley Moore, great play design, easy touchdown for DC. They have hit 50 points. If I'm not mistaken, Adam, that is the record for the most points scored in a UFL game, correct? And might be for all of this era of spring football. 52-19, absolutely insane. I think I saw a flag fly. It's going to be like unnecessary roughness or something like that, but yeah. So let's see. This, in theory, is going to put him at a perfect passer rating again, I believe. Let's see. Jaquan Buckley, my bad. I said Terrell Buckley. I was thinking of that Terrell Buckley. That's why I was thinking about him earlier. Okay, my bad. We have to do whatever it takes. Okay. Beat Michigan Panthers. Exact championship result. Wow, he called that a while ago. That's actually pretty impressive. Trending. Okay, that is what it is. Let's see. DC, the Te'amu is... No, he's still not technically Wait, no, that's still not updated. My bad. Still not updated yet. There it is. Still not technically perfect, but, I mean, again, it's at 156.3. I mean, that's damn near perfect, just because he had too many incompletions. 21 of 28 for 394 touchdowns is an absurd stat line right there. 50 burgers insane. I think St. Louis had a similar amount of points in Week 10 to XFL 3.0. Yeah, the Week 10 when it didn't matter. Oh, my God. If Canada lose, they might as well pack their bags. Portland leads a Pro Football team. DC defender chance. I don't think anyone could have guessed this kind of game for DC. Yeah, I mean, Te'amu, man. When you have a quarterback playing this good, it's pretty damn tough to beat him. I mean, 52 points, and pretty much every single point, a lot of it is just Te'amu throwing deep passes. They got a mini beer snake. Love to see that. Love that. That game. I still hate how people look back at that one and say, we should have made the playoffs, even though it's like, dude, you should have beat the Dragons in Week 9. Now, because of the penalty, they're going for 1 at about the 17-yard line, but we'll see. Ball is snapped. DeLillo is in at quarterback, throwing to the right. Incomplete. There's a flag. Man, they're not going to keep Te'amu in to try and get him the perfect passer rating. That hurts, but it is what it is. It's not over. Okay, don't say that. No, Michigan's just going to score 30 points real quick. They're going to make it a 3-point game and lose. So they got to redo this again because of the flag. Adonis Alexander, of course, questionable if he was going to be in this game, and then he was hurt, blah, 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 so yeah. Got killed by the Sea Dragons last year. That game made me hate Ben DiNucci. The Stars would be great to see back. That'd be great. Is there a 33-point conversion? Oh, man. Yeah, that game. Like, I feel like when people bring up the Anthony Beck question, they always forget to bring up that one because that was essentially a home playoff game in a lot of ways for St. Louis, and that was arguably worse. Nah, when you get beat by DC, that's tough. It was bad. That game being at home was bad. 3 receivers to the right. Ball is snapped. And it's incomplete. Oh no, they didn't get the 1-point conversion. Whatever shall they do? 50 burger, absolutely insane. I mean, I would... Man, this is rough. I would say, though, I think we would all probably... For the postseason power rankings, or I guess the post-championship power rankings, would y'all say that 1 to... I mean, it's tough. I mean, DC just curb stomped both teams. Man, you'd have to go... Would you go DC 1, Michigan 2? Would you go St. Louis? I don't know. That's going to be tough. 2 to 4 in the postseason power rankings is going to be tough to do. Because, like, technically St. Louis kept it closer than DC, but Teamu wasn't playing as good. Then it's like, I don't know. I might put St. Louis at 2 and Michigan at 3. I don't know. It just feels tough to put St. Louis at 2 when you had Max Duggan at quarterback. That's a big question. Place the ball at your own 10-yard line for a 20-point conversion. That would be cool to see. Most points in a UFL game. Why am I not shocked? But yeah, that's a good question. Where is 2 to 4 on the power? Well, 4 is this. Yeah, who's 2 to 4? It's a good question. Chad, who would you say is your 2 to 4 in power rankings? Because I could see an argument for... Because, I mean, Birmingham is, do you put them at 3 or 4? Right? Obviously, it's a matter of St. Louis. Do you put St. Louis at 2, 3, or 4? And then, yeah. That's a tough question. It's a tough one. Because, like, this is really bad, but at the same token, like, it was closer in the beginning than it was with St. Louis versus DC. I don't know. Because, I mean, like, Michigan beating Birmingham was the shocking one. It was a big game. So, would you put St. Louis at 4 then? Because if you put Birmingham at 3, you got to put St. Louis at 4. Oh, my God, says G-Man. Yeah, 52-19, baby. Yeah, we're just now talking about who gets number 2, 3, and 4 in the power rankings. Yeah, the former Battlehawk, Jordan Teamu. Definitely hurts seeing him win the championship and not St. Louis as the team. Yeah, whole fourth quarter is 52-19. We could legitimately still see like an 80-plus or, hell, 90-plus maybe. Up to the 45, the 50 goes out of bounds. Nah, you can't put Birmingham 2. Like, yes, I understand DC curb stomped both teams. The fact that Birmingham didn't even get to the championship game, like, they are 3 or 4 in my book. It's, do you put them under St. Louis or above St. Louis? Like, St. Louis, I feel like you could put them at 2, but you could put them at 3 or 4. That's what I'm saying. Like, depending on where you put St. Louis is where you put Birmingham. You put St. Louis at 4, Birmingham's 3. If you put St. Louis at 3 or 2, you put Birmingham at 4. I just don't know exactly where you put St. Louis because it's, like, really tough to call because this is embarrassing, but it's, like, I don't know. I'd probably put St. Louis above them, honestly. They run to the left, get to the 45, get to the 40. My gut right now would be number 1 DC, number 2 St. Louis, number 3 Michigan, number 4 Birmingham. On the sideline with BTA. I didn't, but I'm not shocked. I mean, it is definitely BTA right now. I mean, 52-19 is pretty bad. 3-point favorites getting the ass handed to them. Getting the ass beat. Is this fake? No, it is not. It is 52-19. They hand it off. They get the first down, get to the 35, the 30, down at the 29-yard line. 52-19. Again, hey, if we get some scores, we could get this up even higher, but we'll see. I will say, definitely, this was better than last year's chip, but the fact that we got back-to-back blowouts in championship hurts. I just don't think that you can put Michigan at 4 after all they can so far. Yeah, Michigan is 3 or 2. It's just a matter of where you put it. 5 wide, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, ball snap, looks to the middle of the field. Throws it deep to the left. Incomplete. I'd probably put him at 3. I think Michigan right now is 3. The fact is, during the season, near the end, I viewed St. Louis as a better overall team. A. Take it honestly, yes, sir. Next season, you gotta hope I put you guys at 8 again. Because apparently whoever I put at 7 or 8 is just like a lock to make the championship game. I put San Antonio at like 7 last year, and they made the championship game. And then if I pick you to win it all, you ain't making the playoffs. Look at Memphis and Arlington. So take it as a good thing if I put your team last. So next year, Memphis fans or San Antonio fans, hope I put you guys at last. Is this DC team really better than 2023 team? I'd say that it's... I don't know. No. Teamu... I would say the receiving core for that 2023 team was just so good. The receiving core was so good. I mean, Chris Blair, Lucky Jackson was such a great duo. It's tough to say that that team is worse than this one. But if you believe the idea that all those 2023 teams are weaker than UFL teams, then yes, then they are obviously worse than this one, but I don't know. Malik Turner has the touchdown at the moment, though there's a flag, so it might be done. Should have won the red jerseys. True! Threw the Zomb Phox down. Yay. It is what it is. Their attendance for... it's been a fun year. Yeah, the attendance definitely needs to be better. Marketing is just a big deal. I mean, we said it like 1,000 times, but Michigan, whatever they did worked. Jake Bates did not get them all those people. It got him a lot of people, but a lot of it was Perkins. A lot of it was the marketing in that area. A lot of other teams definitely need to do better for sure. Hopefully we see that, but, you know, again, we'll have to wait and see in the future. I missed the first quarter. I hope and joy. Florida's 1 win away again. Hate to see it. Gotta go to work. Nice having you here, Gary. Again, wild game. I hope you're at least able to see the trophy presentation while at work, but we'll see. I mean, that's still probably another like 15, 20 minutes away, depending on how long it goes. Throw to the left. It is incomplete. Should have been a touchdown, but it says incomplete. It is 52-25 because the touchdown did stand. So we still got a chance. There's still a chance for the 100-point game. If DC can score a touchdown, Mike DeLillo pretty quick, get a 2-point conversion, we could still get 100 points in this game, which would be hilarious. Game's over, guy. Michigan TD. So maybe Michigan might win the championship next season so they keep making progress each season. I mean, they are definitely making progress each season to a degree. I mean, yeah, I know they had a better record, but they still got beat in the first round. It's tough. It's tough to say. It depends a lot who comes back. Because, like, let's say Bryce Perkins does get an NFL shot and he doesn't come back because he's still on a team. If, like, Breland Speaks or Gidno retires, it's tough. There is a chance this could have been their last shot this year. Like, last shot for a couple years, but we don't know. St. Louis dropped 53 against the Guardians. Okay, so we'll see. Overrated for a career, yes. Overrated this season, no. Well, no. People who say he should have won MVP is still wrong. It should have gone to Kane, then Bryce. Like, MVP, no. This game, this is the best game ever in this era of spring football. For the championship game, this is the best performance seen a quarterback do. This is better than either of Magoo's postseason performances. This was better than either of Perez's postseason performances. This was better than that one random Week 5 Case Cookers game, if you know, you know. But for the season, MVP definitely didn't deserve it, considering that what he's been doing well this game, or I say well, what he's been doing perfect this game, he was doing wildly inconsistently during the season. That's what I'll say. He is going to win championship game MVP. It is going to be fully deserved, 100%, not even close. It is going to overtake Shannon Harris as the most deserved award this season. But for the season, was an MVP. Like, there's no revisionist history. For the regular season, Deion Kane should have won it. What he did in the kickoff game, what he did in the receiving game, despite having 5 quarterbacks, he is a huge reason Birmingham was as good as they were. If he wasn't there, they probably end up finishing 5-5, maybe even 4-6. Hell, could have been worse, but that's what I'd say. Hey, the Detroit Pistons made the playoffs. They lost. The Red Wings, every year, we're going to make the playoffs, and we don't make the playoffs. I say we as in like I'm a Red Wings fan. But in the Tigers, they've been better, but still haven't won anything in, you know, forever. So, yeah. Any other game, they're still in it. I mean, yeah, 25 points scored should keep you in a game. But obviously in this game, it's not. You're getting your ass handed to you. I mean, you're still half of their score. It's Jover. But yeah, I definitely stand by what I think. I think number 1 is DC, number 2 is St. Louis, number 3 Michigan, number 4 Stallions. I think that's going to be my power rankings for the post-championship. That's what I'd probably say. Because at the end of the day, I think that overall St. Louis was better during the season for the whole season. And at the end of the day, yes, they got beat by DC, but then look at this. And you can't really reward Birmingham for getting beat by Michigan. Because even though the final score, it was a closer game than the final score was, but it was still Michigan controlling most of that game. That's what I'd say. That's just my thoughts on it, honestly. So Michigan is going for the 4th and 12. Obviously, they have to. 4th and 12. If you don't get it, DC gets the ball at about the 28-yard line or wherever you end it. If they get it, they can keep another drive going. So Michigan, technically speaking, could literally just score if they keep getting these. Yes, penalties also give first downs. So we'll see. Dude, this is the Chris Paul meme. Chris Paul hit the huge 3, cut the lead down to like 57 or whatever it was. Hey, I would have wished it was a shootout, but yeah. 4th and 12. Let's see if they can get this here. Ooh, they got him to jump off sides. That's huge for Michigan right there. They caught him. Undisciplined behavior by DC. Again, yes, you're up by a ton of points, but you have to do everything right. Neutral zone infraction. So it's now going to be 4th and 7 instead. Can't do that. Aside from the really bad interception he threw, yes, Bryce has played solid. He just isn't the best quarterback on the field. That's been the one thing that's been great for him is every game he's been the best QB on the field, except this one, and that's why they're losing. Well, not that's why. There's other reasons too, but that's the biggest reason. 4th and 7 now after the neutral zone infraction penalty. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back to the left as well. Ball is snapped. Looks to the middle of the field. Throws it as he gets hit. And it is caught by COC Mariner for a first down. So Michigan, they got 12 minutes. They can still come back. I'm pretty sure you can just keep going. I don't think there's a limit at the top of my head. There might be at some point, but I don't think there is. Point is, though, they got the first down there. Great play by Bryce Perkins again right there. Minus that one bad interception. He's been playing really solid right there. So great play for the Panthers there. Got to score a touchdown here. I mean, again, you're down 27 points. you got to score touchdowns and go for 3. So we'll see what Michigan do here. Can they score a touchdown? Can we get 100 points scored in this game? That would be insane. In 5 wide, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. 11 and a half minutes left. Ball is snapped. Throws it over the middle. It is caught at the 25. Down at about the 21-yard line. Cole Hicatini with a nice play right there. 10 new posts. Let's see. Do we get attendance? Yep, there's the... I knew somebody's going to post the Chris Paul meme. And I just saw it. I knew that was coming. And Bryce is going to roll out to his left. He's going to throw it. It's going to be caught at about the 6-yard line by COC Mariner right now. Yeah, if they can keep this up, it could exhaust the defense and be huge. 11 minutes left. Great play by COC Mariner making that dive and catch right there. Well, not a dive and catch, but a possession catch. That's still huge. Getting the ball at about the 5-6-yard line is huge. Let's see. They're reviewing that. First and goal here. Let's see. Can Michigan score again? Make this even closer. It would be so bad if they scored like 2 touchdowns in a row and then lose by like 9. Like they did all the work to get close and still lost. It'd be a lot like the 3-0 lead that the Panthers blew and then lost in overtime. Who let the Panthers start cooking? First of all, you can't put your foot off the gas. That's the big thing that Michigan did against Birmingham. They never put their foot off the gas. Even though they did a couple of punts they arguably shouldn't have. In that game, it was just a matter of making the correct call. That was the base call, and it worked for them. DC right there, it's a big deal. If you can just keep this up for Michigan, it'd be huge. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back to the right as well. Motioning Turner to the left side of the field. Nope, cutting back to the right. They fake the handoff. Perkins is rolling. He evades the tackle. He's going to run for it. Makes a stiff arm, and he's going to get about a yard on the play. Hey, you're at 1st and goal at the 5, even though it's only 1 yard. It's literally like gaining 2 yards at a 1st and 10. You will take that in this specific scenario. I wouldn't be against running the ball here, but at the same token, a lot of what you've been doing today that's worked is Malik Turner and COC Mariner. I don't know what radio it's on. I think there is one radio station. I think it's on like Sirius XM or something like that. But yeah, I don't think it's on basic ESPN because I think technically ESPN is something else right now. But definitely sucks. 2nd and goal for the Panthers with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Ball is snapped. Looks to the left. Looks to the middle of the field. Throws it in the middle. It is going to be caught for the 2-point convert by the touchdown. And who was it? Malik Turner. Again, definitely call that one. I was expecting it to be Turner or Mariner. They've just been both really, really great this playoffs. You know, it sucks that those 2 guys are not going to get the championship, barring, again, a massive collapse by DC. Huge touchdown. It is 52 to 20 or to 31 now. They got to go for 3 here to cut it to an 18-point lead. So can they get it? That's the big question. You got to go for 3 here. If you don't, you're adding an extra score. I know 3 is a big deal. 2 is a lot easier to get than 3, but you need to keep this into a 2-score game. They're going for 2. I'm not a fan of this call, but we'll see if they can get it. Watch them lose by 1 point. Ball is snapped. They look to the right. They throw it. It is going to be incomplete. There is a flag. This could be, I think this might also be OPI, but either way, incomplete. Monumental Panthers come back in the works. This game is going to hit 100 points calling right now. It will be huge if it is. Great snag by Turner for sure. This game's definitely going back up to definitely like a B-tier game for me. Holding on the defense. That's, again, good for Michigan, but like I said, going for 2 there, like, yes, you still have 10 minutes left, but you're still down 2 scores. Going for 3, if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's still, I kind of get it, but it's just weird. And Michigan misses it. Don't say that. That'd be so bad. That'd be just as heartbreaking as like when the Sabres lost to that Brett Hull goal back in the 90s. That'd just be so devastating. OT would be sick, but 52-31, 10 minutes left. Well, technically 9 minutes, 57 seconds left. There's still time left. 2-point conversion attempt. Now that because of the penalty, they're getting this at the 2-yard line. You cannot change what point you're going for, so they cannot change this to a 3-point conversion. It is still a 2-point conversion. Ball is snapped. They hand it off up the middle, and it is, I don't think that's good, but they might give it to him. Nope, they're going to call him short. So it is still 52-31. Michigan does have their challenge. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. DC does not have a challenge left, just an FYI. So it is a 21-point game. So it is still a 3-possession game, but in this kind of aspect, it kind of works for Michigan's favor because they like going for 1 a lot, as mentioned earlier, when it used to be a 3-score game. So in a lot of ways, it still kind of works out for Michigan. And by the way, in terms of the 3-hour mark that I know we've been talking about this season, we still got 10 minutes of game left, and we have already hit 11 o'clock. I know they started the game a bit later, but yeah. Turner with a hat-trick touchdown. Shame he's not going to win championship game MVP, though they might screw Tamo over. 83 total points scored. Absolutely insane. You love to see that. That is something you do love to see for sure. High-scoring game like this in the championship game. Especially other ones. Give Malik Turner an NFL shot for sure. Got to get a field goal. I got to get something for sure. Again, commercial break right now. Again, they're going to go for the 4th-12. They'll get it. If the Panthers make the 3 points and the 2 points extra, it would have been a lot closer. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is just getting it correct in a lot of ways. Like, AJ Smith tried to act like it's a crapshoot. It is skill. You have to get them. And if you're getting them, it's huge. Honestly, yes. It depends on what happens. Because, I mean, if they get the 4th-12, they could, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Because this is still technically a game. If they can get another 4th and 12, then yes, it's going to make the defense tired, but with this Panthers offense, obviously it's going to keep them on the field too, but obviously, as we all know, it hurts the defense more to be tired than offense, what it's always done, but we'll see. Jay spinning, bruh. Hey, gotta get the hopium up. That's what we need. We need hopium. Right? If you're a Panthers fan, you need some hopium right now. I mean, 52-31, it's as close as it's been for a while, but yeah. Is Wade Phillips out for head coach? I would say odds are yes. I know he's acting like he's going to come back. I feel like if you're the league, you got to be like, dude, we can't bring you back. Like, look, I know a lot of what AJ said made him look really bad, but the fact that he, outed the fact that Wade wasn't really there at all, you got to understand with what happened to Ken Wisenhunt as well, you cannot have a coach that has a legitimately high chance of not being there for the season. So I would definitely go with somebody else. I know not everybody likes Peyton Pardee, but his offense did look a lot better than A.J. Smith's offense. The last 3 games A.J. Smith had were really rough, whereas Pardee at least gave you a couple good ones. So if I were to give somebody a chance, I would say him, but yeah. Wow, says Matt. Yeah, insane, but they're going for 4th and 12 again. Can they get it again? Will Michigan convert another 4th and 12 to try and make this a closer game if they get a touchdown too? Yeah, we could hit 100 burger. Again, Michigan's going for 4th and 12 again. Wade Phillips reviewed. Okay. Excuse me. 4th and 12 for Bryce Perkins and 5 wide. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Let's see if they can get it. Little under 10 minutes left in the game. Ball is snapped. Perkins looks to the right. Getting pressured immediately. Great pressure. And he evades the sack. He's going to throw it. It's going to be caught for the first down. They get it again. Oh, my goodness. They get another 4th and 12 play right there. Malik Turner. If anyone on Michigan was going to get it, you got to give it to Malik Turner. He's been playing incredible today. I know Mariner has too, but right there, that is such a clutch play for the Panthers to get there. Again, it's too little, too late. You know, odds are, but 9.5 minutes left. They got it again. There a timeout call by DC here? No way Michigan just got... The hopium is going to go huge right now for the Panthers. We love hopium, bro. Interviewing some people on the sideline right now, some family. Still no announcement on that yet. I smell the rules changing potentially back-to-back is way crazy. I knew Michigan would get it again. What did I say? No, if you're going to change the rule, you got to change Super Challenge rule to a big degree. Like, I do understand, but, like, at some point you got to stop it. I mean, it's a 4th and 12. I said it should be moved back to 4th and 15, which is if I were going to change, that's what I'd do. But I think you should be able to go for a back-to-back, because at the end of the day, you need to be able to stop it. Back-to-back-to-back, that would be wild. That would be crazy. 1st and 10 for Michigan, 9.5 minutes left. Running back to the left of Perkins. Talmo just on the sideline. You know he's coming back in. 3 receivers to the right. Come back in. Coming. We'll see. Does the NFL adopt it? That would be a good decision. The NFL does not like good decisions, so probably not. Ball is snapped. It was going to be a QB draw potentially. Perkins almost evades a sack, but he's down. There is a flag. This is going to be interesting who the flag is, because Perkins got hit almost immediately, but I don't know if that's going to be something like that. We'll see. This could be big. Offsides in the defense, so they did call on the defense for getting there a bit too early. That definitely hurts DC right there, so Derek Robertson takes the 5-yard penalty, and of course that negates the sack. Huge. Dude, the Panthers winning this game would be insane. The amount of people would be like, ain't no way DC got robbed. It would be wild. Now, the extra point is solid if you can make it longer, because you got to make it a tough decision. You just can't make it a guaranteed kick. That's what I don't like about the old NFL and college currently, is that it's like a guaranteed kick. That'll make it an S-tier game. Hell, if they make this even a game, it'd be S-tier. If this becomes like a legit, like they have a chance to win, I'd say that's that. In shotgun, 1st and 5, 3 receivers to the right. Ball is snapped. Throws it, is going to be caught for the first down. Gets to the 45. Gets tackled just side of the 40. Their right tackle has to be careful. Michigan's right tackle has been moving just like the Jawan Taylor, moving like right on the snap. If he goes a little bit too early, they're going to take a false start. But going for it over and over sequentially, I mean, it is definitely rough, but at the same token, like it's a 4th and 12. Like, you gotta stop them. Ball is snapped. Rolls out to his left, throws it. It is going to be caught by Toa. Goes out of bounds about the 9-yard gain. But like I said, I wanted to move it back to 4th and 15. A lot of people didn't want to do it, and now that Michigan's doing it, people might start saying that. At the end of the day, I'm fine with it, because in the NFL, you can do onside kicks multiple times. You know, you just have to get it. So, it's a tough one, but the amount of times you're actually going to see it work like this are very low. It's just that Michigan's just pulling it off and DC's choking in a lot of ways, but again, it's still a 3-score game. So, Michigan would have to score a touchdown and then keep doing it. So, at the end of the day, Michigan wins this game. DC really choked. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running backs to the right of Perkins. 8 minutes left, ball is snapped. They hand it off. McCreary gets about 4 yards. I'm shocked to give him the first down there, but didn't really matter. Then they get 4 yards. Going to be about 2nd and 6 for Michigan right here. Panthers adrenaline going crazy for sure. DC would forever be a joke. True. I wish so badly Michigan got a 3-point conversion last possession. Yeah, I really don't like the fact they went for 2 and they didn't get obviously hurt. Yeah, if DC loses with his Teamu performance, that would really hurt. Because I would still not. Whoever wins is going to get MVP, either Turner or Teamu. But yeah, ball is snapped. Gets pressured. Needs to throw this. He needs to throw this ball, and he goes out of bounds. He needed to throw that one away. I know you didn't want to take the fumble or try to, but you had a chance to throw it. But there is a flag. This could be on the offense. We'll see. Number 69. Holding on the offense. Honestly, if I was DC, I might have declined it. Like, yes, it's a 10-yard penalty, but you already cost him to lose about 3 yards, and Like, no, that's fine either way. Like, that's one I can find that I'm fine with either one of them doing it, but I personally would have just declined it. You know, with how Michigan's been playing this past couple of drives, there's a chance they gain 10 yards like that. So force them into second down, having lost 2-3 yards, depending where they spot it. Could be huge, but second and 17 either way because of it. So yeah, second and 17 for Michigan. They got to get this again. This is 4-down territory. They cannot not go for it. They have to at least score a field goal technically and then go for it again. We'll see. 17 points for 100. We could hit it. We definitely could, which would be incredible to hit. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, and 5 wide. 6 guys showing pressure. 5 guys are pressuring. Quick throw to the left. It is incomplete. Oh, it's caught by the offensive lineman. That should be a flag, right? Ain't no way. The O-lineman making the catch. What the hell? What a sequence. Literally 4 guys hit that ball. I don't think that should be. I don't think he was an eligible receiver. Yeah, that is an insane play. You had Butterfingers from the DC defenders right there. Nope, they're calling it. Okay, well, it's a 6-yard gain for Michigan. I guess he was considered legal or something, or the rule. I don't know. Bottom line is it worked. Bryce is looking. He throws to the right. It's a bad throw. Incomplete's going to be 4th and 11. Honestly, you might just have to kick it here. I'd kick it. Kick it here. Trust your kicker. I can't believe I'm saying that, but trust BT Potter to make the kick. Then you go for it again because you're already down 21. Like, yes, you're still screwed, but I don't know. I feel like the odds of you making the 4th and 12 and continuing to score are better because you still have to get 3 touchdowns and 3 extra point conversions. Like, I'm not against going for it. I just would rather kick it here. I just can't believe this. What just happened? My luck is on Michigan's side to make it a 2-possession at least. 4th and 11. Can they get this? This is basically the game. They don't get this. DC's going to be able to burn all of Michigan's timeouts or just eat off a lot of clock. So this is essentially game for sure. 5 new posts. The official attendance figure is 14,500. Not great, but not shocked at all. Sadly, I'm not shocked. So, oof, but not shocked. So, L, but not shocked at all. Like, not shocked. It's sad, but not shocked at all. Sending out BT Potter, like I said, I'm actually fine with this decision. I think this is the correct decision. Just because if you make this, you make it a legit, like, 3-touchdown game. And you can go for 3 to make it still a 2-score game in a lot of ways. So, I actually like the decision to kick it here. Go for it in 4th and 12 again because you have to make it anyway. So, I like this one. You still need 2 other TDs. 48-yarder. So, let's see who makes this. I like this call because you have to go for 4th and 12 anyway. But let's see. This is when Michigan wish they had Bates true. This would be so Michigan Panthers if they missed this kick. Yeah, I like this decision. It makes it a 2-score game. Kick is up and it's drifting, but it's going to be good. It is good. 52-34. So it is now a 2-score game. It's an 18-point game, meaning Michigan can get 2 touchdowns and 2 3-point conversions. So it's a 2-score game now. I like that decision. You had to do 4th and 12 anyway, so instead of doing 4th and 11 and then having to do 4th and 12 later, do the 4th and 12 now. Again, keep the ball in your hands for sure. At least one more play, but yeah. Absolutely crazy that they're doing this, though. I mean, surely they don't get it a 3rd straight time, right? Oh, right now, this is definitely a B, maybe A-tier game. Honestly, DC timeout helped Panthers, true. Definitely a bad call to use a timeout there. You should have let them go for it because, yes, if they get it, that's good for Michigan. But if they don't, it would have been huge for you. 86 total points is insane. They got they get it a 3rd time. Surely not, right? 4th and 12. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wouldn't be against doing some sort of weird run play here. Because if you're DC, you're fully expecting a pass. I wouldn't be against doing, like, a handoff fake where you hand it off and fake a quick throw, and the guy just runs for it. I know that's insanely bold on a 4th and 12, but I have a feeling it could work. If not, watch it be Josie Mariner or Malik Turner again. 4th and 12. Can Michigan get it again? 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Running back to the left. Ball is snapped. Drop back to throw. Perkins throws it to the left. And it is incomplete. The DC defender made the grab in front of it. DC is going to get the ball in basically field goal position. If you're DC now, your goal is to just score. It does not matter. You can literally spike it 3 straight times. You have to score. Keep this game, or go back to being either make it a 3 possession game again. You have 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. Worst case, you make 3 bad plays, you eat off about a minute and a half of clock, and you get a field goal. You just cannot turn the ball over. You cannot lose yardage. You have to just get the field goal. That's your goal. A touchdown, great. That's not the goal. The goal is a field goal. Make it a 3 possession game again if you're DC. That's what you need to do. Teamu's in shotgun. Ball is snapped. They fake the handoff, then fake it again. Teamu runs to the left. He evades a couple of tackles. He gets pulled down for about a 4-yard gain. Very good first down play. And like I said, if you're DC, I honestly wouldn't even be against kneeling it twice. You just need to get the field goal. Do not throw an interception. Do not risk anything bad. You get a field goal, it's a 3 possession game. And at that point, if you blow a 3 possession game in under 4 minutes, you did not deserve to win the game. Like, that's an inexcusable blown lead. It already would be, but that is truly inexcusable. So if you're DC, just kick the field goal and make it. If you get a touchdown, that's great. You have to get a field goal. 2nd and 6 for DC. In shotgun. Ball is snapped. They hand it off to the right. And they're going to call him about a half a yard shy. Now, if you're DC here, do not go for it on 4th down. You go for it on 3rd down. If you don't get it, you kick the field goal. This is the one time I'll say that if you're within half a yard, you kick the field goal. I know that goes against what I've always said. But in this scenario, making it a 3 possession game is the most important thing. So if you do not get the first down here, even if you're 1 inch away, you kick that field goal, make it a 3 possession game. In shotgun, ball is snapped, they hand it off, and they get the first down. Ooh, surely they get the first down. They might not. The initial spot is short. This is going to be a close one. This is going to be a spot one. They're going to call it about half a yard shy. Again, I would kick this here. I mean, I don't like the decision to go for it here. I like the decision to kick it. It's a short field goal. You make it a 55-34 game. Make it back to a 3 possession game. If you don't get this here, you give Michigan the ability to keep it a 2-score game. They might be just trying to bring him offsides. There's only 3 seconds left in play clock. Nope, they're snapping it. They hand it off to the right and they get it. That's a big break for them, and they get the touchdown. Go for 2. Go for 2. Go for 2, DC. Do not play nice. I want a 60-point burger on this one. Go for 2 if you're DC. I want them to hit 60. That is game. Michigan's comeback was valiant, but it was too late. Too little, too late. Last competitively close game was Star Stallions. I mean, hey, that's why it's the best ever in this era. But yeah, that is game. Congrats, DC. You have won the championship, barring a really collapse. But yeah, go for 2. Gotta go for 2 here. Gotta hit 60. That's what they gotta do. They have to go for 2. Like, you don't be nice. Do like the Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll thing in college. Go for 2, make it 60 points. I mean, hey, we could hit 100. We still could. Oh, that's weak. I don't think there was a flag. That's weak. They should have gone for 2. They should have tried to make it 60 points. If I'm going to lose, I want to get beat with the team scoring 60. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a 60 burger. Do they get this? Ball is snapped. They hand it off, and it is no good. 3.5 minutes. So how does Michigan win this game? They basically score 3 consecutive touchdowns on the 4th and 12. That's basically it. Yeah, we still could hit 100 points, legitimately. Because if Michigan scores a touchdown and then goes for 2 and makes it, that'll make it a 100-point game. So it technically could happen. You know, that's not too far-fetched. Michigan scores 1 random touchdown, goes for 2, 8 points, 100. I don't know, Harris is like heated every other time you watch him, so I'm just like not saying anything. Absolutely incredible. Teamu definitely is going to get player of the game. I would be shocked if he doesn't. Stunned. Absolutely insane. Let's see, just looking at things over here. Season MVP, championship game. Hey, if you're going to win MVP, you want the championship game MVP because that means unless you're Connor McDavid last year, it means that you won the Stanley Cup or the NBA Finals or the NFL Super Bowl or the MLB World Series or the UFL Championship game. So, if you're going to win the championship game MVP, you'll take it over regular season MVP because that means you probably won the game or series. You know, like I said, Michigan's not going to fall over. They're going to try this. I would hope so. I mean, they got to get this and then score again on the 4th and 12 and then do it again. I just want to see 100 points. That's what I want to see. I want to see 100 points scored in this game. I want to see if Michigan can actually pull it off. They got to get a touchdown and 2-point conversion. If they do it, that'll be huge. Then I'll be happy. 1 tutty per minute. Yeah, I mean, hey, it could happen. Is it gonna? Hell no, but it could. We got to get injected with hopium. As much hopium as possible is what we need here. Got to make it seem like it's a close game. Got to make it seem like we can win this. See how I'm picking up some postseason accolades. Could Michigan keep these off the field the rest of the game? They could, but we'll see if they do. 5 wide, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball is snapped. Throw to the right. It is caught for a 5-yard gain. Malik Turner gets the first down. Yeah, it's going to stop the clock. Nope. Ooh, he's down. Looks like he got hurt. That's not good. You do not want to take an injury right now, especially with the NFL coming right off. Old DC Commanders. The DC defender is going to be your champions, barring a colossal comeback. That sucks that he's down right now. Malik Turner being down really hurts. But yeah, I mean, if you're in chat, you definitely want Michigan to score a touchdown on a 2-point conversion just so we hit 100. That's what we want. We want 100 points. But we just got to get 1 touchdown, 1 2-point conversion. Hopefully we can see that. That'd be so cool. Yeah, that is impressive, getting the over by themselves. That is insane. It's not over until it's over. Okay, it gets to a point where it's like, I mean, it's a 24-point game with 3 minutes left. Come on. I mean, it's over. You don't got Tom Brady on here. Bryce Perkins is great. He ain't Tom Brady. Jordan Ta'amu, incredible game today. Absolutely insane. Gonna win championship game MVP. If he doesn't, robbery. 1st and 10 for Michigan. They just gotta, score in like 20 seconds. Let's see. They need to get a touchdown, though. Get the touchdown and then get the 2-point conversion so we hit 100 points, and then we can all be happy. Ball is snapped. Rolling to his left. Throws it, and it's caught. Going to be about a 6-yard gain. Hey, both teams making it. I mean, we didn't see Birmingham in here. That's what we really wanted to see. Birmingham not making it is huge. That's what you really wanted to see, was him not making it. Because that would have been really rough to see them in it again, even if they don't win, blah, blah, blah. So we'll definitely take it. You know what I mean? They roll. Perkins gets 2 yards on the play. Going to be 3rd and 2. Not what you want to see there. I mean, it's not technically over. DC fan here, but ain't over. It'll be interesting. It's not over till it's over. I've seen a couple guys say, I mean, it's pretty much over. The only way, if Michigan scores a touchdown before 2-minute warning, technically it's still good. That's basically, if you want to do ultimate hopium, they have to score before 2-minute warning. Because once it hits the 2-minute warning, if you have to get 2 touchdowns still, that's just, even though, yes, you have a lot of time under 2 minutes, a minute per drive is just not enough. Unless you get like a literal Hail Mary touchdown. Came in like a lamb, but it went out lamb. Yeah, this season was really good the second half. The second half of the season was great. I would say this is probably an A-tier playoff game. I know how to lose, bro. That's rough. I mean, I'm a Panthers fan, like Carolina Panthers, so I know it's bad. Incomplete. You know what's wild? Ta'amu would have made that throw. Ta'amu would have made that throw right there, and that would have been a huge one. I literally, Brahma's here. I want literally no chance going to run that clock out. Get that first go and bust. Play's never seen. Need 9 points for 2-minute warning. Else game's over. True. Birmingham not winning is definitely the real win for sure. They got the Gatorade ready. They're going to go and try and bully Shannon Harris with their Gatorade. But like I said, you got to give a massive shout out to Ta'amu. I mean, this is just such a good game. Let me see what his final stat line is. He's saying he's probably not going to throw the ball again. 21 to 28 for 394 TDs and a 156.3 rating. 7 rushes for 29 yards and a touchdown. And the reception on the 2-point conversion. I mean, insane. And even Perkins was great. I mean, Perkins had the one really bad interception. If you don't count that, he went 20 of 33 for 326 and 4 touchdowns. Even with the pick, he's still at a 120 passer rating, which is insanely good. I mean, that's unbelievably impressive. It's just a shame it is what it is that, you know, yeah. I was going to say it's an 8-tier playoff game. Okay, Ace. Yes, you beat these two teams when they're playing the backups. Naku almost got that. I'm actually a Redskins fan too a little, so I understand the pain. Just now the team is good. Hey, Jaden Daniels is great. I mean, Jaden Daniels is... he's a great player. I mean, I definitely am looking forward to what he does next season. I mean, I in my community members exclusive video that I did last year, I said that I thought he was going to be a better quarterback than Caleb Williams. I thought that what he did at the college level and what his skill level was going to be better. And it's only been 1 year, so we got to see more. But at least through one season, definitely looking like the case. Because remember, people like to revisionist history saying the Chicago Bears sucked. Heading into last year, I mean, all Bears fans said, was this the best situation we've ever had a quarterback go? And everybody was, you know, giving so much credit to him. And then now they're saying it was bad. Like, just beat OSU. Game over yet. OSU. Michigan, Ohio State, great rivalry. Since DC will win, who would you like to see them play the first game of the season? Michigan and DC. That's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see a championship game rematch at home of the winning team. I know we talked about that earlier. Someone else brought that up. That's what I'd love to see. The winning team host the champion or host the losing team at their place. Would love to see that. That'd be a great opener. Couldn't win, but it is what it is. Michigan beat Birmingham. They got over the hump. It took them 8 tries, but they got over the hump. And at the end of the day, I mean, when a quarterback plays like Te'amu did, it's so hard to beat him. I mean, Te'amu was legitimately perfect in this game. He may not have been perfect technically in a passer rating or a completion percentage. He was perfect. You can't really beat that. Bryce played incredible, but he made a couple mistakes. The special teams made a couple of mistakes, is what it is. Yeah, no announcements at halftime, is what it is, but yeah. For the UFL draft, I definitely agree if they do it, they should do it then, but we'll see. Most combined points in UFL history, I mean, who's shocked? Still could see this hit 100 points. That's what will be interesting to see. Can we do it? In the playoffs, the O was killing. Yeah, I mean, the defense played a lot better, especially in St. Louis. Which, that one I credit more to Max Duggan being bad, but the offense, especially the ground game, was so much better in the playoffs than they were during the regular season. Like, that's that playoff experience that a lot of those guys had, and that's just great. Perkins gets sacked, and he fumbles the ball, but he picks it back up. It's still going to be about a 6-yard loss. So they're going to have 2 plays to try and gain 16 yards. Again, they need to score a touchdown, get a 2-point conversion so we can hit 100 points. Yeah, they keep talking about that government-mandated expansion, and every time they kind of push it back, so I still don't know how true it is. I've heard people talk about it. I don't know how fully true it is. We'll see, though. 3rd and 15, though. Calling the timeout there. Got to get the first down here. Again, we want to see 100 points. Yes, I believe the UFL retains their rights to an extent if they do that. Because I know we've seen a lot of that. Like Frank Gidno signed with an NFL team and he had to come back to the Panthers. It is a lot like that. You have to explicitly get rid of their rights if they, get cut from an NFL team and back in the UFL to go to a different team. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of him running, which definitely shows that he's still hurt. I mean, he was still on the injury report, so that definitely hurts, yeah. Ball is snapped. Throws it over the middle. It's going to be caught, but it's going to be about 3 yards shy of the first down marker. I mean, hey, Michigan had those back-to-back drives, with the 4th and 12 that were really solid. I mean, that was insanely impressive. That really showed just what you can do. It's just, like, when you're down, 4 scores, there's only so much you can do. But, yeah. Versus one of the expansion teams, that would be cool. Or the 2 expansion teams if they do that. 4th and 3, again, got to get this one, obviously. We got to hit 100 points. Need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion from Michigan. We got to hit 100. That would be so sick. Let's see, can we get it? Be wild. It would be so cool if we can get 100 points scored in the championship game. I would say this is probably an 8-tier game. The fact that Michigan had that comeback, the just insane amount of scoring, I'd say this is an 8-tier game. It's not S. It's for how fun it is. It's not like it was dumb fun like Michigan, San Antonio in the regular season. And it's just like when you compare this to like the 2023 Maulers, Panthers, or 2022 Stars Stallions, it's not that good, but this is a great game. This is an 8-tier one, even with it being a technical blowout. Ball is snapped. Perkins throws over the middle. Is incomplete. He did not throw it to Malik Turner or COC Mariner, and it was incomplete. So we fell 8 short. Okay, so we're just having a laugh, Twitter. I explicitly went there. We fell 8 points shy of 100. Hate to see it. Let me go post my 0 for 3 on my game picks for this one, because that's what I went. I went 0 for 3, baby. Yes, sir. And not even close, Lamau. Put that. Hey, you know, season-wise, he did pretty good. Not good at the end, but it is what it is. Thanks for the stream, man. No problem. This is always fun to do. I mean, this was the 23rd stream of the UFL season this year. This is a fun one to do, even though it was a blot. This was still a really fun stream. I think this is, I believe, the record for most viewers in a stream this season at 1,400. I believe it's the record for the channel in the, like, not counting the NFL, like, Tom Grossi raid or the overtime Panthers game we had last year. So, really love seeing that. Massive fun one. If you enjoy this one, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell. Again, think about becoming a community member. Though, obviously, we still have some time left. We're still going to see, of course, the championship celebration, seeing the MVP. I don't know how long we're going to keep this one going, but we're going to see at least some of that endgame stuff. You know, it's a big deal. Want to see it. We need more fans for sure. We need more people to start loving this league. Again, hopefully they do expand. They announced during the offseason that'll get more people watching the league, more people wanting to go to games. Like, if you add a team in Seattle, you got more people in the West Coast that are going to watch stuff, but yeah. Oh, for the XFL and COVID, man. COVID definitely hurt that league. I know there's other issues financially, but it's a shame those two leagues, the XFL and the AF, couldn't keep going. Those, especially the AF. I love the AF. I know most people love the XFL more, but the AF unis, chef's kiss. Great. Welcome back. I mean, this was a game. They got the Gatorade. They're gonna go for Shannon. If they bring back a team, back Bandits, please. I'll beat it every game. I hope they bring one to somewhere in like NC, Virginia. I'd probably beat every game too. And Shannon gets beat by the... If you had the lime-looking Gatorade, you got the W there. Agree, great league. I mean, hopefully we get to keep this one going. I mean, it definitely feels like the next year is for sure here, but yeah. I can't believe you chose the under... I didn't think Tom would be this perfect. Cry emoji. That is definitely what I gotta post. This was a wild one. Lesson learned against DC, the underdog. Yeah, DC, I mean, incredible. Back to watching tennis, God bless. Hope you enjoy that. I know I can't wait to watch the rest of the U.S. Open tomorrow. I know that's going to be insane with the rain, the fact that you only got like 3 guys under par. It's going to be an insane ending of that tournament. God bless all y'all. Again, for those of you who are not going to stick around for the end game stuff with, you know, the championship presentation, of course, I hope you all have a great night. Enjoy this one, subscribe and all that. I'm still planning to upload at least 2 videos a week during the off season. Again, still going to do my community member videos every month, and I still got to do for mine for June. And then again, I know somebody asked earlier for the NFL season and college football season. I'm not going to do a stream every week. I can't commit to that, but I probably will do one every couple of weeks. My goal is to probably do one every other week. I am excited for that one to a degree. I mean, the Triple H product's been getting a bit worse week after week, but like, I am excited. I think it's going to be a good one. I hope it is. I mean, surely they're not going to screw that one up, but we'll see. That's still a few weeks out. 58-34 is your final score. DC is your 2025 champion. They are the 3rd champion in the UFL history. They joined the Birmingham Stallions 3 times, 2 in the USFL, 1 in the UFL, and the Renegades 1 time in the XFL, as being the 3rd ever champion in the UFL's true history. So, massive win for them. Again, even though the final score of this game is pretty lopsided, a lot like the Michigan-Birmingham game last week, it was still a really fun game. Overall for the playoffs, I would say there was 2 S-tier games and 1, like, D-tier game, F-tier, I don't know exactly where, probably D-tier. So, you had 1 pretty poor game, and you had 2 really good games, really fun games. Again, the UFL season next year, we're a while away from that one. This was a wild season, though, in terms of growth. I mean, we're still going to be here for this post-game stuff for a bit, but the overall season growth was insane. I mean, hit a ton of marks, hit 1,000 subs, and hit 1,100. And now we're at like 1,200 on the way to 13, which is huge, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the second UFL title game, but the UFL recognizes both the USFL and XFL. So in that sense, Birmingham's a 3-time champ. 1-time UFL, 2-time USFL. Arlington's a 1-time XFL, and then obviously 0-time UFL. And then DC is your second UFL champion, which is huge for them. Love seeing big win for the Doorman. The DC Doorman, yes, sir. Congrats, DC, was well earned. I mean, Jordan Teamu, man, just incredible game. Final stat line for Teamu what we've seen before. 21 of 28 for 394 TDs is a stupid stat line. Like, that is just, that's you don't call that good. You call that stupid. That is an insane stat to put up. It's just absolutely wild. Massive congrats to Teamu. He's going to get championship game MVP. Fully deserved. So congrats for him and all that. Just massive. Yeah, champions right there. Going to definitely post that image onto the YouTube studio for that. What do you think we've had blowouts in championship game? I mean, it's one game. It's just sometimes it's just how it is. Over 1,000 yards first for Modern Spring Football. Over 1,000 yards in what, one game? I mean, they didn't have 100,000 yards total. Oh, I see what you mean. I think so. I can't think of one off the top of my head that had more than 1,000 total yards of scrimmage. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if there was another one, but at the top of my head, I cannot think of one. That's what I'd say to that. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the record. I just couldn't tell you, like, for sure. DC Defenders champions. DC Chip. Gonna post that to YouTube Studio while we're in here. Great game. Definitely an A-tier game for sure. 2 champions, 2 leagues. Did the Stallions ever get the 2024 UFL rings? They have not gotten their rings yet. I know a lot of players are. I know some players are pretty pissed. Redemption for DC. Facts. I mean, that loss to the Renegades really hurt, but yeah. Hockey game more exciting. Tonight's hockey game, that's a no. 5-2 with the goals being at the end. 2 days ago, hockey game, yeah, the 3-0 comeback was insane. Florida blowing the 3-goal lead in the second period, then Edmonton scoring in the third period just for Florida to score within a minute before the end of the game was peak. That was an incredible game. Game 4 for the, I mean, like I said, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals have been far better than the NBA Finals. Saying that as somebody who hasn't even been watching the finals, like, I know it's been okay, but the Stanley Cup Finals this season has been just awesome. There's the CFL for those who want to watch. Also rugby and Australian rules football. Yeah, Aussie football, baby. Pretty well, there'll be 2 2023 champions recognized. Definitely as well. But yeah, back to the championship blowouts. It's just kind of a matter of it happening in a lot of ways. You know, it's one game. So when you have one game like that, it can happen. I mean, even the NFL, it happens a decent amount. Like, this past one was a pretty, not like blow, but kind of. But yeah. Congrats to the DC Defenders for winning the 2025 UFL Championship. Performance. I really wish I could just copy and paste, not gonna lie, but yeah. Let's see, going, oh, okay, missed the stat, there we go. Going for 390 yards and 4 TDs with a, where is it, 75 completion. 75 completion percentage. Absolutely insane game by Teamu. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible game by him. It's hard to say anything else. Just insane. Easily going to deserve the MVP award. I mean, 394 TD, 75 completion percentage. It's just, I mean, I was going to curse. It's so stupid, but yeah. CBS Sports for the CFL. Where do I watch CFL in America? Yeah, I mean, CBS definitely has a lot of them. I've seen games even on, like, regular CBS as well. So there's that you can watch games. I want Michigan to win. Yeah. Just the best to watch. I mean, DC still had solid attendance this past season. I mean, DC was solid, so you got to give them a lot of credit for that one. But massive, massive win for DC here, becoming champions. Easily deserved with how they performed in this game. Just insane. Take the tag off. Huge. Gonna have to buy my DC Defenders championship hat. Like I said, getting every one of the hats, so got to get that one. The championship bat for Shannon Harris. Love to see it. Washington Commanders saying, let's go, fam. Love seeing that. W, Washington. Should go back to the football team. It is what it is. Notifications. Just 3 more. Blah, blah, blah. I'll put this at A tier. I think this is definitely a lot like the Michigan-Birmingham game with a bit of different nuances. In a sense that there were parts of the game that were more lopsided, but the engagement of the comeback Michigan was doing, those back-to-back drives, really helped it up. So I would say it's probably an A tier. I think that both Michigan games were A tier, and the St. Louis DC game was D tier. That's what I would say. Hey, hopefully, maybe in the future. Had to watch the Stallions lose to DC at the beginning of the year in person, and now have to see them win the championship. I mean, Teamu, man, I know I've said a lot, but when you're that good, it's insane. The fancy football again. From last place to week 1 Power Rankings champion. I mean, incredible season for DC. I mean, them making it to the playoffs again, winning it all is just, got to give him a ton of credit. Teamu's performance is incredible. Even the rest of the ground game. I mean, Abram Smith had 63 yards and 10 carries. Deion Jackson had 46. I mean, well, Deion Jackson wasn't super incredible, but Abram Smith was really solid. Jaden Mickens, of course, had the massive 66-yarder, and he had like another big one. Ty Scott, the 173-yarder in his like first game back. Seth Williams, 46-yard reception. I mean, you had so many big plays. Got to give a lot of credit to Malik Turner as well in the Panthers. Had 10 receptions for 168 yards, 3 touchdowns. He did all he could to really get the W for him, but wasn't able to get it done. Yeah, it definitely is an arena football score right here. Will be interesting to see if these guys return, as in like not like the rest of the staff, mainly Blake Williams and of course Shannon Harris. I think there's a chance they could because of the fact that they might want to repeat. The other teams, or the other guys, I know they're not coming back, but those ones we'll see. They've got, dude, last year they had like 2 shirts. They've got like, oh my goodness, they've got so many different shirts for this one. It's actually insane. They've got so much more merch for this one. Championship, wow. So the championship matchup T-shirt is less than the. That's hilarious. How much is the hat? $50. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask somebody for so you can take a membership code. What we need to do as fans is to spread the word about the league for sure. I need to get some more people here. So we're just doing random stuff. Then the DC Defenders hoist the championship. I should say hoist the championship. Massive win, and there's your MVP right there, Jordan Teamu, easily deserved. Gonna be bittersweet to see Teamu and Perkins make the final roster. Teamu was going to be a big question mark, but it was just definitely a massive W for him. I mean, incredible performance for him. Getting that MVP is huge. Love to see that. Just love to see it. 15 new posts. Okay. The Gatorade bath. Okay, bro. Yeah, Michigan, it was a great season, but at the same time, you know, it was a rough one. You took the L there, but it is what is. You know what I mean? Go back over here. Gonna be bitter. Okay, so massive game for DC. I mean, you got all the credit in the world for Teamu and what this offense did. I mean, the defense, it kind of put their foot off against certain points, but the defense, I mean, the offense just, Teamu was perfect in this game. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the Gunnar Oaks play is not the reason Michigan lost this game. Yes, it was a huge momentum killer, but that's not why you lost. Like, if you're Michigan, you cannot blame that one play as why you lost. At the end of the day, your defense could not stop Teamu. The DBs got cooked routinely in that first half. Allowing 6 consecutive scoring drives to open the game is straight inexcusable, and that's why he lost. I agree. That trophy's great. The championship game MVPs have honestly been really good. The USFL Star was really good. Even the XFL's Mini X, I love that one. The championship game MVP trophies have been the best-looking trophies, honestly. I think they've all been arguably better than the main championship trophies, despite being smaller, if you know what I mean, but yeah. I hope it fits in the championship trophy. Won't be the same next year. That was 2. Yeah, Michigan's going to be hurt because there's a good chance that a lot of these big-name players aren't going to be there, and that's going to hurt, but we'll see. You know, you never say never, but yeah. $50 for a hat is insane. I will say, does it look better than last year's hat? I would say, yeah, probably. They're pretty close. They're pretty similar. They're different, but I'd say they're pretty similar. Championship shirt, $50 is insane. Matchup shirt being $35 is actually not bad. Championship keychain is cool, but I ain't getting it for DZ, bro. I'm sorry. No way. They have a decal. Why are they selling? Okay, it's a playoff gear. I see. Never mind. I get it. And there's they go, lifting the trophy. This was a pretty fun way to end the stream. Or end end the last stream for the 2025 UFL season. Again, this won't be the last stream, obviously. I might do 1 or 2 regular off-season, just random streams. And obviously, I'll try and stream, like, at least, I'd say probably 2 per month during the NFL college season. So, be on the lookout for those. Again, this was a really fun one to watch. I mean, DC, 58 points, most points scored in a UFL game. 58-34 is just an absurd final score. We came this close to getting a 100-point game. Crazy game. Congrats to DC, planning to get some merch for this one. If I can get a discount code from somebody, I'm probably going to cop the hat, the DC Defenders Championship hat, the matchup t-shirt, and I'll get a decal for Panthers. But insane. Hey, it was true last year. Last year it was true. This year the system worked, and then Teamu played a hell of a playoff game. Like, I still stand by it. MVP for the regular season should have been Deion Kane. OPOY should have been Perkins. But this game, Teamu was perfect. He was brilliant. He did not make any mistake in this game. He made deep throws that were accurate. His worst throw that was deep was still a great pass. Loved it. Thanks for all you do, Zomb. I appreciate all the streams. Hey, this was a fun season. Again, 23 total streams is wild, but that's what we did. So, that's always fun doing that many streams. Again, this one, at least I'm trying to look, it definitely looks like it broke the record for the most views in a UFL stream. We had the Steins Battlehawks hit like 1,400. This one's at like 15, so huge. I think there's a chance to go back to Canton. Canton would be a really solid one, but that's definitely where it could be. Been fun chatting during the wait, another special live event. So this is not live stream until next spring. I'll probably do 1 or 2 random off-season streams, but I will be doing streams during the NFL and college football season, though, like I said, it's probably going to be like, instead of 2 a week, it'll probably be like 1 every other week. I'm not going to do it every single weekend, but I'll probably do a couple of those. Again, I will still be uploading at least 2 videos a week during the season, during the NFL season. A lot of them will be about spring players in the NFL. We'll still have other videos coming out. Again, in the foreseeable future, I have the Friday Night Football tier list video is already made. It's scheduled to come out this week. My post-season power rankings come out, or post-championship power rankings come out on Monday. Week review on Tuesday. Thursday, probably Friday, I'll have my Friday Night Football tier list video come out. TV rankings won't come out for a couple days, but they'll be there. So we'll have those videos come out next week. Then I still have my other week normal videos, right? The playoff power rankings or the playoff tier list for games. I'll have that come out in a week or in like a couple weeks. Top 10 players of the season. Might do a top 5, 10 quarterbacks, running backs of the season. There'll be a lot of those kind of things. So be on the lookout for all that. 4-hour stream tonight, baby. Long one. I hope you all enjoyed this one. And as always, guys, have a great night.